Difficile de croire que ça fait déjà 6 ans depuis la dernière finale mondiale ici à Paris. Mais je m'en souviens comme si c'était hier. Même maintenant, 6 ans plus tard, aucun Européen a réussi à soulever le trophée et la compétition est devenue encore plus intense. Les joueurs d'APAC et de Chine ont maintenu leur prestige et montré qu'ils sont les rois du SWC.
Mr. Chung Tar, spinning barrel, still a jet, is this year's Summoner's World Champion.
Mais maintenant, ces joueurs doivent se battre dans un environnement inconnu à l'autre bout du monde. Seront-ils capables de surmonter ces difficultés et de faire taire les supporters français réputés pour leur énergie?
恥ずかしがらずに負けないように元気にいきたいなと思います。
我是去年的冠军，今年的垫脚石KELIANBAO.
Để có thể giành lấy thứ hạng cao nhất tại chung kết thế giới, tôi nghĩ mình cần phải có trái tim nóng và cái đầu lạnh. Sự cuồng nhiệt của khán giả tại Pháp sẽ không to lớn bằng động lực vô địch của Bu.
Mais bien sûr, on ne peut pas oublier les joueurs de la région Amérique et l'énergie qu'ils apportent à chaque compétition. Ils ont prouvé qu'ils étaient des adversaires à prendre en compte.
Eu tenho a dizer que eles podem falar que no final não vai mudar em nada.
It would feel amazing, but I personally wouldn't think too much about it.
E todo mundo sabe que ninguém vence um paciente.
Eu acho que minha maior vantagem é o quanto eu consigo me adaptar.
I definitely do think I'm an underdog, but it's Summoner's War and anyone can win.
Et enfin, nous avons notre héros local qui a roulé sur l'Open Qualifier et qui essaie maintenant d'atteindre la gloire, nourri par l'énergie de son propre public.
Je pensais vraiment pas m'en sortir aussi bien à l'Open Qualifier. J'ai eu de la réussite, c'est passé quoi. Ce que j'aimerais montrer à nos fans francophones, c'est juste mon meilleur niveau.
Est-ce que la PAC et la Chine vont continuer d'être un niveau au-dessus du reste? Est-ce qu'un joueur des Amériques va faire la surprise? Ou est-ce qu'un Européen va oser rêver de gagner en Europe?
Nach meinem großen Erfolg beim Europe Cup bin ich jetzt in den Worlds dabei. Da heißt es nochmal Vollgas geben.
Mein Fokus wird sein, meinen Gegner zu überraschen und etwas zu spielen, was er nicht erwartet.
Ja, auch nach wie vor fürs World-Finale denke ich, dass mit dem Draft bin ich gut aufgestellt, die Backline ist da.
Personne ne connaît encore la réponse. Mais ce que l'on sait, c'est qu'un seul joueur va compléter sa route de la gloire ici, à Paris.
Elle est morte totalement. Non.
Oh, le pixel, RAXXAZ, quoi qu'il arrive, ira à Paris.
Et du coup, il se dit,
Oh, j'ai juré. Mais en résistance. Oh, mais ça c'est Jack et Yvonne. Ça c'est le mob qui est là. C'est fini. Plus pas ça n'a aucun sens. C'est on revient dans la game, les gars, on y croit, on lâche rien, ok?
Bonjour, hello there and welcome to the Summoners War World Arena Championship 2025 World Finals here in Paris, France. We can see Mana making his way to the main stage beside that glorious trophy. It's lovely having you here with us. You're watching the English broadcast. My name is Adam Savage. Beside me is Sei Shizu. We've got Sean B and Topa as well, bringing you all the action here from these World Finals lasting all days long, where eventually we'll be crowning our World Champion. Sei, I'll come to you first. This is incredible. We're here in Paris. The fans are electric. They're ready. But what is it like being here, you personally, at the World Finals this year?
Yes, we're also seeing Jiraiya joining on the stage, but we here in Paris as well. You see it sometimes on the front of us. You'll see it in just a second, but it's absolutely electric over here. There's so much potential for fireworks in this whole cup. We see the crowd singing in front of us. We got 2,500 seats filled over here at Passive, and it's absolutely insane. And I love every bit of it. It's going to be a long one, but I'm going to love everything about it. How about you, Sean B?
It's such an amazing honor to be here at the World Final in Paris. This is probably the biggest Summoners event I have ever been at. And this is such an amazing feeling to be able to sit here and commentate the matches with the boys. And I can't wait to see how the match is going to turn out.
Yeah, it's truly incredible to be here in the World Finals. It's our first time casting, I think for all of us, casting the World Finals. So it's truly incredible to be here in front of the live audience. The weather outside might be a bit chilly, but the games are definitely going to heat up here today.
Oh, it's going to get spicy. There's no doubt about that. For you folks at home as well, we'll break it all down for you every single step of the way towards the crowning glory later on this evening. 12 players from different regions all competing here. You'll see in a second as well. Multiple languages, I think 8 different languages broadcasting to make sure wherever you are in the world, wherever you're watching from, you get to understand and enjoy and embrace every single second of these World Finals. Listen to that French crowd. I mean, of all the players here as well, we must talk. I think there's one particular player that everyone is really excited about seeing here compete. GUTSTHEBERSERK, the Frenchie. He's here and he is trying to get there all the way to the World Final.
Yeah, we have GUTSTHEBERSERK over here. It's also a guildie of mine, so I'm rooting double. He's not just for here, the home crowd, but he's also one of my guilds. And actually, I do want to give a quick shout out to the guild. We have over 50 people here from our guild supporting both Guts and RAXXAZ. Both of them are in there. So definitely we're in a French region. We're in Paris, we're in Europe. We would like to see a European in the final. We want to see a European make it all the way as a first-time champion, because thus far it's always been won by some of the Asian players. Now here in Paris, let's see what we can do this year.
I mean, you really saw in the trailer. We could see how the trailer also respect the power of the Asian players. And many years ago, an Asian player beat the European champion right here in Paris as well. So I wonder if the first player who was also the champion of that exact final in Paris is going to play first. And he is one of the strongest players in today's tournament. And I can't wait to see what he's going to bring to the table.
Yeah, definitely, but we also cannot count out the Americans. As the video mentioned, I'm super excited to see RAIGEKI, ZEZAS, and Panda compete as we're welcoming our players to the stage. There is Takuso, that is going to be the first matchup between him and Les and everyone else. So this is going to be an amazing, incredible show ahead of us here today.
Yeah, what I love about the World Finals, of course, as well, is this collaboration of all the regions coming together. Obviously, we mentioned for a lot of us the first ever World Finals being here to commentate, to cast the action for you guys, but to see kind of like the American players, but the Europeans, the Asian players too. I mean, Sei, do you think an American or a European player can get to that final? Does the bracket permit that to happen? Well, and how challenging will it be?
It will definitely be very challenging, especially for GUTSTHEBERSERK, because he has to play against, like we like to call, the Warlords. He's playing first round against KELIANBAO, winner SWC 2024. What more can I say? But then after that, KANGJING, maybe a little bit less known player, but we have been talking with the players around there, and let's say that KELIANBAO is really respecting KANGJING, and that says a lot coming from the SWC champion of last year. However, talking about the bracket, we do have the potential. We have a European playing against an American in 2 of our first matches. Those will move both on to another American or European player. So we definitely have European players or American players in the semis. Oh. But let's see, we also are welcoming GUTSTHEBERSERK to the stage. I have no clue if my microphone is picking it up, but it probably will when this crowd is seeing Guts. The crowd just goes wild, and it's amazing to see.
Man, if I'm Guts right now, my nerve will be going through the roof. I mean, having the crowd cheering for you is an amazing thing. but it's also immense pressure for every single move you make. What if I make a dumb mistake? What are they gonna say? That's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely on, but it's also super energizing. We saw that also in the Americas region. The Brazilians did super well on home court. So I think Guts, I'm really looking forward to seeing what he can do here today. We're also welcoming our finalists or our champions from their respective region stage, starting with Pooh there.
Yeah, indeed. I think it's a really good point to make. So the bracket is you have round 1, round 2, followed by semi-finals and a grand final. Guts has got a very hard run. It's a gauntlet out there. And I know the thing is, I can just feel we've been here before in the Europe Cup for us before here, say as well, where we've seen the energy of these French crowds and the vibe in general. Speaking of vibes as well, we've had a chance the last few days to get a chance to kind of spend some time with the players. What have you all picked up, say kick us off here, from the players themselves, having time to spend with them? What have you felt thus far? What have you sensed as well?
Well, I would actually say, surprisingly, a lot of the players were very relaxed. Some even way more relaxed than others. But a lot of the players are like, I'm just happy to be here. I just want to take it as far as it goes. But I also don't want to be over-prepared. I don't want to be over-nervous. I don't want to be over-excited. And I just want to take it on the day it is. However, I haven't spoken to them that much today. I saw them a little bit in the player lounge. And they were a lot more quiet than the last 2-3 days. So it's definitely picking up a little bit of nerves. Standing here on stage behind us definitely will be a lot more nervous right there.
I think say it's because you're a bad influence. That's what it is. You're a bad influence, and that's why the player's being kept away from you personally. But Sean as well, like what have you got as well? Any interaction with the players worth sharing?
I think I've heard rumors from the birds and the bees, and the clouds and the tree that there will have been a lot of summoning been done over the past couple of days, because if there's any chance to surprise the enemy, it is right now.
Yes! You can see us as well. You can see us. We mentioned all the region on the right. Hello there. Hello. Bonjour. Hello there. And waving at all this massive crowd here too, but it's great to have you with us. We're in the bottom of your screens here. You'll see us, the English broadcast, of course. And absolutely amazing how everyone here is just celebrating being part of that kind of wider Summoners War community as well. And despite being in France here, everyone, it's an international affair, and everyone just feels incredibly lucky to be here. And you guys as well, if you're wherever you are at home as well watching too, you are very much part of our wider family. We are heading to us now, and here we are. Hey, good to see you here with us here on the main desk. Of course, I'm Adam. We have Say, Sean, and Topa as well here on your screens, and casting and bringing you all the good stuff, courtesy of these World Finals. I mean, we've got the prime spot here as well. Look at this. The stage is literally right behind us, right center stage here as well. And yeah, as we said, like later on, we'll see the kind of the grand final happening. That's when things get really tough, because we'll see the format in a second as well. This is best of 5s and a best of 7 in the grand final. I mean, Say, that's nothing to be sniffed at, particularly as last year and all the distance as well. 4-3 that last kind of the grand final, really pushing our players to their limits.
Yeah, it also definitely removes a lot of this RNG factor that we normally do have in the game. The more matches you play, the less of a chance you have to actually get full on RNG. So let's see if that actually does happen. Last year we actually went, I think, from a 3-1 back to a 3-3 and then to a 4-3. So that's definitely very much going to the distance. It was very cool to see. So let's see how that does look out for the tournament of today.
Indeed. Let's take a look at actually how we got here to our World Finals, in particular, our overview of our competition. You can see $216,000 worth of total prize pool there. Of course, today is November 1st. Sean, walk us through the players here and how they actually got here in the first place, how they qualified.
So we've been through many preliminary rounds together with many cup as well, so that we can choose the best player to be here to fight for that first place, being $100,000. That is a lot of money on the line for some of these players. That could literally change their life forever. And we've been through many months of America Cup, Asia Cup, and we are now playing in the World Final. Topa, that total grand prize is crazy looking.
Yeah, I could definitely use I could definitely take a slice of that,
It'd be nice. It'd be nice. It'd be nice.
But yeah, we've been here for many months, finding the best players of the year, and it all leads to today. If you're watching here, you're definitely at the right place. November 1st, the World Finals are happening right now as we're about to get into our first matches here in SEC. But I think before that, we're also going to be taking a look at all the players that have qualified. We have 5 players from the Asia Pacific and China regions. Obviously, Guts the Berserk Open Qualifier joined with 3 other European competitors, as well as the 3 from Americas.
Yeah, there's so much to say about all of these players, and we're going to zoom more into those players the moment they get into their matches. But also, for the guys back at home, let us know in chat, who is your favorite? Are you voting for Guts? Are you voting for any of the American players? Or do we have some viewers rooting for the Asia-Pacific Cup? Because in the end, you did fill in your favorites in-game as well. Let us know in chat, who's going to be your favorite?
I know, and I mean, I'm not allowed to be biased here, but we've got 4 competitors from the Europe Cup region, from the Europe region. This could be the year. I mean, this could be the year, Sean. It's the year, isn't it? Come on, join Team Europe, come on.
I am literally looking at 2 world champions right in front of me. One of them being the double, Mr. Two-time less himself. So it takes 4 European to take down maybe 2 champions.
Okay,
I don't know
fair
about
enough.
that. But we
Fair
do
enough.
have the Emblem Shop event for you guys right there. So if you watch stream and you take on coupons and all that good stuff, you'll be able to exchange your emblem in the shop event happening in-game for various amazing rewards, especially the ALD scroll and the RGB scroll that's going to potentially give you your newest ALD 5.
Yeah, this is the last day to get those emblems, and they're extremely valuable. There are some good rewards. The shop is back and bigger and better than ever, so make sure to stay tuned, you know, get those emblems. And here we also have, you know, this new viewership event. Well, it's not new. We have this every single World Finals, but 100,000 milestone, 200,000, and the 300,000 milestone. There's some additional rewards as well as, you know, we'll be having the usual codes throughout the day.
Yeah, undoubtedly. I mean, that's the great thing about this as well. You folks at home are playing an important role in earning great rewards. I mean, that's the cool thing about this. We mentioned emblems, but also, you know, just for global viewership as well. Tons of gifts being allocated to you fantastic people watching at home here too, which is absolutely amazing. And one of the great things I love about this competition is that kind of like we're all part of this. It's really, really special. And undoubtedly that will be reached very, very soon. I have no doubt at all. Going by the audience here and the reaction from them alone, we're expecting big things. Speaking of which, the bracket. Big things coming in the shape of quarterfinals, round 1, 2, semis, and a grand. Say, look at those, the lineup there. We've got our champions of our different cups and regions waiting in round 2, but let's focus on round 1 for a second. Some big matchups.
Yeah, absolutely some big matchup, and I definitely do know that the crowd over here is waiting for that 4th match. GUTSTHEBERSERK against KELIANBAO. KELIANBAO is absolutely a menace of a player, so incredibly strong. But then again, Guts is known to cook. He knows how to cook. But then again, I've also been in the guild long enough with Guts that he can either cook something crazy good or it is really bad. So is the man cooking or overcooking? That is the big question in that match 4.
But we definitely know that he is right now in the kitchen prepping, because you get to watch a lot of matches before your actual matches. But the first one is going to be very intense because we have the World Champion against Takuzo, but they also match up with one another in the previous World Final. And Les took down Takuzo without breaking a sweat. So this time it's going to be a great revenge story for Takuzo 10.
We'll see if it's going to be a revenge story, if it's going to repeat. History will be repeated, because those predictions, as you see on your screen right now, Les is looking at a 90% favorite. But another one that obviously I want to highlight here is that GUTSTHEBERSERK versus KELIANBAO, 77% favoring GUTSTHEBERSERK right there. Obviously, a lot of these predictions are just shifted all the way to the left. So, you know, KELIANBAO doing his best to make a difference there. But we also did a poll of our casters here, you know, ourselves included here, and 11 out of the 37 casters voted for Pooh to take it all today. 8 for KELIANBAO and 4 for GUTSTHEBERSERK, Takuzo, and RAIGEKI respectively. My champion RAIGEKI is there as well.
Do you think that, I mean, with Pooh, obviously we know the strengths that Pooh has, but of course, the top half of the bracket, do you think there's the casters are voting in that direction, say, because in terms of like the way to the grand final, knocking out a lot of the previous champions and players at the bottom half of the table, it could be the easier route. Dare I say easier? They're both tough, but that could be one of the reasons people have voted in that direction.
Definitely could be, but definitely the vote for Pooh makes a lot of sense. The man has been sitting on rank, well, top 4 in the leaderboards for the last year and a half, maybe even 2 years. Every time, start of the season, what's the very first thing you see? Pooh climb all the way to the top, and then he just sits there very comfortably. Last 2 months or less to I would say weeks of the season, he's not even playing. The man is already so comfortably in the top 4 position, ready to play the Legend Tournament, and he's always on top of his game. He always knows what the meta looks like. He always creates the meta himself as well. So definitely, we're talking about people that can cook. Pooh is one of those as well. Last time around, definitely did work out very well. I would say he played super well in the APAC Cup. I would say the finals looked a little bit more shaky, where it was maybe overcooking, as we would like to call it. But he absolutely played very well once again. So it's definitely a man we could see go all the way to the distance.
And also, I've been like kind of sniffing around, trying to look at Pooh's replay a little bit, because it's really hard to find these people replay on the public matches. but then they just delete their replays, so there's really nothing to see. But you can kind of sneak around and look at their matches via other top player because you cannot delete other people replay. So there's a lot of cooking going on with these players, and I can't wait to see what it's going to bring to the table.
Yeah, another player that's definitely going to be cooking is Lest, who we'll be seeing in this very first match here today. He's the two-time world champion, so he's definitely going to be bringing something new to the table here as well, as he didn't really have the strongest showing in this China qualifier, but I'm super excited to see what he brings today.
Yeah, me too. As you can see, Jiraiya and Mana have taken the stage once again, which says to me that we are about to get our first player introductions of this competition. Fellas, I can't believe it. It's finally here. We're going to get to see the first matchup very, very soon here, and you at home as well, folks, will get to see every single second, as we said, and to echo to say as well there, do make sure to get those predictions in. Let us know every single match who's going to win. This is Lest.
It's gonna be enough to control the 0-2 here. Oliver getting a violent pro as well.
Look at me. I love those intro videos. I love them. I think they're great. Here comes Lest. Always gauging with the audience too. There's a lot of cheering for Lest. So much respect here given to such a top player, say. And as he takes his seat, gets himself ready, he looks laser focused.
Yeah, absolutely, but also really love those face cams of those players. We don't have that in the qualifiers, but we do have those in the cups. And especially, it reminds me of 2 years ago in Thailand. Les was world champion over there. But the way that he just played, he locked in a unit, stared at his opponent. But first, we're looking at his opponent. Then we see right now, ZEZAS.
Here he comes, the Titan himself, ZEZAS, who is ready to take on Les. This is going to be a huge battle to kick things off here. I mean, every single round here in World Finals is a huge battle. But these two here are making a real play to go through to that next round, as mentioned. We have Pooh ready and waiting there. It's going to be exciting to see. I mean, this pick and ban phase, Sean, is going to be really integral here as well. I think, you mentioned about videos, not finding much online and not many VODs to kind of go on here. We have no idea what these players are going to bring to the table. Both these players will be really kind of strategically trying to outwit one another when it comes to the pick and bans.
But every time, every World Final, Les has brought something brand new to the table. And maybe last year he didn't cook enough, but I think this year he's definitely going to be the one, once again, being one step ahead of everybody else in terms of the meta, because that is how a lot of meta has been created by Les himself. But as you can see, ZEZAS Korea is something very impressive because he has been doing better and better every single year, and maybe this time it will not stop at the World Finals, Topa.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see as we get in this very shortly. As we alluded to this earlier also, in 2023, this matchup happened in the first round. Lest against ZEZAS, and Lest came out on top. But Lest not looking so strong this time around with just a 50% win rate, making it all the way to the World Finals. But then you look at the courier, and that is extremely impressive.
Yeah, this is one of the strongest, if not the strongest, well, 2 times world champion. There's not a single other person 2 times world champion. And I have heard he picked up a few more LDs. He did already pick up that light Gojo, and he showed that during the qualifiers. But I've heard from some people very close to him that he picked up even more units. So that's going to be very stellar. And I'm really looking forward what these two gentlemen bring into the table.
So are we all. You can see here, folks, match 1, set 1, round 1 here at the quarterfinals at World Finals. ZEZAS versus Lest. Who will be the victor? Let us know in the chat. But for now, it's over to your casters. It's Say, Sean B, and Topa. Let's go, boys.
Well, let's see what we have for the pre-ban. Expecting a ZEZAS. No, actually, no ZEZAS. I've seen ZEZAS play very well with the ZEZAS, but we're actually respecting different units. We're respecting just a simple Oliver. On the underside, FIFA not on this match.
I think that is probably going to be less gameplay here. It's either you get Oliver first pick or you don't let the enemy get the Oliver as all. And Viva Chen is probably one of the most unpredictable units to be fighting. And Les is doing exactly what he did before when he got that champion, when he defeated ZEZAS with a little flashing in between. Do I pick this or do I not?
Yeah, interesting to see that ZEZAS picking up a Fire Megumi instead of a CR type. Oh my goodness, what is already going on? Lest is already cooking with the Driller. First round pick with the Vanessa.
Yes, sir, we're rocking in the Driller. He has been playing this on meta before, and you might be like, hey, should I be using this unit as well? No, Les makes these units work, and it's so interesting when he does. On the other side, we do have the Megumi. We do have a Yeonong being picked up. Those are the signature units of Takuzo 10. It's actually going to pair it with an NFL. Is saving that Zeratul potentially for later. Les, what else are you cooking on this draft? Because there's so many options. I love to predict normally what these players pick, but with Les, you never know. We're going for the Nezuko.
A Dark Nezuko and a Shield Dark Nezuko is something that I have as well. So this unit is definitely incredible because she team up with all the allies and especially with that Driller, and that Driller is definitely drilling into the enemy unit, providing immunity and also reduce the cooldown time the unit she brings together with, and especially with unit that has low cooldown like Les team, that's going to be a very dangerous monster. And the Zeratul getting picked up, which is the signature unit of Takuzo 10 right there. I think Toba, this is going to be a lot of damage immediately in the first turn.
Definitely, Takuzo looking to take that turn with the speed lead Yeonhong, set up for that Zeratul to potentially get a defense break from either the Megumi or the Annabelle and just snipe something out. Les now really considering his options here, going for that Shizuka last pick, which has been extremely popular in this meta as well. Does have that invincibility coming into the Shiho as well as the revenge buff and attack buff immunity from Takuzo's side.
Now the big question is, what are we doing on the bans? We have one speed lead apiece. We could take out both speed leads, it's definitely an option, but you could also take out the speed contesting units. No, we're actually taking out one speed lead with finesse on the other side. We're not playing with that Zeratul.
Oh, that is a very scary position for Takuzo 10 right there because Shizuka is not facing any cooldown increasing unit, which means if she gets a skill 3 off, it's going to be very hard to kill Les team.
Takuzo also doesn't have that much burst damage. With his Zeratul being banned, Yeonhong missing the skill 2 is huge because now Shiho will get the skill 3, will get the invincibility and the protection.
Yeah, where do we land it? Actually, no activation neither. Both units decide activated. No, we're not going to do that. Josephine does land on a 100 resistance unit, probably high accuracy herself.
Unfortunately, Takuzo doesn't have that big damage to follow up, and now we are facing with a cleanser, a Shizuka that is known to go 2-turn every turn, and a Driller waiting to do damage, and oh my god, nothing is landing for Takuzo 10.
Well, something landed. He did get the provoke on the Shizuka, but missing the crucial strip and stun on that Nezuko right there. So now it's easily going to cleanse on the Shizuka. And Driller is drilling the Megumi out of the match!
We're just taking that out. So many multi-hits. We take the additional turn. We can provide the immunity also for this Driller if he so pleases. Does he go for it? Does go for it right there. We do have provokes also landing because of it. We can go for a skill 3 right here, but there's nothing to heal, so there's nothing really to do. Plus the counter is sitting. Anything you hit will counter you at that moment.
And unfortunately for Takuzo 10, he is out of strip, and with that layer of constant immunity, I don't think he's going to be able to touch Les unit at all. And with 2 cooldown reduction unit, the Shiho, the Driller are going to be drilling really hard. We have a lot of stun, we have a lot of damage. We even have attack power reduction with the Driller skill 3, so it's going to be very hard for Takuzo to come back in this position.
It's going to be extremely difficult, especially when that Shiho dropping that skill 3, almost taking on the Josephine. Annabelle does get a little bit of a heal there. Now there's no immediate on top of the Shizuka. So Josephine actually capitalizing on that, gets a nice violent proc now, looking to control something else with this skill 2. Does land on the Nezuko.
Yeah, definitely have the control in there, but is it going to be enough? Because this Driller skill 1, we're looking at like 2.5 to like 3k hits, multi-hits. So there's a lot of damage coming in. And actually stunning the one unit that had a potential for some healing. Couldn't do it right there.
More stun coming out. Oh, nothing. Pretty good stun. Missed the Josephine, but I think that's going to be a big problem because the problem with Takuzo 10 is that he might... Oh, wait, hold up. He might get some opening in between. That's a very good AoE slow to bring back momentum with Takuzo 10.
Yeah, that slow could be crippling to left side here. Josephine getting the nice damage. Driller gets a violent proc. How much damage will his skill do? He is defense broken and slowed, so additional damage is going to be lower, as well as the... Ooh, that is not a whole lot of damage. Josephine easily able to tank that. Yeonhong does have heal available, but Shiho gets his skill 3 off. Will likely take out Josephine here.
Yeah, the Shiho just slightly being faster than this Yeonhong. If this Yeonhong could have had the heal off, we might have been looking at a different kind of match. Driller defense down is 70% defense down, so therefore also a lot of scaling. You just lose that, a lot of less damage coming out. However, the Shiho is just working over hours, doing so much damage. However, we have an armor break potential on this Blade Flame, simply taking it out. There are units on low HP, however, ooh, missing the stuns right there.
Oh, but immunity is up, cooldown is being reduced, stun is being given out. 2 units can stun with skill 1 is going to be very, very crucial. This Yeonhong need that skill 2 back as quickly as possible, but it looks like he is not going to get that anytime soon because Driller is about to get the skill 3 back as well. And that is going to be drilling straight into the Yeonhong.
Man, that damage felt a bit lackluster. Does get the violent proc for the stun. Doesn't really matter as Shiho did have skill to be able to do that cooldown reduction from the Nezuko. That is going to be taken on the Yanhong, and I believe that is Les taking game 1.
Yeah, absolutely very well played in that draft. Also, one of those drafts that you might be like, hey, I kind of have these units. I can work around with these units. Once again, artifact damage. That was the whole name of the game for Les right there. Getting those artifact damage in. Driller does a lot of that. Shio does a lot of that. Even the Nezuko does a fair bit of that. Plus then the Shizuka. Also, both players are now thinking, okay, what was the draft looking like? Now we have a different first pick. What is going to be the ban on top of that? And you definitely see them thinking right here on the screen.
And I think Les kind of exploited Takuzo drafting habit because Takuzo is more of a single target snipe kind of guy. And he would pick single target strip kind of guy. And he went in with 2 very strong AoE immunity unit that was very hard to be controlled. And he also pre-banned Oliver, which is a very important prerequisite for this kind of draft because the moment a long cooldown unit like Shizuka or Dark Nezuko get resetted, it is almost immediately over. And you can see that Les is also pre-banning another AoE strip unit that he might want to bring back that kind of draft. Let's see if he do it.
And Takuzo also, why is this pre-banning that Shiho and Les kind of just flashing that Shiho, I mean that Driller right there. Now going for a Vanessa, still taking it back, considering his options here. But yeah, Takuzo pre-banning that Shiho, does not want to get that turn 1. Oh my goodness, Les with a Rakan first pick say.
I'm absolutely loving every bits and piece of how Les is playing. This is Les from 2 years ago. He's showcasing a Diana. No, I'm not going to do that. But Takuzo in his mind, he's like, wait, are you going to lock in Diana? I'm going to do this. No, wait, I lock in a Rakan out of nowhere. So he keeps locking in all of those units, maybe showcasing, not really showcasing them. On the other side, we do have a steal of that. Vanessa was on the side of Les last time around. And we have that 0-2 signature unit of Takuzo 10 not being pre-bet in this round once again. So let's see how Les is going to deal with that with an Asher and a Hey Gang.
I think the thing about drafting weird unit can really shake your opponent's ability to draft really well, but if they can actually look at the unit in not as a unit but as something with a function. So Rakan is going to be a single target strip for control unit, kind of similar to a Cigar, for example, and the way you can look at it so that you can compare that to other unit that's similar to the meta, so you can draft a little bit better around and not be like, oh my god, Rakan, I don't know what countered Rakan, but what countered Cigar could also counter Rakan. For example, we have over there the 0-2, the light unicorn. This is Takuzo 10 signature dish being served right here.
Yeah, that Eleanor is so annoying to deal with. And another thing with Rakan is we have actually seen a little bit of Rakan. We saw RAIGEKI drafting Rakan in the America's Cup, although it did get banned every time. And Les now bringing back another old favorite monster here in the form of a Changpang, going for that AoE buff remover and reduction. Now with the Oliver as well. Interesting to see that Les did pre-ban the Oliver in the first game, and now only just last picking it.
Yeah, it's definitely a very interesting draft of Les right here. He's definitely way more speed contesting than Takuzo 10 is. So if Takuzo 10 can make a very strong 5th pick, I would say if you slap in a Douglas right here, ban the Rakan, you definitely have a 100% guaranteed ban at your Douglas. So it's one of those units you could play around with that is a guaranteed ban, but are you comfortable enough to play against the other 4 units? It's going to go for a different fire unit in the form of Assad.
So we have some sort of damage. It is never wrong to pick up this guy, the Fire Bayak, a shower that is really, really good because he just does every single thing you need in a strong bruiser. Rakan is the one getting banned out, so Les is going to have a lot of control on his team, and over there Takuzo lose out the little RNG that he has, but I think he's going to be heavily controlled by the cooldown reduction of all these units.
Yeah, I really expect Takuzo to ban out one of these Art Masters, remove that buff remover potential, but it's not tuned. This is insane mistuning coming out from Les, but he does have Oliver. Oh my goodness, Hagen getting nearly a full team stun right there. Oliver now get that, but Ashore also violent procking out.
Yeah, the Ashore also violent procking out right there. Definitely a crucial one. Can we get armor breaks? That we're looking for. Not a armor break on the second to last hit, but we have the 0-2 already being absorbed on the attack bar, so it's not moving anytime soon. So let's see if this does actually work out, because maybe in your first rotation you couldn't get the skills off. It looked really bad for the mistuning, but do we have enough time to actually still get back to the Changpang Steel 3? The slow will tell.
I think the mistune could happen because Les' tune was so tight that he has the same unit as same speed on these 2 units, but the pick order was not exactly optimal for him. And we got a lot of control coming out from Les right now. Unfortunately, Les' control is missing one of the biggest factors, which is going to be the slow debuff. And the good thing is Takuzo has a slow debuff to slow down Les' momentum to recover the cooldown.
Yeah, Takuzo's team also doesn't care about cooldowns a whole lot, so getting cooldown reduction is definitely not the end of the world for him. He does have very low cooldowns in the Ashore of his 0-2. Vanessa and Annabelle could be getting those additional with the S1, but what is currently getting the additional is Ashore.
Yeah, the Azure is definitely doing overtime on this one. The Zeratul is just sitting there, being absorbed by this Oliver, but the Oliver is now gone. The real damage comes from a Azure skill 3, a potential Changpeng good skill, but Changpeng is one turn away from its skills. Does get the additional turn, does not get the additional turn, and we have a Masker taking out that Zeratul.
Unfortunate for Zeratul, but Azure is here to make sure that he can take down every single one of the enemy, and Azure is going to go there as well. And that's pretty much the glue for the team. And without Azure and Changpeng being despair stunned, this game might be over for Les. He was, the missed tuning was very unfortunate.
Well, even with the correct tuning, I think Les probably would have ran out of gas in this match. And as we see right there, Les just concedes the match. Takuzo does take the win there. Very well drafted by him, dare I say.
Yeah, absolutely. But also, as we mentioned, like it looked very bad where you didn't have the rotation off where you have Haegang into Changpeng, but we actually had a Changpeng skill 3 landing cleanly, but in the end, he wasn't really doing any damage. That's what the thing with a Haegang draft. Often you feel like, oh, Haegang is one of the strongest units out there, but in the end, Haegang is really good for your turn 1, but if Haegang is not strong for further than your turn 1, it's often falling off. You're not dealing enough damage. There's not enough gas to actually start killing things. You had the Oliver, not that much damage. Asher, not that much damage. Changpeng, not that much damage. Whereas he showcased a lot of damage in his first round, and I think he has to go back to a draft similar like that.
And I think the problem with going with a control team without one of the biggest control factor, that's going to be a slow debuff, is very, very scary because you can't keep the control on forever. And the moment one resistance happens and you lose your momentum, your team goes down pretty fast. And we saw right there, Ashao was very hard to control for all these win units, and he took them down one by one.
The thing is also that he did not bring any stuns or any provokes or anything like that. He only had cooldown resets and attack production. So if those monsters will still likely get some turns, you know, Oliver would need to work really hard to keep all those cooldowns up. But now we see Les actually respect that Zeratul putting in the pre-ban.
Yeah, the Zeratul pre-ban is definitely what I've been saying. It's super strong, but also interesting to see if we know less units. He does have a Light Gojo, he does have a Songcheng Lao. Those are arguably one of the strongest pairs in the game at the moment. He's been not picking neither of them two thus far. If that Changpeng from last match would have been a Songcheng Lao, we would have rather had stuns than a pushback, and we would have had armor break for an Oliver potentially on crit rate, dealing a lot of damage. So let's see what we see in this draft right now.
Maybe Les is underestimating Takuzo 10. He is saving the big guns for later. He doesn't want to show his real strategy just yet. But maybe, oh my god, and once again, bro is back in the kitchen with a different AoE speed lead strip unit, followed up with a, I would say, a budget Songzhang Lao.
Budget Songzhang Lao, but in some ways also better than Songzhang Lao. This Venton is extremely powerful, especially when paired with ample buff removers. Takuzo, interestingly, did take away the Vanessa from Lest, even though he does not have the single target damage of the Zera to follow up. Now also stealing away that Shiho, really trying to fight for that turn 1.
Yeah, it's interesting to see every time that he goes for AoE kind of style, it's answered by that Eleanor. And Eleanor is really hard to deal with in that sense. It's also one of those units, Venton, the Fire Indra, you can pair that together with a Songcheng Lao. It's super strong together. But is that the kind of draft you would like to go for? Because you're already speed contested by the Chio, and you already have somewhat of a difficulties with that Eleanor. And we're actually finding an Audrey, one of those units that a lot of players would say is like, hey, I pulled that unit, I put it in storage. Les pulls it on SWC World Championships.
I have no idea what is bro cooking right now, say. That is absolutely insane. We have Shiho going first for that quick stun, and the answer going to be a unit that can be stunned because Josephine right now, I think, is the only answer for the Shiho. And Takuzo looking like he's going in with the Bruiser, heavy damage as well with the Narasha, and also a very appropriate last pick with the Annabelle for the defense break and the slow debuff that almost brought the game back for Takuzo in the first round.
Yeah, the Annabelle definitely very strong. Also, being water counters the fire damage dealer went on with all those debuffs there as well, just able to cleanse all that off. And I'm definitely very keen on this match. Seeing that Audrey, that is, you know, I'm one of those players that Say alluded to here earlier, who just pulled the Audrey, put it in storage, and never look at it again. But we'll see what Les can do here.
I'm definitely expecting this Audrey to be 100 resistance. It could be Vampire. It's definitely a very hard unit to deal with if your enemy is not showing too much damage, which actually in this draft is exactly what Les is going towards. Because with the Diana ban, most of the time you would be thinking, okay, he's going to be banning out my life pony. I have to ban that Diana. Actually, Les does the opposite thing. He's trying to get as little damage on the enemy side, and therefore the Audrey is probably going to be very strong in this matchup.
Here we go. Let's see if he's cooking or he's the one getting cooked. And first, it's going to be Shiho going in with the stun, straight on, not doing anything. Once again, I know Sei Shizo is not happy right now, seeing the low activation rate. That is not very happy with the current meta. And oh my god, even with 100% activation rate, he didn't activate Jack.
what is going on here? Nothing is landing, but it's also very interesting to see that Takuzo really respecting his Audrey. Just targeting it right off the bat, going for a stun. He's happy letting the Water Inosuke going into the Wenton. But right now, Josephine getting the stun and the crucial Violent Proc does have passive up once again.
Ooh, we have the perfect rotation sitting for Les right here. We have his Phantom moving right in front of everything else. So the big question is, can you land the silence on this pony? Can you land the silence on all of these units? Can you land the pushback? How much damage are we going to deal with these additional damage artifacts? Show it to me. The second hit is the silence. We do land the silence on all of these units.
Hey, I'm campaigning for my light
Oh
pony
my
buff. Oh,
God.
never mind about that. We got the light pony with a quick little proc, and now Takuzo is back on top with a crazy stun. Audrey is really good. Not when she's defense broken though. Josephine's proving to be the powerhouse of counterplay in the meta once again.
On the other side, you have the powerhouse, and we have that in the form of so many things going back and forth. I can't hold it anymore. We got stuns from this Vanessa. We got so many stuns flying back and forth, and it's just insane what we see on the screen. Both sides have so much potential to still win on this match, and it's going back and forth. I still want to see that Audrey, but Audrey's defense broken is nearly taken off the field.
Yeah, Audrey's just not going to be hanging on for much longer here. No, this is just the issue that this monster has. There's so many monsters that just have defense break. Any sort of additional damage just kills this monster. We never even saw it take a turn in this match, Sean.
I mean, Van Han's trying his best, but after that AoE, that kind of didn't do a whole lot. He's in a lot of trouble. And Water Inosuke is also another unit that I really want to make it work when he came out with a collaboration, but he just doesn't do a whole lot after the turn one as well. And now with the Eleanor going absolutely crazy. And this Vanessa on Despair is too crazy, say.
This Vanessa on Despair, it's almost as if Lester's like, I'm not going to have anything of this Vanessa Despair. I'm just like, no, man, it's not going to work. It's just simply not working for me right now. I'm not going to be leaving this match. I wouldn't be surprised if Les goes for a I would say trauma pre-ban on a Vanessa right now, or just simply first picking it himself, because that Vanessa was doing the extra hours. It felt like she had a stun in her skill 1, but no, it was the Despair runes and stunning so many times. The Audrey, I do still think it could have been very strong. If it was on Vampire, if it could start taking turns, if it gets a defense buff up, if it defense break the enemy, it does do a good 20Ks. But then again, if you're permanently stunned, you're not participating in this match.
I'm not sure the Sorry, I'm blanking out here. I'm pretty sure that the Eleanor was more of a trauma ban there, and we do see the Eleanor in the pre-bans. You know, it wasn't the Vanessa Despair stuns were great and all, but that Eleanor Violent Proc tournament really just won Takuzo the game right there.
Pretty much, that's the whole point of the unit. You bring it in, you get a bit of bad RNG for the enemy, and then the bad RNG starts snowballing. And we have a Dark Nezuko first pick, not Vanessa, not Oliver. Les is fully in the kitchen right now, submerging in all his cooking.
Yeah, definitely submerging all the cooking. The Eleanor is not going to be in the field, but once again, we have this Vanessa plus Zeratul. Those are the comfortable units on the side of Takuzo 10. Last few matches, Takuzo 10 was actually, hey, the Yeonhong last time around did not do that much. Let's not participate in these matches, but let's see if he wants to go speed contesting, because we once again, a signature unit from last was Chandra. Chandra before Chandra was actually good.
Yeah, Chandra is back on the table right here. Les is picking it up, and this could be Les' last showing here. Takuzo is actually sitting at match point. So Les really has to, you know, if he's saving the big guns for later, those big guns need to come out now.
Oh, I kind of want to see. Oh my God, what is that? We have a lot of new age unit on the screen right now. So we have AoE immunity and control with that Dark Yennefer and also Josephine to counter the stun. And over there we have AoE strip into another AoE strip. But then who is the real follow-up? That's going to be only Rakando. And I kind of want Takuzo to pick up a Veramos real quick here.
Yeah, Veramos is definitely one of those options, but I would be leaning towards picking anything where if you were to ban it, then, or you can simply ban the Rakan. So if he picked up a Diana himself, there's so many AoEs. All units on the enemy side have potential AoEs. If we include the Nezuko hitting at random targets. At that point, your Diana would have done so much work, but in the end, Yeonhong was also banned out, so let's see what those 4 units can do for both players.
Yeah, interesting to see the Yeonhong last pick. I guess Takuzo's extremely confident in Yeonhong's speed, that even without the speed lead, because you could have just banned out Vanessa, even without that, he would be outspeeding. But we see Les now taking the turn 1 with this Dark Megumi and into the... Whoa, there's a lot of damage coming.
That is a lot of damage coming in back and forth, but the big question is, can this actually take anything out right now? We do see that Takuzo 10 doesn't have any healing potentially coming up. Do we actually take out a unit? No, we simply don't take out any unit, but we have immunity sitting at a lot. And this Megumi S2 is the same as the S2 for the 5-1, so it will potentially stun something, but then we have Josephine as that answer.
And unfortunately, even if you kill, oh, here comes the defense break. Is he going to do some work? Oh, that is beautiful damage. But ZEZAS, Josephine's about to move, but they're so low right now. But the good thing about ZEZAS is that ZEZAS can self-heal, so maybe it's a comeback angle for TakuZo.
It is a long shot, though. There's no other source of healing on TakuZo's side, and it's so low in HP that ZEZAS needs to turn it into overdrive right now. And all those dots are giving the light guy attack bar as well, but the violent proc is not enough, and another S2 coming. This might take out Josephine.
It might take out Josephine, but it does not take out Josephine. It takes out the Gojo, and then we have the counter coming in. Taking it out, we also have the Nesgo going for stuns. We have multiple stun potentials coming in over here, and this will be the match for Les. So definitely not what we seen 2 years ago, where it was 3-0 for Les. We're looking at a 2-2 right now. We're going all the way best of 5.
Wow, that was technically a cleave coming out from Les right there, especially with that light Gojo doing very, very solid damage together with the Chandra AoE follow-up as well. So that was some sort of a cleave. You can see how strong Strip into defense break it. And I think Dark Megumi is kind of underrated in the meta.
Yeah, it was definitely interesting to see that Les actually has the Dark Megumi going first, so he was able to set up that defense break. That light Gojo did so much damage. Also, the Chandra does have HP scaling with that skill 3, and that is just the power of defense breaks and slows. You're doing so much damage, and with the slow, you're taking a lot more turns than your opponent.
Yeah, it's also interesting to see the way that TakuZo 10 drafted, especially in the 3 and 4. He went for 2 slower units, being like, okay, you can try to outspeed me right now. But Hilda, I think she's called the one that goes for the stuns. I think she's the Jennifer on Dark. It's not one of those units you see too common and too often. If you're taking that first turn, you're stunning everything, it's really good. But if you don't, you're just a sitting duck.
Pretty much. I think he went for unit that didn't have a lot of passes to cut in between, and that is the name of the game. But once again, we are seeing Driller back with an early Annabelle pick, and I'm not sure if that's going to be the play. We don't have any strip, any speed lead. Les is breaking every drafting rule in the book right now.
He really must have a lot of faith in this Driller. No, it did win that first game, so the Driller is undefeated so far. And also digging a little bit into TakuZo's box here, taking away that Annabelle that he's liked so much. But TakuZo now going for that Shiho as well as his very trusted ZEZAS.
Yeah, I do think that Les is giving too many countable units to the side of TakuZo. He's giving him the Vanessa every single time, the Shiho every single time. And those units are units that you could contest. ZEZAS in this case, you cannot pick it yourself, but you have good options. Les is thinking right now, if I draft anything, that Light Pony will show up in slot 4 and 5. You have to think about that. Does go for Josephine and a Gojo for that reason.
But I think if you don't contest speed with Les, you're going to eat that AoE strip into defense break once again, and that is extremely dangerous in a situation here to TakuZo. I wonder if he's going to pick up Yon Hong, but oh, Layla showing up for the first time today and against Zero Fire unit. That is one dangerous unit.
Yeah, this Layla is definitely going to be putting in work here with the cleanse blocks as well. And we see a Jessica that might be the Layla counter. This monster does not care about debuffs. In fact, she welcomes them. She throws them right back to the enemy and also gets a lot of damage reduction from those debuffs.
Big question is right now, is it respected? No, it is actually not respecting the Annabelle. We're once again removing the healing on the other side. Very well respected on that ZEZAS. So both sides are sitting a little bit on lower damage, but we don't have too much healing in this match except for the Light Pony.
And Light Pony could be going from not a lot of healing to healing out of the wazoo in first turn. Finally say, we got the Shiho actually doing the thing he's designed for.
Yeah, finally, but Josephine also doing the thing very well there, provoking wind monsters and even returning fire on the stun. This Eleanor will be able to cleanse that off, so it's not a big deal, but still, that is a very good opener.
Yeah, super strong opener right there. We're gonna go up for that skill 2, Purifying Light. Nothing to cleanse just yet, but it's always good to get those buffs up. And yeah, the Driller is actually not doing as much damage as I remember Driller back in the days from last.
I think you kind of need some sort of a Laura buff. You need some sort of death break for Driller to start actually going crazy. And right now the Gojo doing very, very good damage. And let's see if this Horse is going to be able to sustain. And Layla is not doing a whole lot. So TakuZo kind of drafted into like a very awkward situation where he can't really control and he can't really do any real damage, and he only stunned the Josephine.
Oh no, that is so unfortunate for TakuZo. We saw that was very crucial there. The Jessica moved, it stripped the immunity off the Shiho when there were 3 buffs. They put the slow there, and that allowed the Light Gojo to actually move in front. It got the skill 2 off, which pushed back the Layla. So TakuZo was just about to move, but Jessica actually provided just enough disruption, and now this Layla is in danger of going down.
Yeah, this Layla has so much danger going on, and as mentioned, the light pony healing is not that much, especially if you use it at full HP. On the other side, we don't have any healing, but we still have shields, and shields is still a good form of kind of sustain that you can have. And also, the big difference is Takuzo is not having that much damage output, whereas Les is having a lot of damage output, a lot of stuns. Layla's not participating in this fight, and she's leaving the battlefield.
Josephine, once again, proven to be one of the strongest units in the meta, countering stun, doing crazy damage strip, pretty much everything you need to do in a unit. But hey, 1-for-1, Shio might be taking down a Gojo, but not quite yet.
Yeah, Shiho can definitely still carry this match. If this Josephine, could chill for a little bit, Shiho can still bring this back. The Eleanor also not getting these stuns or the violent procs that we saw in the earlier matches.
Ooh, but what is getting violent procs is this Driller is nearly taking out this Vanessa. I think it's pulled a little bit more crit rate. Also, the perfect bounce on the defense break right there is not going to be shaking that off anytime soon. But how much damage are we having on this Jessica? The Jessica's actually not really throwing anything back, but it's just working so well for just doing the skill 1 and skill 2.
Oh my god, this Josephine is doing everything for Les right now. The true counter was Josephine all this time. Oh my god, and the driller non-stop drilling into Takuzo, and once again, Les, we're moving on to the next round.
That's right, Les finds a way. Creating his own meta as he goes, really. It was incredible to see. And we sadly say goodbye to Takuzo 10, who leaves our competition first in this World Finals, going from 12 players down to 11. But you know what? That was sheer entertainment. All my time working with Summoner's War, I've never seen any of the casting team grimace, grit their teeth, and yelp with surprise as much as that. The draft from Les was just, he was just a wild stallion out there.
Yeah, that is just the thing that Les does. He brings in all of the units that are just not that common. The Driller is definitely one of those units. It is, for your reference, it is a 3-star unit, second awakened. So it's one of those things, everyone has it. No one really uses it, except for Les. Did it do insanely well? I would say it kind of had its mids and buts where it could have been decent, but it didn't do an insane amount of damage. However, Les makes those units work. If you try that yourself at home, probably isn't going to work. We also have the brackets sitting over here right now. This time, as mentioned, no 3-0, but we got a 3-2 going for Les, fighting Pooh in his next round.
Yeah, I mean, Sean, what a way to start things here with a 3-2 there, with Les progressing through to Pooh later on, which is going to be an amazing match to watch unfold there. And sadly, as we can see, Takuzo 10, we lose from the competition. Just a moment for Takuzo as well here, Sean. A valiant performance. We thought, drafted strongly there, but Les just had a bit more in his locker on the day. What can we say about Takuzo 10? Anything he could have done to have changed that in his favor?
I think the problem with Takuzo 10 apply for a lot of people that play this game as well is that when you're very comfortable with a way that you play, you only play that certain way, and you can see that Les drafted around a prepared unit exactly for that, and he just turned out to be absolutely countered by Les in a way.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see Takuzo's draft is very one-dimensional, but Les also bringing something completely different. It's really hard to say what Takuzo could have done differently there. Right, I haven't fought a Driller in years.
I saw when Audrey was selected as well. You guys went, suddenly there's an Audrey. That's not been happening for a long time. We haven't seen that. But it's interesting as well. I think always seeing kind of different players, different regions, different strategies as well, different units used, and how you can really drop in surprises. And of all places to do it here at the World Finals, that is a way to get the crowd on your side.
Yeah, it's definitely a very interesting way, but it also did showcase that Takuzo 10, he had his favorable drafts when he was sitting in the driver's seat where he was not getting enough damage, and he was also able to deal a lot of damage. And we saw that in that last match. Sure, he had the Shio, but outside of the Shio, he was not really providing any damage. Also, very well played by Les of permanently stunning that Layla, because the Layla could have done a lot of work for Takuzo 10. It was very well picked up. But then again, Josephine said, elements out of the window. We don't play elements over here.
Yeah, Layla is probably one of the strongest units for AU control. Unfortunately, Josephine is just built different. And once again, the French crowd go crazy for every single round. And we are about to introduce the next couple for the match here. I would say the next two players are very heavily underrated. And you would say that, we're here to watch KELIANBAO, we're here to watch Les. But then you don't expect Panda-like or GOLEMPICHAGA to go absolutely crazy as well, potentially.
I mean, this is it, Topo. You could get a couple of silent assassins here. Anything is possible. I mean, this is going to be a big matchup here. I mean, just before we move on to the kind of breaking down the next players that we see in a second here, Pooh versus Lest. I mean, what's Pooh thinking now? He knows who his opponent is confirmed. What does he do now?
Yeah, Pooh, you know, he was definitely watching the previous match, and what can he really do, right? You saw Driller. Like, is Lest really going to be bringing Driller? This is what I would be thinking if I was Pooh. Like, is he really going to be doing that against me? So I don't know how much Pooh can really take away from this match, but he's definitely does have it at the back of his mind there.
He certainly does. Mana and Jiraiya are back with the main stage here, and I think they're getting the crowd as hyped here as possible. As we mentioned, this show doesn't stop. This train is full steam ahead for that grand finals here at our World Finals later on today. We've got two competitors coming up here you're going to see very shortly. Again, folks, let us know who you think is going to win. Let's meet the first competitor in this second match in round one here at our World Finals as Mana gets ahead and introduces the first one. Here we go. It's Panda-like.
Not losing anything, it's just obstacles that feel. Oh my god, what is that?
Here we go, welcoming Panda-like to the main stage here. Topa, tell us about Panda-like, what can we expect?
Yeah, Panda-like, he came in as a replacement player to the America's Cup. Did extremely well America's Cup to get the third place. And, you know, he's one of my America's representatives. He's first time here at Worlds. So I'm super excited to see what he's going to be bringing to the table.
Yeah, so am I here. And let's meet his opponent. It's GOLEMPICHAGA.
Goalie has got this in the back for GOLEMPICHAGA.
And here he comes, the Pichaga Meister. What can we tell us about Golem here? We've seen him compete before. What do you like about his style?
It's definitely one of those players that's not that much talkative to the other players, but he's definitely always sitting corner, always grinding RTA. Every event I've seen him at thus far, he's just sitting somewhere. It's like he's rocking the RTA. He's trying to get as many matches under his belt. It's one of those comfortable ways for him to participate and to play. And let's see if that also brings it back to the stage.
Yeah, shout out to GOLEMPICHAGA, making sure that he has his name on his tablet, that no one touches it. Don't you touch my draft here. This is mine, all mine. Don't you be looking over my shoulder either. We'll take a look at some stats now of our players here. Panda-like looking rather relaxed there. I think ready for. I mean, almost nodded off. I mean, that composed. Sean, we'll look at some stats in a second here, but give us your insight as well here, Sean. I mean, two players here. You said a match we haven't taken too much time to really focus on, but what do you see unfolding here?
I think there's going to be a lot of meta gameplay that we have been seeing throughout the season here with Summoner's War, and I wonder if they have anything prepared for the meta. And if they saw that Josephine, you can see that Panda-like is a big fan of the Josephine in the beta, so he's going to be one of those players that if you're trying to control him, you're not going to have a good time.
Yeah, I was extremely impressed with Panda-like's drafts at America's Cup. He really heavily utilized that Pater, and we see that Pater does not appear in the most ban. So I'm sure that these players have done their homework, especially if you're GOLEMPICHAGA. You do like to play these a bit more stun with the Shiho and the CR bombs, so you might be looking to ban out that Pater.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those units that GOLEMPICHAGA likes to pick up is that Lamila, because it's actually one of the players with the least amount of LDs to his repertoire to be drafting over here. But because of that, you're looking at other options, and Lamila is actually one of those options he really likes to play. However, if you're looking at the units here on the field, you see a lot of stunts, and with all of those stunts, you do not want to be playing into the Pater. So I think the pre-ban is going to be locked in over there. But then again, you have every other match where you cannot pre-ban the same thing. So what is going to be the game plan for him at that moment?
We'll have to see exactly what the game plan is as we get ourselves ready for this next matchup here. Remember, we said both an American or a European have never gone on to win the Summoners World Final Championship. Could one of these players be in that latter stage of this competition? We'll find out soon. For now, though, it's match 2, set 1. It's round 1 of our quarterfinals here at SWC 2025's World Finals. GOLEMPICHAGA versus Panda-like. Who will be the victor? Let's find out.
We have this Peta right away being pre-banned. On the other side, we have a Sonya being pre-banned. I think it's one of those units that Panda like just doesn't like to play against, rather than GOLEMPICHAGA playing that a lot, because his speed contesting is more on the Shio, exactly picked over there, or on the segment. So I did not expect too much of that out there. However, on the other side, we do see a Sonya, or we do see a Sierra, and we do see a Jogun right there.
All right, meta gaming to the max here, boys. We have the Shio, we have the Jogun just right there, waiting for the Shio to stun it. So I wonder if GOLEMPICHAGA is going to steal the Josephine to counter the counterplay usually we see. But we have a win Gojo, the unit that got buffed recently to receive defense buff on his own so that he can solo carry himself to get that 3-turn provoke, Topa.
And interesting to see that Golem is also picking up this Fire Megumi here. It does not do so well into the Jogan as it does provide the extra buff, but Panda-like is not picking up a Josephine, as Josephine does kind of counter the entire team of GOLEMPICHAGA right now. Not maybe so much on that Gojo as it does have the provoke instead of a stun.
Yeah, this is definitely an option for a Heigang. Heigang is always the unit that you want to bring into a Gianna. But the big question is your Heigang strong enough in the turns after just your turn 1? Also, the interesting thing is with this early Gojo, it's a wind element. You're already fighting a Jogun. Trying to land that 3-turn provoke is super strong, but if you're fighting wrong element, you're not going to be landing those as much. Are we going to be picking up... Ooh, I was expecting a Josephine maybe to counter the draft of Panda-like, but we're actually picking up an Okeano. So interesting to see what Panda-like is going to go for a 5th pick right here.
Oh, that's a lot of crowd control unit, and I'm smelling a good old Chow, but we got a Josephine to counter all that stun, and I think that is probably one of the best draft. And Josephine might be the name of today's carry, and she's going to be the last pick for Panda-like to counter the stun from all these different units. And GOLEMPICHAGA not having a whole lot of damage after the Heigang counterplay, but Heigang is going to be banned so that Gianna can really unleash her power.
Yeah, no surprise there to see the Heigang banned out. GOLEMPICHAGA did pick that Okeanos in the last spot to provide another source of follow-up aside from the Wind Gojo. So kind of standard ban there on the Heigang, and now GOLEMPICHAGA will be taking the turn 1 and looking to stun this Jogun.
We see the Shio once again. We got the Alter Ego, 6 hits, 25% chance per hit. Can we get the stun? We get an early stun, but therefore also the Josephine does move. Where does she place her rest to?
Good old Josephine going after the Shio into the Okeanos, trying to stop the AoE stun follow-up, and Fire Megumi going in with the strip. Can he get the stun? He will get the 50-50 onto the Fire Bayak, and now Jogan doesn't have a real follow-up unit, taking away the Okeanos to not let it have any chance to Violent Prop, but the first one to get the good old Vio is going to be the Gianna.
Yeah, there's some interesting targeting going on. I really thought that Josephine would go on the Megumi to allow the Jogan to get that skill 3 off. And in the first place, I thought that Shiho would be going to Jogan to not allow it to get that skill off. But Gianna gets that insane violent proc, but not really getting a whole lot of value with that skill 3.
Also interesting to see, we only have a 2-turn provoke on that Gianna. Might be a Sonya trap and therefore enough on defense. But we will have this bomb sitting on this Shio. And the big question is that going to be enough damage to simply take out the Shio right there? We still have 2 turns of provoke sitting on that Gianna, but they sure might make quick work of that. That is the big question.
It is going to be a Vio again for the Gianna, a very strong turn 2, a tanky bruiser Gianna, so the bomb damage probably not going to be enough, and the Gojo is now doing very solid damage on the entire enemy team. Remind us of the light Gojo from less earlier. Okeanos unfortunately still not doing a whole lot the entire game.
Yeah, gets the revenge stun there by that Josephine. Megumi will be taking out the Gianna, getting a violent proc, but Josephine passive I do believe is up once again, so does he even want to go for a stun here? Probably still wants to stun that Fire Bayek, prevent it from getting the skill 3 off.
Yeah, you definitely want to be targeting this Fire Bayek. Does have the cleanse right there. Can you take out the Shio at this moment? Does nearly take it out, but not enough. Also, this Jogan is not looking at any skills just yet. Neither is this Gojo. So Gojo's also be doing a few more skill ones before anything is happening. And can we get this stun? We do actually get the stun on the off turn from this Josephine.
The most important stun to control the Josephine, but Jogan is going to get that turn, giving the team attack, but potentially lapping the Okeanos. But no, could not take down the Shio, and the Gojo is about to get another turn as well. Pandala is missing a crucial rotation here, and he is getting heavily punished for that.
Yeah, these skill 1 stuns are really connecting for GOLEMPICHAGA, not only from the monkey, but Gojo gets the violent proc into skill 3 available. This is going to be an insane provoke. If he lands on this Bayek, I believe that is game over. But goes for the skill 2.
Interesting choice to go for the skill 2. Was not really betting on it. He does also know that the skill 3 of the Okeanos comes up. Potentially more damage. Is a good bit of damage. We also have the alter ego once again coming up. This is so much damage. The moment you take out this Josephine right now, it is definitely game. Will you take it out? It's definitely taking his chance. Just go for Josephine. There's so little damage. Definitely a high accuracy Shiho right there.
Ooh, not a whole lot of damage, but he did get a reset on the Fire Bayek. And now we have the 3-turn control from the win. Gojo, he's going to take down the Josephine. And GOLEMPICHAGA is going to take game 1.
That he will. GOLEMPICHAGA, very well done there. Just completely locking that Azure the entire game. Azure never got a turn there.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things. The Shio skill 1, but also the Gojo skill 1. In the end, it does still stun. If you connect those at the right time, Josephine couldn't get her passive up, and then Josephine suddenly doesn't do all too much work. So definitely the two gentlemen are thinking about the next draft. What kind of style are we playing? Because this time around, GOLEMPICHAGA worked very well on all of those stuns, as mentioned. This time around, Peter will be on the field.
Ooh, Peter, Gianna, very tanky, very fat. I'm not sure it's going to be Sonya counter. Not sure if GOLEMPICHAGA even has a Sonya rune up, but he's definitely going to go for a more aggressive playstyle. While Pandala is actually going to be the one on the defensive line here with a lot of turn 2 unit. And the pre-ban will be the good old Gianna, the top most popular LD5 in RTA. And Sekhmet, one of the best counter to Peter, is going to get banned out as well.
Yeah, it was really interesting to see that Panda like pre-banned the Sonya in that game when I don't see GOLEMPICHAGA use that monster a lot. You know, this segment does make a lot more sense. And I know Panda like historically has actually had a Sonya-proof Sierra as well. And that Gianna looks to be very high on defense, as Say mentioned earlier.
Yeah, so it's definitely one of those units. You pre-ban it because maybe you don't want to play against it, but you also have to do your homework. Does your enemy actually play that? Because your enemy is more of a Shio player. We see it once again. But this time around, we have 2 stunners already locked in. Ooh, we actually, okay, maybe has been doing the homework of the homework that we did not even see right there. The Sonya is being locked in.
And we have Lamila getting picked up by GOLEMPICHAGA as well. AoE, ignore defense damage. Very, very solid damage dealer that is hard to be taken down. Penalai locking in that very heavy bruiser position with a lot of passive, a lot of healing here. GOLEMPICHAGA, can he go through this very thick shield?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Can he pick some other sort of damage here, aside from that Sonya? Sonya will likely get banned out unless Panda Lake has prepared those Sonya traps. So once again, we saw the Sonya in the pre-ban, so probably not going to be Sonya-proof here.
I would definitely say Bolvrik in the 5th. There's so many buffs on your enemy side. If you remove the Sierra, there's not too much damage out there. Sure, you might lose your Bolvrik, but because of that, you would for sure have your Sonya on the field. Sonya could potentially take out the Josephine. In the end, does go for an Azure, but I would love to see a Bolvrik in the 5th right there from GOLEMPICHAGA.
Unfortunately, can't rune everything in the world, so we have to use the only thing we have available. Unfortunately for GOLEMPICHAGA, a Bolver would be absolutely insane. But a Shao is also going to be the one that works in almost every situation. And finally, someone understands the brutal power of the Josephine. Panda like solo carry with that Sierra, but can he take it to late games at the Sierra so that even the Juno and the Peter is going to start doing very good damage as well.
Yeah, the Ashore is definitely going to be a bane for this Juno as well. The Ashore is so fast. It actually follows up here. This Juno almost has... Well, it's a Vampire Juno, okay, so cannot be stunning that. But the skill 3 damage from Ashore might actually just delete the Sierra right off the bat.
It's also what comes right after the Sierra. No, we're actually going to go into silence, so we're waiting with all of those skills. Interesting play right there, because you do get stunned right now. It might take a lot of turns for you to get back to your skill 3. Lamila definitely has something to say about it, but all of those provokes. There is that Angela. It's also sitting on Will, so it's not on Nemesis, but it might be doing a lot of work. Once again, the Megami taking additional turns, but the only thing you can actually properly stun is that Sierra.
And the one thing about being Sonya-proof is that you are high on defense, low on HP, and that is prime time for Lamila to do really, really well if she get a violent proc, but she did not, unfortunately.
Yeah, the Angela does somewhat well into Lamila. We see that AoE shields are coming up, so that will absorb most of the damage that this Lamila skill 2 will be putting out. And once again, interesting to see this non-despair Juno. Oh my goodness, Shiho just stunned Sierra off element.
This is the best Shiho skill 1 performance I've seen in a very long time. If the Sierra would have been able to take a turn, it would have been a bomb on this Azure. We also had the Megami moving in front, but it seems to be the battle of the supports or the kind of CC units rather than the heavy damage dealers thus far.
And right now, is he switching target? Is he trying to get some attack bar down? I think he's trying to find opening to bring down a Sierra, but it's just not quite there yet. He didn't want to go for a Shout skill 3 because he knows Panela is going to be giga tanky, so he wants to combo the skill 3 with Lamila skill 2, but oh my god, not a single defense down, so no damage from you. But the Shiho once again go off element, pretty crazy.
That is very unfortunate not getting the defense break. I think Lamila still has enough damage to take out the Sierra with the skill 2. Is it going to be enough? It survives! And Angela is going to be getting that heal as well as the very annoying shield.
Yeah, we also have a few provokes coming in over there, and the longer this fight goes on, the more difficult it gets to get rid of this Juno, the more difficult it gets to get rid of this Angela, because at some point you're losing a few units here and there, and you're just starting to lack damage. This Azure skill 3 was the opener to kill anything right now, but now every time you're hitting shields, you're dealing damage to yourself.
Oh my god, this Ciara has not seen a single proper turn. And she's still alive somehow. She's been sucking all that damage the entire game and somehow still stay alive.
Yeah, she's been a huge damage sponge now. Angela getting a nice violent proc. That Sierra is being healed back up, now over 50% health once again. But GOLEMPICHAGA is running out of time here. He kind of needs a violent proc at this point on this Azure to get this skill 3 off.
Yeah, can we get that additional turn? We're going for the control sand skill 2 landing. Ooh, not enough, but we do have some Nightmare Rise coming in over here. But once again, it is wrong element. The other enemy units are moving once again. Plus you have the chance, actually decides not to use it because of that Juno. Juno is doing so much work in this matchup.
And now Peter's going to go for the stun, get a beautiful stun on a shower. I think this game might belong to Panda, who has been sucking all that damage away from everyone with a simple Ciara. That's probably going to be the tankiest Ciara in this entire tournament, taking all the damage since round 1. And we can see that, hey, having a lot of healing on your team is still going to work really, really well.
Yeah, it might be, but now the provokes are coming out. Lamila getting the skill, again, sparking the skill 2 with the branding. It's still not enough to take out the Sierra. The Sierra is immortal. And also the reflect damage from the shield. Lamila nearly dies herself in the process.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. We saw a branding on this, which was 25% extra damage, but we also have been looking at damage down. Once again, Sierra has not been participating in this whole fight. She is a punching bag, but she's the perfect punching bag that Panda could have asked for.
And one more unit goes down, and I think that might be it. This game will belong to Panda. The first turn from Ciara is so classic. We have a missed bomb of Ciara, but hey, she did more than enough. You can't ask for more from such a beautiful unit.
Yeah, Sierra really just all she needed to do was sit there and take the heat from the entire game. That is so funny. The moment she tries to gets a turn, tries to do something, absolutely shot down, and GOLEMPICHAGA is dragging this on for a little bit longer before conceding, and Panda will be taking game 2.
Yeah, it definitely did show. It was mentioned before the match started. It's all about that Pater because GOLEMPICHAGA is all about those stuns. All of those stuns at 0 to any value. Also, I definitely do like what Panda did with his Juno because most Junos are on Despair. It fits so well to be on Vampire here because if the Ciara would have died, which was very likely at a few positions, the Vampire Juno would have been even harder to kill than that Ciara.
I wonder if GOLEMPICHAGA is going to bring some new counter because starting up with a Fire Megumi is probably one of the worst things you can do into a heavy anti-stun, self-cleanse powerhouse like Panda. Probably going to switch off that Fire Megumi, maybe switch it to a Ciara instead for some more damage.
But the game 1 did go in GOLEMPICHAGA's favor. Now he does have that pre-ban on the Pater, so GOLEMPICHAGA is probably quite content running that game 1 back, so it's in Panda-like's best interest to change it up.
Yeah, thus far we have seen the exact same drafts going back and forth. So let's see if Panda is going to switch it up in the 3 and 4. No, we actually have GOLEMPICHAGA not being super comfortable with his first draft and switching it up to a Chakra in that slot 3.
Oh, that's going to be a very interesting unit right there. That thing brings strip, but it also brings heavy damage. Unfortunately enough, with the balance patch that made him a little bit too strong than intended, but still can do some heavy work, especially with the branding. I'm not sure about that Shizuka 4th pick, though. I feel like he could go all in with a damaged lineup because Panda is heavily going turn 2 right now.
And going a bit more defensive with the Shizuka, I quite like it myself. There are no reasons inside of Panda. So if you can get a resist or a violent proc on that Shizuka at the right time, there are a lot of buffs and a lot of debuffs that you would be liking to get in on that unit.
Plus, we have a lot of damage coming in from the Marsha. So on GOLEMPICHAGA's side, we have 3 good damage dealers sitting over there. So what can Panda do? And also already, what is the question on the ban? What is he going to be banning out with a setup like this? It is interesting to also see in NFL because it's not really an answer into all of those buffs. So might he be banning out the Shizuka right now?
Probably going to be a Shizuka ban, might have to be an Annabelle ban, and then you have to deal with a Josephine, which is going to be a nightmare. Oh, the Jogan getting banned out. GOLEMPICHAGA with no real hard control, going to deal with Josephine Annabelle. I don't want to be in his seat right now.
Yeah, that's going to be an uphill battle for him. We'll see exactly how well he can do that right here. The Shiho, if he does go for the stun, the Josephine is going to be there to disrupt, so might even opt to just save that skill 3 here.
Yeah, let's see. Does he want to go for skill 3? Does go for the skill 3. Does get the stun actually over here. So let's see. Where do we place that S2? Ooh, I was expecting that on the Megami, but we do have 2 buffs. So it's a 50-50 if you go for the strip and the stun on this Sierra right now. Actually goes for skill 1. Was trying to go a skill 1, skill 2. What is that? His real plan? Or was he just trying to get a defense break for more damage?
But the problem is, even if you land the stun, Annabelle is about to take a turn. Would that really matter too much? But the speed tuning looking like the Annabelle is not moving in front of the Fireball yet.
Yeah, this definitely went for the defense break there, and the speed tuning is a bit awkward there. The Bayek does move in front. Sandoval now probably just still goes for the heal, and okay, you can do both. Gets the violent proc for the skill 3, and the slows are on the board, but Megumi now cutting the Sierra and is going to be able to control that monster.
It's once again the Sierra just not participating, just simply once again being that punching bag. All hits are flying her way. Are we going to go for skill 2 right now? Because you once again have the potential. Ooh, does get the stun right there. It is that one off turn from that Josephine. You always want to utilize that.
Unfortunately, the Josephine is going to be back very, very soon, hammering the passive onto the Fire Megumi and the Shio once again, making them very, very hard to be utilized properly. And the Sierra is about to get that turn. Will she actually land her bomb today?
That is the question to be asked, and as Masha is slowed, but she does have skills available, so that is going to be a lot of damage coming Sierra's way. She needs to capitalize on this turn. Can she land the bomb? Does land the bomb, and it's also on the off turn on the Shihos. That is a huge stun.
Yeah, it's always super strong to have that one off turn on the Shio to make it where it doesn't go for the alt ego, doesn't go right away. Also resisted on that armor break, so not too much damage on this bike. Also, while being slowed on the march, you don't deal all too much damage. Big question right now, are you going to go for multi-hits? Yes, we're going for multi-hits. We're trying to take out the Shio right away.
Shio's about to go down. Big heals coming out from the Annabelle very, very soon. If she wants to, she doesn't need to do that. She will finish the job, and the dot's going to take down the Shiho. And Panda, GOLEMPICHAGA will need to do a lot of damage here. Unfortunately, there's so much slow going out that he hasn't been able to do a whole lot of that. But maybe he can... Oh, never mind. Maybe it's going to go down once again with another unit. Bomb landed on the Wind Endra.
Yeah, GOLEMPICHAGA's Monkey may have had the insane skill ones, but this Megumi is really the opposite. I don't think he has landed a single defense break the entire match, so GOLEMPICHAGA missing out a lot of damage. Now, Despair Chakra does stun the off element there, but that also activates Josephine passive, so Masha is off her beast now.
Yeah, Despair on the Chakra is also definitely something you want to remember for future fights, because the moment you bring a Heigang into this, it's even cleansing way more than it is in the case where it's not. So, ooh, surviving this damage right now. If we get AoE Despair stuns, it is the potential. We cannot go for a Violent proc into more damage. Is this enough damage to take something out? We do take out one unit, but we're looking at cleanse. We did actually get that one stun, but NFL says no stuns on my accord.
Unfortunately, without speed buff, he doesn't do a whole lot of damage, especially with the shield going out from Josephine as well. And Josephine is now the name of the game. All the Far A unit is bowing to her at the moment. They can't do a single thing. Meanwhile, Chakra, being a wind unit, is not doing a whole lot into these water as well.
Yeah, almost had to go for the stun on the Annabelle here. She does have the skill to available, and I think that is going to be game over. But Sierra also now getting a bomb off. That is probably going to, might actually clean the entire field here. Does land the bomb, detonates it, and Masha just loses barely any HP, and Josephine finishes the job.
We once again have a victory going to Panda-like. He's sitting at victory point right now as well, sitting up on a 2-1 position. Plus, this is his match where he has Pater, so he has a lot of chance to take it home from here. If he doesn't take it home from here, he's definitely going to be struggling a little bit more in later matches. But since he flipped the script where he does actually won a match without a Pater, he's sitting in the driver's seat right now. And let's see how GOLEMPICHAGA can respond to a Pater draft, because he definitely has to be switching things up. The Megami isn't really working. The Shio isn't really dealing enough damage. We saw it survive the bomb, so therefore that does have a lot of HP on that Shio, but the damage from GOLEMPICHAGA is just not really there if he cannot continuously stun the whole team of Panda-like.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one because you just can't stun Panda-like. He is specialized in no stun today, and GOLEMPICHAGA seems to really rely on the Fire Megumi and the Shield Opener, which rely heavily on their stun, and now one of them is gone as well. So I wonder if he can actually adjust to what Panda-like is doing, because I think Panda-like account is built to exactly take down GOLEMPICHAGA.
That is so interesting to see the ban of the Fire Mega. Panda like even has his pattern available here. We see GOLEMPICHAGA banning that Sierra that soaked up all of the damage in the previous game. So now Panda like going for that one remaining meta speed lead in the Oliver, which we haven't actually seen a whole lot today.
I definitely do like the Oliver pickup right here, because if we're talking speed leads, outside of Chandra, the speed leads that you see both in the pre-bet and the one picked by Panda, like those are the three common speed leads. So that leaves it where GOLEMPICHAGA is very likely without any speed lead. But then again, Panda like is playing a turn one kind of comp right now, which does not really fit your Pader. So you're playing an off-Pader match, which you might lose for that reason that you're not really utilizing your Pader, because I think Panda like is a better turn two player than a turn one player. But let's see how this match revolves, because he's locking in two units that have AoE strip. You're going to be following that up with two units probably on AoE pushback. GOLEMPICHAGA does know that, so let's see what you counter against that.
Yeah, that 3 unit with not a whole lot, and GOLEMPICHAGA seeing the opportunity to go and be the turn 2 player that destroy him. Went for the Fire Monkey and the Misty for the big damage in the late game, and that's going to be countered by the NFL AoE slow, plus the beautiful Water Intra last pick to counter these 2 units, because they can't be stunned, but it can be provoked.
Yeah, still getting that control there with the Water Intra, not going for a Water Intra instead of a Lamila. Both are very fine picks, and that Annabelle has been so strong today, even in the first match.
Yeah, the only thing I see on the side of Panda League's draft, Oliver is not that much damage. The Piranha is not that much damage. If you ban off this NFL, I could see a world where simply the Misty and the Maywang at some point take their turns and still can take something out. But the big question is, does everything like that make it on the field? Because I think you have to must ban this Diana on the right side of GOLEMPICHAGA.
Diana gone, Annabelle gone, Panda like get to keep the cooldown reduction, the slow debuff, the provoke, and he really need to bring down either the Fire Monkey or the Misty as quickly as possible, because the longer this fight goes, the worse the game becomes for Panda like.
It definitely does, and this scroll trap is going to be so crucial from Jogan too. He can definitely get those units out of the field. That is a nice stun landing on the Shiho as well. So now he can go for the cooldown reduction on a Fire Monster, but he loses out the cycling in doing so.
Yeah, let's see how much this Piranha can do, because all of those provokes matter a lot. Also, big question, are we looking at a good amount of damage? About 5k damage per hit. We are looking at a good bit of provokes, and we're just giving a lot of turn. Even though the slow is there, this is also the moment where you want to use the scroll trap. In the turn one, don't want to use it because you don't have any debuffs yet. In this case, you could have used it because all of the debuffs stay after you come back from the scroll trap. But I'm not seeing too much damage from this Piranha just yet to take out the Fire Monkey and a Misty.
But the beautiful thing about the Water Intra is that it gains attack bar when it gets touched, and that is just free turn for this unit that can perma cycle the control. And Misty is going to be in the scroll trap. Can't stun that, but can still put it in the scroll trap. So right now, the Water Intra is about to buy some time to get back that AoE skill that can control the Monkey once again. Monkey, without being able to go skill 2, is actually not that strong.
Yeah, it was really interesting to see Panda like holding the skill 2 seal on that Jogan. I'm not sure why he did that exactly, but either way, it kind of worked out for him. Now he gets provoked again, but that Mist is not on the field, so Mist will be coming back out of the scroll, not provoked or no debuffs on it whatsoever.
Yeah, let's see how much that can do. Also, thus far, we have a good bit of healing sitting on that Piranha. Whereas the Shio was also perfectly stunned on his one turn when it wasn't provoked. It was stunned by the Hey Gang. Absolutely perfect rotation right there. And also, once again, it is a lot easier to take out a Misty because of the right element. Oliver can deal a lot better with Misties than with Maywang. With Maywang, additional turn, not right there.
And one more scroll trap right here to take out either the Meiho Wang or the Misty. Meiho Wang's going to be off the field for a little bit so that Panda Light can focus on killing this Pumpkin. And he can definitely do it because the damage from the Water Intra is not too bad. The Oliver can take away the attack bar of the Misty, so if Misty can't take a turn, he's not moving. Unfortunately, doesn't feel like Light Hwarang. You are just the balanced Misty.
Yeah, this is just the bane of turn 2 is this monster, Jogan right here. It's so difficult to play turn 2 into this. You just get in the scroll, and you're just out of the battlefield, and now with the Misty dropping, it is just the lonely Meiho Wang that has a very uphill battle, and GOLEMPICHAGA concedes. Panda Like will be moving on.
Panda likes progressing in this competition, and he goes through to the round 2 of our quarterfinals here. We say goodbye to GOLEMPICHAGA. It was superb work from Panda. Like, I think the Sierra the Sponge soaking up so much damage. There's constant moments at the course of that where GOLEMPICHAGA felt like he was chasing the tail of Panda Like. And what was that? Sean, where pull a crazy face. I like that from you. The surprise, the excitement.
Just the YouTuber in me, you know what I'm saying?
the constant hype, and that's exactly what's happened there, where we say goodbye to GOLEMPICHAGA and our American player progresses. I mean, kick us off here. GOLEMPICHAGA we say goodbye to. I feel like the Guts, the Berserker fans are getting even more excited that he's coming around the corner. Panda like there, it seemed like he found a way that could come back into that after GOLEMPICHAGA took like an early lead in this competition, this best of 5. He found a way back in and goes through to the next round.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think they played very well in that final match that we just saw, because we had the speed leads just being in a certain way where they were pre-bent, therefore taking the last one that was open, but then also having a very good 4th and 5th pick, which GOLEMPICHAGA simply did not have the answer to. And that was a very clean victory over there. Plus, it was such an uphill battle against the Pader. Every time he had in mind, oh, the Pader might show up, the Pader might show up. But if it didn't show up, you still have in the back of your mind, it could be coming later.
Yeah, that is one of the hardest units to deal with, especially for GOLEMPICHAGA, who really enjoy going for that turn 1 stun kind of playstyle. And we also saw that beautiful last 2 water pick from Penalike, because you can capitalize on the fact that enemy is trying to counter you, and you bring out the perfect counter to your counter, and that is where drafting really shines.
Yeah, those slows are so crucial. Misty takes less damage if you're fast than your opponent, so getting a slow on it is just extremely important. And we saw Pandalike do that so well with the Anivil, AoE slow, defense break, and the Perjana with the provokes and the slows as well.
Indeed. We say goodbye to GOLEMPICHAGA, sadly, as he's defeated 3-1 in the quarterfinals round 1. You can see on the bracket on screen. Pandalike now progressing through to RAIGEKI in that second quarterfinal matchup, which is going to be very interesting for us to watch here. Say, I think, will RAIGEKI be pleased or disappointed or impartial to the way in which that kind of turned out?
I think he's quite pleased, because in the end he is the winner of the America's Cup. And I'm looking to my Americans casted right now. They played against one another, right? They actually did not play against one another. So that's one of those matchups that he actually did avoid. But I think RAIGEKI, if we're looking at the playstyle of RAIGEKI, that light Hwoarang, I think Pandalike is one of those players that has a lot of difficulties against a light Hwoarang.
But hey, if you go by math logic, RAIGEKI beat ZEZAS and ZEZAS beat Penalike, so it could be a very favorable matchup for RAIGEKI right there. And I think RAIGEKI, being a very flexible player, he will definitely try to go something different. And unlike GOLEMPICHAGA, who didn't manage to stun, but still trying to stun and just couldn't really stun and just end up being the one being defeated.
Yeah, we'll have to look forward to that game later on, but we still have another European versus American match coming up here next in Pathix versus ZEZAS.
Yes, we do. Yeah. Pathix, one European lost in the competition here, say, but there are still 2 remaining in it firmly. And interestingly, Pathix wins this next matchup. I believe RAXXAZ waits in the next round with a European showdown. That'll be quite interesting here. But we can see the crowd now getting very, very excited, and they're kind of they've been entertained all day long, enjoying themselves just as we are too here. As very soon we'll have that third match in our first round, our quarterfinals. Bear in mind, if you've just joined us here, all our matchups up until the grand final, all best of 5s, don't forget as well. And that grand final will be a BO7, which is going to be epic. A battle of the titans that you do not want to miss for a second here. Just kind of looking here, what we're seeing support-wise. Obviously, Guts the Berserk here. Other than Guts, any more kind of signs or shout-outs you've seen here in the crowd? Say,
I've seen some KELIANBAO shout-outs as well. So definitely KELIANBAO. In the end, it's always very easy to cheer for the winner of last year. Yeah. So that is definitely one of those players that you will see on a bunch of those flyers. But also, I do think that Pathix and RAXXAZ, the other Europeans, will have a few flyers here in the crowd. But definitely most of them, Guts, and more Guts.
100%, yeah, you're right there. Actually, you know, talking about kind of players, we lost in the last round there, GOLEMPICHAGA. We do have 3 left. You're right, Guts is, of course, there as well, who is very much the fan favorite here, being a Frenchman. Let's find out who's up next in this next round. First, it's Pathix.
He is 1 set away from taking the 4th place. Wow.
Otherwise known as the Man Mountain. The man's a beast. What a stature. Herculean, if you will. Pathix, Sean, what do you know? What do you like?
I think on my stream, I just call him the power of the biceps. And I believe the power of the biceps. It came through. He qualified for the World Final, and it shows that, hey, muscle over brain sometimes.
That's just incredible to see. And Papix, I've heard through the grapevines that he pulled a new LD, which ZEZAS is going to have a deal with. And let's take a look at ZEZAS here.
And here he comes. ZEZAS comes to the stage to take on some fans in the audience. Happy to see him competing here. I mean, as Topa mentioned there, you pull a new LD. I mean, what does that do to an opponent when you kind of hear on the rumor mill that something might be changed up here? Does it threaten you, throw you off at all?
Well, in the case of the European Cup, Papix picked up a ZEZAS, which was crazy good against Ismo in his first round. Now the big question is, did Papix pick up something that is crazy good against ZEZAS? Because there's so many options of units you could pick up. Because in the end, you could also just pick up units like, yeah, we also put that in storage, like an Audrey, but not if you're less. Then you're still locked that in. So that is the big question over here. Actually, a Papix most picked and most banned, we do not see all too many LDs sitting over there.
And over there, we got also an Elemental Drafter, and his favorite unit is Chow. Definitely going to be one of my most hated unit as well. It's a unit that's always really good on paper, but somehow end up doing absolutely nothing in the draft.
We have actually not seen a single Chow here yet today, so I'm pretty sure Say is quite pleased about that, but that might change. I know Papix is also quite a big Chow enjoyer. He has definitely one of the better Chows, especially when paired with that Kovarchi attack buff.
Yeah, Chow is one of those units. I actually recently started to like Chow a lot more. Pair a Chow with a Zhongcheng Lao. You have that defense break setup. Chow is hitting early for 20 to 28k damage. It is so much damage rocking in, but then again, Papix is not known to have a Zhongcheng Lao, so it's maybe finding different pairs in a NFL or anything else. So I am actually more pleased to see Chow than my friend over here, Xiaombi.
Right.
Okay, here we go. Let's see what's going to be the pre-ban here for ZEZAS and Papix. And the pre-ban shall be locked in. It's going to be a Tian Lang and a Segment. I think with the rise of Shiho, Segment kind of lost a bit of popularity, but Segment's in the pre-ban now.
Yeah, interesting to see the Segment in the pre-ban. No surprise on the Tian Lang. You know, you're always comfortable pre-banning one of your opponent's LDs, and we'll see what Papix wants to go here as he goes for that Joe Gun first against ZEZAS. Very fast responding with that meta stunning monsters.
Yeah, definitely a Shio plus Megumi combination you see a lot. Big question is, do you go Josephine or do you go Heigang in that position? Because that's mostly the option. Does opt to go for Josephine, but actually ZEZAS is drafting super fast as well if he's locking that in on that Sonya. Takes away the Misty just now. I do like the takeaway of the Misty. You definitely have to have a Wild Misty into a Joe Gun, but it's actually going to go for that Valor. One of those units that doesn't work in many regions, but ZEZAS in America does make it work.
I feel like ZEZAS going in this match, like GOLEMPICHAGA is going to go with that exact same first pick, exact same threat unit with the Sonya, but I wonder if this Villager is going to complement the draft, or it's going to be something like gel everything together with a bit of immunity, a bit of support here and there. But over there, Papix is going to go in with the Fire Monkey, something to counter everything on ZEZA's side at the moment, I feel.
Yeah, this might get a bit awkward for ZEZAS here with that Sonya pick. He only has one speed lead right now, so if he doesn't pick up a second speed lead here, Papix could reasonably ban out that speed lead, and then you kind of have to split this CR Jogan combo. And he's not going to pick up speed lead. It's going to be Annabelle last pick. For that slows, which we saw was super important against the Meiho Wang.
I definitely do think that Papix was looking at a draft where he could simply ban the 5th and have a comfortable draft, because in the end, Papix does know, is he Sonya proof? ZEZAS does not know that just yet. He's got to test the waters on that, and we see exactly that for the ban. NFL's out, so we're going to be looking at a Sonya. Is anything Sonya-proof in this case?
If it is, then I think Papix going to gain great advantage against ZEZAS. He took a quick little sneak peek at ZEZAS. He's expecting the Sonya coming in hard, and the Josephine survived, but did not survive the Monkey. So I think everything from Papix's side will now rely on the Fire Monkey and the Julian carry.
Yeah, how do you come back from Papix here? This is very difficult. There are no buffer moves, and Villager has a lot of immunity. Julian even glancing on the Sonya, so Sonya can get a bit more damage. Does not get the slow on the Monkey, which could be crucial.
I definitely seen this combination of a Meiho Wang together with a Julian, and it is super strong because every time the Meiho Wang heals, you also provide that healing to your Julian. So both of them become hard to kill, whereas you still have to go through the Sierra. So I definitely see comeback potentials right here. It's just all about not getting too many defense breaks because that does do a lot of damage. We're saying goodbye to the Sierra.
I feel like the Josephine and the Ciara was literally bait set by Pafix to lead into this exact position where his two hard carry are sort of immune to stun. And what is ZEZAS going to do to them anymore?
Yeah, ZEZAS team is heavily focused on these stuns. Now the Monkey also has the off turn, still does have immunity, so will likely get back into that skill 3. And once again, there are no buffer moves on Pafix's side, but does this Monkey do enough damage? No, Megumi does not get the Divas break, which is a huge miss.
That is a huge miss, but also these 2k per hits is something that the Monkey, it's cycling a lot more. The skill 2 is every other turn. You can come back to that. The 7k HP, it adds up. It does do enough. Big question is right now, the Velodyl still has a defense break. If the defense break doesn't connect, this Julian is doing so much damage, and it once again shows the rune quality of Pafix.
And the good thing about the Fire Monkey is that it's catching up to the Water Monkey as well because of how fast the passive allow him to become. And here comes the moment where the Water Monkey is vulnerable and he's going to go in to the She-Hulk. Can he take it down with the Fire Monkey? Will he crit?
He's thinking, is he going to go for the crit? He goes for the crit, does not get it. That might be game over. Oh my god. Velodyl with the Divas break. Does he just put... He doesn't need the damage on the Monkey anymore. Monkey skill 3 is definitely going to take it out. But now he could even take out the Julian here. Just opts to go for the very safe kill on the Monkey. And I'm not sure if Julian can live long enough to take out this win here.
No, it definitely was very close, and this is definitely where it's not going to happen because the Monkey will get his turn back. The Julian has to do a lot of skills to take anything out. Were that Mei Wang have critted, it would have been a very different story. Right now, you have to send it on the...
Wait.
Take it out. Skill 2. Do you do enough damage?
Here we go! Julian! Can he do it? He will not! Oh my god!
We have the alter ego taking out the Julian, and ZEZAS was so happy with no additional turn on that Julian. That was super, super close.
Oh my god, that was absolutely incredible. And good news for everybody in the chat. We have 100,000 views reach for the global viewership. So that's a lot of free stuff coming your way.
Wow, that was fast. You know, this event is absolutely popping off. Make sure to tell your friends, tell your grandma, tell your dog to come watch and so help us reach those goals. But Pafix, what is he going to change here in this game too to hopefully take the win away from ZEZAS?
I definitely did like the idea that they had with the Mei Wang and the Julian. The two of them are a powerhouse that could have worked. But then again, I'm going to bring this one. If there was a Chao and a Julian, he would have won because the armor breaks came from fire. The armor breaks wouldn't have been that imminent, and he would have had more of an opening. However, the Sonya would have been the must ban in that case.
That's probably true, but then I think he wanted the Sonya to be in. He wanted ZEZAS to believe that my Sonya is going to one-shot you, it's going to be a 4v3, my game is easy. And then he realized, oh, the Monkey, the Julian, I can't really do anything about that. And he kind of almost lost to only 2 units on the field for Pafix. But I wonder if it's going to work like that again this time around.
Yeah, as we see the pre-bans come in, ZEZAS pre-banning the way that CR that is likely Sonya proof. We saw it take a lot of damage, or not having a lot of health and taking a lot of damage once Steven's broken. Pafix banning out that Monkey that was so crucial to ZEZAS getting that victory for him.
Yeah, opting to not go for a speed lead right now. 2 of the best speed leads, or arguably the 2 most common speed leads, are off the field. Megumi is still available, but is ZEZAS something that you would like to pick up right now? Because you're already working against 2 units where the Megumi is not that strong, so it's definitely going to be more imminent to be on the Pafix side. But what is ZEZAS draft going to be going into? A Jogan is already counted by a Hey Gang, so it's definitely one of those units you're already looking at exactly what you're banning, but you're only seeing just 2 picks on the side of Pafix.
Ooh, let's see what Pafix is going to do. It's going to be the Light Twin Angel and the Dark Monkey King for a lot of AoE action. We have so much control coming out from both teams here, but let's see which one is going to be the one on top.
Yeah, and I think Say was baiting us a little bit. They're saying that Pafix does not have a Dark Monkey to set up the defense breaks for a Chao, but there is a Dark Monkey on my screen right now, and ZEZAS rounding up his draft, you know, a little bit of 2023 style here with that Chandra and the segment that he now has available.
Yes, it was exactly baiting you guys. Pafix told me if you want a little bit of an in, I got the Zhong Zhang Lao. Very strong unit in current meta, but the big question is, can you utilize it this well? Because in the end, you only have 1 potential for speed lead if you lock it in the 5th, and you're definitely going to be outsped by your opponent, either by the Jogan or by the segment. So can you make a good enough 5th? Because the Zhong Zhang Lao in this draft, I'm not too sure if I like it that much. Juno is definitely looking at more of a bruiser option. With this, are you banning out the Lamilla and therefore banning out the damage and playing your way that match?
Oh, it's going to be a Jogan ban, I think. It's going to be a Lamila ban. ZEZAS will potentially get the turn 1 here. A bit of control, a bit of Oliver pushback right there. Pafix might be under a lot of trouble. He let the enemy get the turn 1, get the AoE strip. I wonder if he can survive this. Even with a Juno, that's going to be a lot of control from ZEZAS.
Yeah, this is going to be an uphill battle for Pafix, in my opinion. That Juno is going to be sitting in the scroll for the most of the match here, most likely. And then come back, and I think ZEZA's team does have enough damage with the defense break and the Chandra, but the Seal gets resisted.
Ooh, Seal resist over there, strip resisted over there, nothing connecting. We have the Chandra to clean up that immunity right there, providing the additional turn for the slow on the whole team. Oliver, you have to do a lot of work here as well. And this is definitely one of those drafts. If you're hiding your LDs, we're getting a lot of additional turns on the side of ZEZAS over here. This Juno has to do some extra work on this matchup. Can we get dispersant? 2 strong dispersants of 1 wrong element, plus it's also on Seal. Then again, this Oliver is taking every additional turn possible. So far, ZEZAS has been having 3 or 4 turns, and all of them were additional turns. Definitely Pafix is sitting at that 27 right now.
Hey man, that's why he brought Seal Rune. You know, he's really following the book right there. Unfortunately, did not land on the Oliver. But right now, ZEZAS is absolutely controlling the entire team of Pafix. And even with Juno, who can kind of debuff, the heal block from the segment is stopping half of her power. And the Chandra in the late game is going to do a lot of work on the Juno as well.
Yeah, we saw this Chandra already do a lot of damage turn 1 against Masha. Near dismounted right away, and look at that defense on the defense work among it, 12,000 damage. That's a lot of damage. Juno applying another seal, not that it really matters on the segment there, and this monkey will be dropping here very soon.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those units. If you did not really prepare with your new LD, it is a little bit harder to find the right draft, because Songcheng Lao wants to be sitting in the driving seat. It wants to be seated next to a Heigang, next to a Jogan, where you have the AoE strip and your enemy is therefore not moving because of your stunts. But if you're not having any speed lead on your field, it's just so much harder, and this is definitely an uphill battle right now.
But maybe when the Juno comes out, she's going to perma-stun the Chandra, and the game might be a little bit different, but that's going to be a game where Pafix is getting that turn 1. Unfortunately, he's still being heavily controlled. Chandra's still taking the turn. Juno's about to come out and face 3 enemy. And with so many of them doing so much work against her, even the Oliver is taking away her attack power.
Yeah, it's just such an uphill battle for this Juno. You know, if this was a Vampire Juno, I could actually see a Vampire Juno winning here. I think Vampire is arguably a lot better in the current meta. This pair of Juno just will not have the sustain. There's not really many debuffs on the skill ones. Only a Chandra stun, which is just a 15% chance.
Yeah, it's just a 50% chance, but also the additional turns. I wasn't counting all the way, but I'm thinking we're looking at something like 6 or 7 on the side of ZEZAS. He's definitely liking those violent runes right there.
We don't talk about that hearsay. We don't talk about strategy and draft, and ZEZAS is going to be moving on to Game 3. This might be one of the craziest progression that ZEZAS can make in his SWC career. Last year, he made it to the World Final. This year, he might make it to the runner position, and he might be the happiest player right now in the tournament.
Yeah, ZEZAS is currently sitting at match point, so he's not done. You can see he's still very focused, trying to remain calm, and Pafix trying to figure out his opponent. What is he doing wrong? And crowd is definitely getting behind Pafix right now.
Yeah, we definitely hear the crowd chanting, Pafix over here. We want this match all the way to go to best of 5. Let's see how far we can get with this matchup, because Pafix did show his cards right now with the Songcheng Lao. It's right away respected, even though it was not that great in the last matchup. ZEZAS is right away, it's like, oh, that thing is actually dangerous. I do not want to play it. On the other side, Sony has been taken out, was showing very much strength in that first match that they had. So let's see what we have for early picks right now.
And the first pick will be the Jogan for the AoE strip over there with the straight answer Shiho and the Sierra. Pafix going to be going Oliver, and if I'm right, this could be a Josephine.
Yeah, it might be a Josephine, but also Pafix could just be looking to take the turn 1 position. He has the higher speed lead. He already has a fast mount in this Jogan, but he does not have that follow-up of the Dark Monkey available now.
Yeah, but Pafix does have a lot of more LD units. He's definitely choosing to not utilize those right now. And they definitely do like the combination of ZEZAS pairing a Heigang together with a Velajul. A lot of Heigang players do not have any boss after turn 1. With Velajul, you're definitely guaranteed to have some boss, and therefore the pass of Heigang is great in the longer fight as well. But the big question is, does Pafix have a very strong slot 4 and slot 5? We're going into a Riley, something that I think Pooh in the APAC region was actually playing. Riley plus what are you bringing to the table that's going to do enough damage? Is that the Julian? No, we're going to go for a Zeratul. Interesting pick into the Heigang though.
this might be a Haegang ban though, and the Riley is going to be able to sustain the Oliver, giving the Josephine attack buff to do even more damage. ZEZAS going in with a Layla. Not exactly very good against the Riley though, unfortunately, because Riley can just skill 4. You know, she doesn't care about silence, and she can provide immunity, which can be quite a force to be reckoned with for the Layla.
Yeah, it definitely could be. Pavik's draft is quite interesting here, right? He has just bits and pieces of all sorts of drafts here. Nothing really sticks that well together, and ZEZAS actually opted to go for an Assure last pick there instead. Probably does not want to ban out this Riley and maybe just taking away that speed threat from Pavik's side.
I actually would say if you ban out the Zeratul, Pavik's draft doesn't have that much damage. It doesn't have anything that scales super high on the attack. You have 2 attack buff providers. Those 2 itself don't deal any damage, but also you don't have any defense break to utilize from, so banning out that Zeratul will leave with very low damage on the side of Pavik. So I think that ZEZAS has a very good draft here.
And here we go, guys. Could be the game for ZEZAS. The first 3-0 for the day. But we shall see. This is Summoners of Sky Arena, and everything is possible. First turn belongs to the Shio. He go for a win unit to do nothing.
Yeah, does not get the stun on the Oliver, but also probably not too fussed about missing the stun there, as the Josephine would have cut in. And now he does still have the Haegang here to kind of counters. I wonder if his attack bar is actually high enough. He is going to go for that skill 3. And Josephine, he actually follows up. ZEZAS is too slow.
We also do have this Oliver moving in perfectly, so we have 2-turn provoke. We have the additional turn. Unfortunately, not taking the attack bar from the Sierra, so Sierra will have a little bit of chip damage. But actually, suddenly it looks like a perfect rotation where Pavix, I would say, is just simply outruning the speed of ZEZAS over here.
And that is very important because Jogan boosts attack bar. Hagen also boosts attack bar, but it's just not quite enough. And Jogan, once again, with the scroll trap, taking away the villager for quite some time. And Oliver against no fire. Oh my god, it is my playground now.
Yeah, it really is, and this just shows the rune quality. Haegang does boost more attack bar than Jogan. Pavix does have the 9% higher speed lead from the Oliver, and now he is in full control of this match.
Yeah, unfortunately did not get the reset over there, but it's definitely enough where you can do that at a later moment. However, the big question is going to be, are you going to be having enough damage? Actually, we do get the stun in. This Josephine also doesn't seem to be on super high damage, but therefore the shields are probably a lot stronger.
I think he doesn't really need to care about whether he has enough damage if enemy doesn't have any healing, because all this damage is permanent. Villager coming out, but will he be able to do any real work before he get put back into the scroll once again?
Ooh. Yeah, does not get a violent proc there to get any skills off. Sierra resisting once again, but does not resist the attack bar. And just this little bit of chip damage is actually all that Pavix needs.
Yeah, it's just the chip damage. I hold my breath for just a second when that Valagil took that turn. Additional turn over there would have been very detrimental. Also, Oliver is looking at the double off turn where he missed a skill 3 into a skill 2 rotation. That's where your Oliver cooldowns are very long. Valagil does take that Sanctuary right now. However, the Shio is just simply not sitting in his control state just yet. We're going into the Alter Ego right now. We have the protection right there. We are looking at a bit of healing. Trying to get the wrong element armor break. Did not actually get it.
And I think this is where the Riley is so crazy, because this bit of damage from ZEZAS could have been so much better if Riley is another support unit that doesn't provide a fat amount of healing every single turn.
Yeah, it's not having enough damage on ZEZAS side, and he concedes the game there. Pavix is not out of this just yet. He goes back at least one win, looking to do the full reverse sweep.
Yeah, he's also laser focused. If we're talking ZEZAS laser focused, Pavix is also one of those. He doesn't take his eyes off the screen. He is super focused. He's already thinking about, okay, what is the next matchup? How are we going to play around that? He has the Zhongchen Lao available in the draft right now, but does he know how to utilize to play it? Because the best pair for Zhongchen Lao is still 2 AoE strippers, but ZEZAS is not giving those units without the Shio also interrupting that.
And round 4, can ZEZAS deal with his Riley if he chooses to go with another low damage team right there? Once again, we're seeing very similar things that happen between Panalike and GOLEMPICHAGA. If you can't do enough damage and they can out-heal you in the long game, you are definitely going down.
Yeah, it could be. And these players are really taking their time with this pre-ban. You can just see exactly how focused they are on this match and how much this means them. They both really want to do well here, and we are actually going back to the Game 1 pre-bans in Game 4.
Yeah, we're going back to a units that actually on neither side are picked. Tianleng hasn't been picked at all yet, but it could be a preemptive thing. It's like, hey, if the Tianleng is not there, I can go for an Oliver, I can go for a Megumi or any of those kind of units. On this side, we do have the Oliver being picked up by ZEZAS. ZEZAS locking in his units very fast. Pafix did have the Sierra and Jogan locked in thus far. This is an opening where you could play a Heigang into a Zhongchen Lao, but do you want to do that because you do already see that Shiho on the other side and a Velagio, if it procs, it's always deadly.
And Pafix deciding which way you want to go. AoE, a single target, turn 1 or turn 2. And he's locking in the Fire Bayak, signaling that turn 2 position. But how is he going to cut through all that immunity with only one strip at the moment? It will be the Josephine for another layer of strip. And ZEZAS instantly locked in the Heigang with the Chandra, like he waited for the Josephine to show up, and that's going to be a very well-rounded team from ZEZAS. But Pafix is locking in, say Shizzle, best, most favorite unit of 2025, the Chow.
Will it be the Chow? Has not locked in it quite just yet, but it is hovering. It is quite a good pick here, but you kind of force the ban to Oliver in that instance. Maybe go for a Belio. No, goes back to the Chow, so definitely going to be an Oliver ban here.
Yeah, that 100% got to be the Oliver ban, but on the other side, ZEZAS does know that Oliver ban is imminent. It's gonna happen. Do you also therefore respect the Chow? Because I have seen this Chow before. This Chow is dangerous, and yes, the Chow was respected.
Chow's gone, but over there we got the Heigang to deal with the Josephine and the Jogan together with a lot of buff as well. Pretty much a perfect condition for the Heigang to perform. Can the Sierra find a crack in the team of ZEZAS to deal bomb damage?
Yeah, Pafix definitely does have buff removers available, so he could find that crack, but Josephine can't do anything here. Can maybe mess up the speed tuning a little bit, does get a nice violent proc, and even getting the stun there. Now, Heigang maybe looking to get a stun, does not get any stuns, so Josephine passive does remain active.
Ooh, we have an S2 potential right here. It's not going to buff enough where the Sierra would not take a turn. Can you actually land it? No, the 100 res. Velagio proceeds to have the immunity sitting on top of him. No bomb available.
Things looking really bad for Pafix right now, but he still has a Josephine passive no longer. We got damage coming out from Chandra, damage coming out from the defense break of this Velagio as well. A lot of bad things are looking to happen, but the Firebite is not giving up just yet.
Yeah, Firebite getting in nice proc. I believe that heal is still going to be going to Joe Gun and not the Sierra, so that defense break might stay there, and this Monkey might do a lot of damage on that.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things. If the Jogan had high HP, we would have removed this armor break, but armor break is there to stay, and we're doing 30Ks per crit, and that's a lot of damage.
And I think Sierra's gonna say bye-bye. Oh, not quite yet. Not quite yet. Leaving the Sierra to do one more turn, just for fun, you know. And Sierra is finally going to go down. Unlike Panda like Sierra, this one came down pretty fast.
Yeah, not sure why he greeted there a little bit, waiting on the kill on the Sierra. He did have immunity, so was protected against that violent proc. By the way, does take out the Sierra now, and ZEZAS sitting at a 4-3 monster lead, but he's now coming out of immunity. Village does not get the cap violent proc, and now might be scrolled away.
Yeah, this scroll array, definitely a position you would like to see, but also the skill 3 doesn't really feel at a good position to use because the Monkey will still get the attack bar and is looking at, ooh, once again, more stuns. So we're definitely not really focusing on damaging things. We're really focusing on just trying to get stuns in. It might be dangerous. We got the alter ego going in, Bright Element nearly taking out this Bayak.
This might be over. ZEZAS assuming the lean back position. He is in the driving seat of this match. Even with Josephine going absolutely wild, it doesn't really mean much anymore. Josephine, funny enough, has the passive back, but the stun happened right before that happened. So she is still being stunned, but any stun after this will wake the Josephine up. But does he really need stun anymore? Because the damage is way too much. Pafix might be looking to exit the competition, and he will. ZEZAS, the king from Brazil, will move on.
Yes, indeed. ZEZAS progresses through to the next round of this competition, and we sadly say goodbye to Pafix. Another European out of the competition. Say, what's happening? Oh, the crowd, though, supporting regardless ZEZAS' victory, but sad to see Pafix go.
Yeah, sad to see. He did pick up that Zhongchen Lao. It is a super strong unit, but it's also one of those units, if you did not really prepare your matches with it, where does it fit best? When is it strongest? And it's one of those units that really need a little bit of playtime to actually get to work, and it simply did not work. And also, right away, ZEZAS had the answer, so very well played by ZEZAS right there.
Indeed, indeed. And unfortunately, the chow wasn't really that good, huh? I mean,
it was banned. It was banned.
Good to be banned, pretty much it. Hey, man, that was a lot of meta gaming right there. And unfortunately, even with a new LD, couldn't really carry Pavix to the next round. And ZEZAS will face another European. Is he going to be enough to stop the Brazilian king?
Yeah, as we look at the bracket here, we all know it, the crowd knows it. GUTSTHEBERSERK is up next against KELIANBAO. But yeah, ZEZAS against RAXXAZ there. So far, America staying on top. We are 2-0 against these European matchups here, Say.
Yeah, I see you looking over there. Yes, so far. But wait for this matchup. We got GUTSTHEBERSERK, we got RAXXAZ in there. We still have those players in there. And then again, we also have RAIGEKI taking out Pandalic, or the other way around. So, hey, friendly fire right there. So, I can still see a 2-2 option right there for the Europeans against the Americans. But then again, let's see what this next match brings, because Guts doesn't have to play against an American. He has to play against a Asian warlord in the name of KELIANBAO.
I mean, I know for a fact here that the fans, and you guys at home too, I hope are screaming at your monitors too, but the fans are going to go wild for this one. I think we're all looking forward to this a lot there. As you can see here, folks, on the bracket, RAXXAZ and ZEZAS will go head-to-head later on this afternoon in that quarterfinals round 2 in a best-of-5. 3 of them have been determined. There is one yet to be set in stone there, as KANGJING is in waiting to see exactly how this Guts and KELIANBAO matchup is going to go down here. I mean, if we're going to see a god tier progression run all the way through to the grand finals, then Guts could be, I mean, this could be absolutely extraordinary. Looking at everyone in the crowd with their signs in the air, holding up. We've got a mixed bag there. We've got some KELIANBAO fans, some Guts fans too there. So it's great to see such a great group of people here in the audience here, folks. And a shout out to everyone here. The energy has been absolutely out of control. I can feel it's going to go stratospheric in this next match, especially when Guts is revealed to the audience at home. Topa, I mean, this one here, this next matchup, with the Americans don't have a player in this next match, but how do you feel this is going to go down? Will KELIANBAO be worried about Guts at all? Do you think after the confidence of last year's victory, he'll just be taking it in his stride as usual?
You know, I think KELIANBAO is going to do it in his own fashion here, but let's welcome back Jiraiya and Mana on stage to welcome back our Guts to stage. And yeah, KELIANBAO, he is definitely a bit more relaxed, but I think that's a little bit of a facade. He still performs extremely well, and he wants to do well as well.
Oh, he tasted victory last year. He wanted the same thing again here, particularly kind of in front of a French crowd, which are going to be massively, heavily supporting his opponent here. But I just can't wait to see how this is going to go down here as soon as it's announced. Mana right now is preparing everyone. There's quiet. We're getting quiet because we know that any second now, it's going to go absolutely out of control. It's GUTSTHEBERSERK time!
Stones coming in from the winning.
Viva la Guts! Here he comes onto the main stage, the man, the myth himself.
Wow, look at the crowd.
That is
absolutely insane.
Yeah, that is absolutely insane. And also during the video, we had one person screaming on top of the whole crowd. And I know exactly which person it is. Everyone is chanting for Guts right now. And I definitely hope that he can bring it very far in this matchup, because the crowd is absolutely loving every bits and piece of it.
They really are. They absolutely really are. I think his opponent here, I don't think will be that necessarily unfazed, but I think Topa made a good point there. I think KELIANBAO there'll be a facade of all goodness, but deep down, nerves. But here we go, KELIANBAO time. Let's welcome in. Welcome to the stage, KELIANBAO, everyone. Here he comes. And we see a lot of hype in the crowd still, supporting the fact that he might not be the preferred player to win this necessarily. However, they respect the champ here. And Sean, I think this is going to be a real interesting one. If Guts can put on a display for us here, this could be one for the ages.
definitely going to be, it feels like an epic anime fight at this point because this is the protagonist facing the final boss kind of vibe here. And in the previous competition where KELIANBAO was the champion, he was leaning back the entire time up until the final where he had to use about 50% of his power. So let's see if the man, the myth, the legend himself, GOATSTHEBERSERK, can make him lean forward just a little bit.
Yeah, and as we look at Guts' stats here, that is an incredible record in SW so far. 9 wins, 0 losses. He is undefeated. So, you know, it might take a previous winner to take this man down.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. But on the other side, we have KELIANBAO with his, I would love to call it his signature pose.
Oh my
like, can we
gosh.
just get going? As I would like to call it on the cast, less blah blah, more matches.
Oh,
and that is exactly what KELIANBAO is representing right now. So many LDs, and he's just looking around like, yeah, you guys can say whatever. I just here play. I just want to play.
Again though, is it that kind of facade, like this kind of like lackluster, get me out of here, I'd way rather be having a sandwich somewhere else or something. One thing I do hope that happens here though, I hope that Guts really embraces this moment. It's not every day that you're in a competition, you're the only person representing your own country in the place where the World Finals is happening, so I hope Guts enjoys every minute of this, no matter what happens here. But I think for us, we could all hope that for the crowd's sake as well, that it kind of goes a certain person by the names of Guts' way. How's it going to go down, folks? Let us know in the predictions right now in the chat. Who do you think is going to be the victor? It's KELIANBAO versus GUTSTHEBERSERK, our final round 1 quarterfinal here ahead of round 2. Match 4, set 1 is back with Say, with Sean, with Topar. Let's go, boys. Let's go, Guts.
Let's see what we have for the pre-ban. Actually, 2 speed leads, and KELIANBAO's reaction is like, wait, that is actually one of my core units. KELIANBAO does have a very particular playstyle. He wants to go for AoE CC or AoE cleave. He likes to do quick matches. He's not here for the bruiser meta. He's not here to look and match. And Guts is just showcasing off something that the crowd would like to see, but actually locking in on Oliver.
And here we go, no more Ciara, but KELIANBAO doesn't need to care about that because what does he not have, to be honest? So we have a Jogan right there, 4-day strip into the attack buff. He's still got the Maxi, he's still got the Neftis if he wants to go for that AoE style, and the Dark Monkey getting picked up immediately.
Yeah, that Dark Monkey is arguably the best follow-up, but Guts is not backing down on the speed fight. He's doubling down on the speed leads as well as an Escher, which is an extremely fast monster. So we'll see how KELIANBAO responds. Is pick up a Gianna that is likely not going to be on Swift, so maybe just giving up that turn 1 and looking to get these high control monsters in turn 2.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that turn 1. Ooh, he's actually going to go for a little bit of everything, but it's very shiny looking over there on the side of KELIANBAO. Light and dark units being drafted. We got the light pony with that Gianna. So it's definitely one of those things where KELIANBAO is saying, Guts, you can take that turn 1. You already locked in double speed lead. You already locked in Asher. I'm not going to care about that. Let's see how the match progresses right after that. And Guts is also locking in 2 units for the long game. We got that Annabelle and his signature unit, the Misty.
Misty being locked in, and KELIANBAO, the last pick is going to be the upgraded, the premium, the Gucci of Misty, and that's going to be Hwoarang getting picked up. One of the new rising star of the ST RTA unit being used by these very endgame player, doing massive damage, uncontrollable, and of course, unobtainable for a lot of us as well.
Yeah, for me it is obtainable as I do own this monster, but it's
really?
incredible to see the Light Hwoarang finally make a showing here in the SWC World Finals as we get in this match. Escher taking turn 1. Oliver with the more with the buff strips for the Oliver, but not getting that much.
Well, not getting that much, getting nearly not at all. And also the Oliver not landing the skills right there. Oliver disappearing in the scroll trap right now. We do get an attack buff and bar on the side of this more, but just a skill one in this Gianna does nearly take it out, but doesn't actually fully take it out right there just yet. Big question is, we're gonna have a cleanse right now, but is this Asher potentially good enough damage to at least control a kill 1 unit? It is good enough damage, it is good enough damage, and Asher takes out the Gianna. All eyes are on this Hwoarang, but this Hwoarang is doing so much damage.
1 for 1, and who's going to control the Hwoarang now? Without more normal attack now, Annabelle skill 3 is going to take a while to come back, but it doesn't take any while for the Light Hwoarang to get a turn as well. And oh, here comes that horse going back and forth so that it can provide more immunity and healing for the team. And the Asher go in, didn't do a whole lot of damage, but the Hwoarang came right back, doing so much damage to this Asher.
There's some incredible artifacts in this Hwoarang. He's doing 3,000s a hit. That is 9,000 or even 12,000 damage every turn. And when you stack in the speed as well, you're moving at twice the speed of your opponent, especially with the violent proc. That damage is insane.
The damage is absolutely insane, especially with the protection of the light pony next to it. You got anti-crit on top of wrong element every single time you hit it. You just simply try to chip it out, take it out. But the HP on this unit is insane. It's dealing damage by being super tanky on those artifacts. Does actually not connect the scroll trap right there. But is it going to be an issue because this Hwoarang is stacking so much speed already? And there was a stun on this Asher. Hwoarang doesn't take it out, but the additional turn takes out this Asher.
And because of this immunity, every single violent proc, Annabelle and Oliver is not doing really well if they can't control the unit. Maybe this is the window where you can take down the Hwoarang, the glancing, because the elemental advantage of the Hwoarang is doing really well. If this horse get a good turn, no, it doesn't even try to transform, waiting for the stun. Maybe this is the window for the Annabelle to cut through and bring down the light Hwoarang.
Yeah, this might be the opportunity right here. Guts is thinking about it. Goes for the cleanse, gets the violent proc. The crowd goes crazy. The damage is not quite there, but with the Oliver, he will have enough damage. And I think Guts is actually going to be taking away this game one from KELIANBAO.
Yeah, it was looking so close, but KELIANBAO played a little sloppy towards the end. He could have had more control. He had to keep in mind that the NFL was very dangerous. A cleanse moment on top of an armor break, on top of a slow, would have been so strong. And currently we're actually, we're back in the screen right there already. It's too electric. We're not even getting to see every bits and piece of it, but we do know that Guts is sitting in the driver's seat right now, and that is what we love to see.
Maybe with the seal, he could take the Animal healing out of the game, but it's not quite there yet, and Annabelle is going to get that big heal, stopping KELIANBAO from killing any unit, but the damage, the counterplay, maybe. But here comes the Annabelle controller slowly, but with the stun is gonna take away their chance to heal. And right now the Annabelle is in the scroll trap. The Oliver is under now a lot of pressure from two different units.
It really is, but not transferring on the pony there, so the skills will be taken away from the Joker. Not actually glance, even if the pony passes, and the Annabelle is already out of the scroll. The Oliver is looking a bit low here, but I don't know if KELIANBAO has damage to finish it off before this Annabelle heal comes through.
I definitely do think he has enough damage. Plus, the pony in the human form is not that tanky at all. You lose a lot of HP for being in the pony form. And even those skill ones, they're chipping off a lot of HP. Whereas the pony heal itself every other turn if you keep transforming. But it's not that much of a heal. We're looking at 10% heal. If you take the additional turn, actually does not go for the additional turn. It's trying to get the counter in. If we get, do you aim for it? Do you go for the skill one? You're on 100 rest. You're most likely going to take it. Actually does not dare to take it at that moment. Everything is looking at so low HP, but nothing is taking out one another just yet. We have the skill 3, we have the Guardian Angel. Can you take it out? No defense break on that left side. Nearly taking out the right side, but is actually looking at a stun.
How is this game so close? Like, in any other game, the Annabelle team would have won by now, but somehow with raw rune quality and efficiency, with the amount of stat in every single unit, KELIANBAO is coming back from the impossible. And if he land the perma stun on his Annabelle, the game might actually be over for Guts.
This is so crazy. Annabelle just goes for the kill, does get the kill. The pony is the problem. The pony could actually still just change on Annabelle. Goes to the provoke instead. The revenge gets the stun. Oh my god, can he do it? Transforms to human form. I think this is slightly more damage. He's going for the damage. It's not that much damage. He needs to get the stun. He goes for the heal. That's not going to be the play. He had to go for the stun.
No, he had to go for the stun. He had to go for keeping the stunning because the heal is just like a 2K. One hit. Yes, this Wind Guardian Angel will take it out. And we have the first win going for Guts the Berserk. And the crowd's absolutely loving it.
Oh my god. Guts the Berserk, still the undefeated gamer in this entire tournament. And the final boss, the big bad evil, KELIANBAO himself can't even take down the French warrior.
You know, as much as we glazed the Light Hwoarang there, I don't think Light Hwoarang was the last pick. He needed to go for some sort of AoE damage to capitalize off of that Joe Gun AoE setup, right? So he just went for the single target damage. The Joe Gun didn't provide much, and he actually got resisted twice on this scroll. The moment the screen shut off, Joe Gun actually missed another seal during that time as well.
Yeah, it's also one of those units. The moment he is slow, the moment the armor break was there, those are the two units, or those are the two things, and it actually came from just one unit, the NFL, provided that the Hwoarang was vulnerable, was not taking as many turns, could not shake off the armor break. Slow is being super long from that unit, and it's definitely a really good counter, and Guts was preparing it before it even came on the field.
And now we have the Oliver first pick for KELIANBAO. Not the Sierra like he usually do. He would probably take the Sierra first, but this time he's going to take the Oliver. Guts is going to take the Sierra. And is he going to take the Shiho to speed contest KELIANBAO, who love to play with Gianna, Veronica, and Jogan, the low base speed unit?
Interesting to see that the Gianna is actually the pre-ban from KELIANBAO's side, so not letting Guts have that Gianna, and Guts still going for the speed. The Azure, we saw Pooh actually do this in the APAC Cup. With the speed buff and the sustain that it gives, also the additional damage, it does pretty well into like Horang.
Yeah, also once again, KELIANBAO is playing for that first turn, so Guts is gonna go once again, still contesting that first turn. We still have the Leyland there, but then again, look at that draft of KELIANBAO, once again looking super shiny. Oh, are we gonna go for the Fire Jin? Does he lock it in? He does lock in a Fire Jin to counter those AoE units.
Oh, that's gonna be a very fun turn one right there. It's gonna be a huge coin flip, but Fire Jin is actually going to be banned out. KELIANBAO will get a turn one, but will this more cut in between and shake the entire stadium?
Here we go. Wounds takes turn one. He does go over the strip. I believe this was his. What is it, Swift or is it Despair? Seems to be Despair. He's going for the spin, only stunning the one monster. That does not matter.
But now the big question is, can your Oliver do enough work? Your Oliver has to be landing on multiple units, or your Han has to deal a lot of damage. I've seen the runes of KELIANBAO. This Han is going to be dangerous. No, we actually have a turn going to this Layla. Layla, how much can you do? We have a slow, we have a silent sitting on so many units.
Oh, he underestimated Layla. Maybe he expected the Han to go for a quick proc here.
Oh my God! We have the Han with a simple solution, taking out this Layla. There's so much damage coming in, and Oliver is in the driver's seat right now on this mission.
Oh my God, one unit gone. Asher's going back in, but no more healing. This Han might be going down. Oh, the Han is not going to go down just yet.
Yeah, KELIANBAO with the misplay turn, he played too fast. Didn't see that the Layla's type bar was glowing after the Oliver move. So went for the reset on the Sierra and allowed that Layla to go. But the Han getting the insane violent proc, and now Sierra also proc. It does not have skills available just yet. And this is still anyone's game. These games are so close.
Yeah, these games are so close. Despair Sun does not get the Despair Sun, and we have a charge fatality, but there's a heal block very well placed on that Oliver. No heal block coming in. However, we do have, once again, an off turn on this Oliver. No crits from this Yeon Hong, though.
But big damage coming for Wunsa, not quite there. And not a lot of control from the Oliver as well. Big heal from the Asher and the Moore with a quick spin. And here comes the damage. Very good damage. Oliver's about to get another turn. But what if Sierra?
Oh, Sierra does not take out Oliver. Oliver, however, does not have skills available as he did miss earlier. Sierra does not go down. Escher will confirm the kill on this Oliver. Goes to the wound sign instead. No, seeing that the Moore can't finish the kill. Yeon Hong is not going to solos, and Guts is going to a 2-0 lead.
Can this Yeon Hong make all the way to comeback? The heal block did just miss, but this Yeon Hong did not show a lot of crits. You're gonna need crit rates to actually kill anything, and he's chanting up the crowd while he's winning his match. I absolutely love to see it.
Once again, still undefeated. Guts, the Berserk, going 2-0 against KELIANBAO.
Yeah, KELIANBAO is not focused at all. He definitely had that game. The Moore did not do enough turn one, but for some reason he did not look at the glowing attack bar of that Layla and went for the Oliver skill 3 on the Sierra, and he almost got bailed out by the Han proc, but in the end, Guts still gets the win there.
Yeah, it does show that Asher is so much value. We're doing 4k per hits, no armor break. Those are some insane artifacts sitting on those units. And it might be one of those units that KELIANBAO might be looking at as like, yo, I'm gonna ban it out, and he does exactly that.
No more Asher for Guts, that speed contesting unit. What can he do this time around to try and fight the turn one away from KELIANBAO? And finally, KELIANBAO is now assuming the leaning forward position. That took an entire event last time for him to be like that, but now Guts, the French warrior, is making him do so.
He definitely is. As KELIANBAO is on the ropes, he has to perform the reverse sweep. Your Guts is sitting at match point.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Guts is going to go for that Gianna. Do you pair up the Gianna with a Hagang right at this position? You do not have your Asher right now, so speed contesting is going to be a little bit harder. But Guts hasn't shown just yet what other speed units you have. We haven't seen Ethnas, we haven't seen Sonias, we haven't seen any Shihos. There's a lot of options for speed contesting. Or could Guts actually go for a Swift Gianna? Because that is still a possibility right there.
And we got double speed lead from Guts the Berserk. He wants that turn one. He's not going to shy away from speed contesting with the Titan. But over there, KELIANBAO is going to go for the Veronica together with the Nephthys. They could be very fast as well, but Guts will have the She-Hulk trying to fight the turn one away from KELIANBAO. KELIANBAO will need another speed lead. He might be going for the Chi-Wu, but is he going to be fast enough to deal with the Gianna and the She-Hulk and potentially another, maybe an F9 as well?
Yeah, this really comes down to the speed of these players. Guts already has the double speed lead. He has that fast She-Ho most likely. Gianna could be on Swift, but he still probably wants to lock in a high speed unit here. Instead goes for a Layla to try and get that cut in and control. But KELIANBAO now actually only has one speed lead in his draft, and I don't know about that pick.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that pick neither, because one speed lead, but then again, we do see the ban on that Veronica. Guts did not utilize that as well, so not sure if KELIANBAO was thinking that that was his light Gojo or anything, because we see the first turn going to this Gojo, so Moore has to do a lot of work right now. Moore, can you do it? Ooh, no, the Nephthys is moving right after this.
Oh, unfortunately. Oh, wait, hold up. Maybe there's a small window right there. But oh my God, you are not getting out of that amount of control coming out from KELIANBAO. Guts was so confident that he was about to get that turn one, and he let KELIANBAO get the speed lead. Imagine if he just banned the speed lead from KELIANBAO. That could have been a much different game, but he was too confident that Joe Gunn was faster than he could imagine.
Yeah, you saw Guts immediately shaking his head after that draft, not liking his position, and we can see why, as KELIANBAO has a dominant victory over here. And Guts is finally taking a loss.
Yeah, I definitely would say it was the result of the 5th pick of Guts being that Layla, which wasn't that strong. If there was a speed lead or like a speed contesting unit, you could have had a way easier ban in that. Maybe he was thinking that all of his units are violent, and even without a lead and 33 lead on his side, KELIANBAO without a lead, Veronica would have been fast enough, because KELIANBAO runes on Swift are crazy fast. So it could have been still that outspeed, and therefore he could have not made it. But I definitely do think the Layla in the 5th should have been a different unit, such as an Ethna or Sonya or anything speed contesting.
And here comes game 4. KELIANBAO stopped the French warrior. His first loss in the entire tournament belongs to KELIANBAO himself. And this could be a crazy reverse sweep. But Guts is not going to go down that easily. And we have the Fire Megami pre-ban and the Dark Monkey King pre-ban.
Yeah, definitely not. Guts does have his Assure available this match, and KELIANBAO has not found an answer to that monster just yet. So it's going to be interesting to see what he does here. Likely going to be going for that Oliver first pick, or does he switch to the CR now?
Is going to go for that Oliver first pick, so is taking that away. Guts can definitely still go for a Sierra or a Moore plus an Asher combination right here. But that is the question. Do you right away want to speed contest KELIANBAO? Because KELIANBAO has seen what is fast. No, we're actually switching it up. We're right away going for that Layla. That actually last match was kind of an off pick. So picking it that early, I'm not too sure about.
But we know that the speed of KELIANBAO is absolutely insane, and he's so many set, and he's gonna go back to the Dark Megumi, who can strip into defense break that could essentially end the fight pretty much immediately. And we know KELIANBAO will have a lot of different kind of follow-up as well. How can Guts cut in between this? And he is going for the Fire Jin. We've got 2 cutters right in front of KELIANBAO. Will they do enough work? But Guts, how can he let these 2 stay in the field? He gotta go with a She-Ho here or something.
For a second, I thought that the map was actually getting picked when there were just 6 seconds left. But you also saw on KELIANBAO's face that he was not happy to see that Fire Jin coming through. But he's still full steam ahead with this AoE speed comp.
Yeah, Fire Jin is one of those units. You don't see it too much in RTA. You definitely do see it a lot in arena defense. And it's one of those units that can potentially stun your whole team on a counter. And there's a lot of counterplay from the side of Guts this time around, where I think that KELIANBAO does want to ban out that Jin. But if the Heigang is locked in, you probably have to force your ban on that Heigang. So let's see if he does actually lock that in. And also the big question is, your Jin doesn't have a full strip chance. It doesn't always disperse them. So let's see how good it actually can be.
Oh, it's gonna be a fun little coin flip for the very first turn right there. I can't wait to see. We have 2 Despair AoE coming out. And if they just land 1 good stun, the Layla is gonna get a turn as well. So Guts has a lot of units to cut in between. And let's see if that's gonna be enough.
Yeah, is it going to be enough? The pushback from the Dark Megumi is going to be a lot, so he's just going to get the attack bar of the Layla and the attack. Let's see. Here's the moment. The Jin, 1 stun, more.
One stun, but the Oliver still moves. The Oliver still moves, but resisted actually on its skill. We have the Jin moving right after. Is reset on this unit right now. Can you stun the Han? Does not stun the Han, but there's enough. There was no reset on this Layla. Layla has skills available. Can we go for the silence? Does not land the silence. Rakan takes the turn. Cannot take it out just yet neither.
He landed the glancing. He did not land any despair stun this Han. The one he needs to stop, but glancing is going to be enough to stop the Han from getting a full bar. And this might be it because the Han getting an additional turn, but the glancing stopped the damage onto the Rakan. Rakan is about to get that turn. This might be it for GOAT the Berserk. He might have this game. The Rakan is going in.
I'm pretty sure this is game over. The provokes land. Rakan is immediately up. The slow is just so powerful. KELIANBAO is not taking any turns. The Fire Jin is going to be punching this Oliver out of the match. Yanhang ties the dot, and Guts will be moving on to...
And the crowd goes crazy! Guts the Berserk will be moving on to the next round, defeating the World Champion!
He's only gone and done it, lads! He's only gone and done it! Guts the Berserk! What an incredible moment here in SWC's World Finals 2025. Guts the Berserk, the crowd favorite, knocks out the 2024 champion in a 3-1, which was obscene. Incredible to watch live. The crowd loving it, as are Jiraiya and Mana there, congratulating him on an epic victory. What a performance there from Guts. I mean, we walked into that saying, is the God run on here? It's going to start by playing a player as capable as KELIANBAO, and he's only gone and done it. Incredible!
Very well performed by Guts. Very well played around the units, such as the Asher. Very well played around also the Fire Jin. You saw the reaction on the face of KELIANBAO. I was like, I do not want to face this unit. And that just gave like the perfect reaction also to us. Like, okay, if I have to leave it in, that's going to be a something right there. And it definitely was a something. Guts was cooking, and Guts got us a Michelin chef meal.
Sean, I mean, KELIANBAO, we must pay our dues to him, an incredible competitor. But what could he have done there differently? I mean, it felt like there was a few moments you could see his body language. He kind of felt there was maybe a mistake here or there was kind of watching, as Say alluded to, the draft of Guts, which seemed so strong throughout.
I think it's once again another case like Takuzo 10, where he played a certain playstyle and the enemy just know exactly what you're going to do, and they prepared the unit that counter exactly your playstyle. The more you don't want to switch it up, he can abuse the fact that KELIANBAO went with so much AoE, and the more and the Fire Jin, who's usually may not be very good in the exact meta, but is very good into KELIANBAO.
Yeah, it really is. Guts is, he prepared very well with the Ashir, with all those cutting-in monsters. He studied KELIANBAO to the T and countered him perfectly. But that is not the end of the gauntlet for Guts here at all, as he has to face up against KANGJING, who is, once again, maybe a bit more unknown, but an extremely, extremely strong competitor.
Yeah, I mean, what does KANGJING make of that, Say? I mean, you're watching that there. I think, dare I say, that he expected perhaps KELIANBAO to be in that matchup. Suddenly you see Guts putting on this incredible performance. I mean, before we get into it, a coupon for you guys at home. There you go. This is something for you folks from us to you. SWC 2025 We Femme Bleu. You can see here energy, mana, mystic scrolls, and emblems. It's all yours. Make sure to log in that coupon code into your game. And I think Sean's already on it. Easy, straight in. You can see here, this is something from us to you to say thank you for being here with us here and enjoying these World Finals, which have been absolutely brilliant thus far. And they're only going to get better now. I mean, I knew it was always going to be great, but now you see the crowd, the reactions, having a Frenchman still in the competition here in Paris, France. I mean, we couldn't have asked for better here. But again, KANGJING next round against Guts. What's he thinking? How does he plan for this?
Well, that's a big question as well, because Guts is also one of those players that like to rerune. So after the match like this, he has a long time to potentially rerune. So is he going to go for rerune? Is he going to be playing the same style that he actually did? against KELIANBAO because it's just such a different player, and that is the big question. Can KANGJING prepare at that moment?
Indeed, indeed. Before we go any further into this, we must take a short break here on our broadcast as we give ourselves a few minutes just to gather ourselves after what was an incredible last round for match in our first round of our quarterfinals. Loads more coming up. Quarterfinals round 2 coming your way imminently. Stay exactly where you are. Glued to your screens. We'll see you back here for loads more SWC World Finals 2025 in just a few. Hello there and welcome back in to the Summoners War World Arena Championship 2025 World Finals. Have you recovered yourselves after that last match? Have you managed to calm down after Guts progressed through to the next round, taking out KELIANBAO, which was one of those big moments in this competition. We saw a lot of fingers being crossed from Guts, and it paid off, say, because whatever gaming gods he prayed to, they answered.
Yeah, it was definitely with that Fire Jin. The Fire Jin worked out so well for him. It's one of those units you don't see too much in the competition. It's all about the light parring. But actually there was light parring in one match, and it did not really work out in that particular match. And Guts very well utilized, like, okay, he's going to be playing this, and this, and these are my answers. And they laid out so well. So let's see what he can do in the future match. But then again, we first have different matches coming up, which is actually your countryman, Pooh, playing against Lest.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible match because we have my countryman, but we also have the meta definer, Les himself. And he actually brought out something that he was kind of cooking a lot, but a lot of players around him thought he was kind of joking when he picked that driller in his public matches. But turned out he actually cooked. And I wonder if he's going to use it again, which is the big question with Les is, you saw it, but is he going to do it again?
Yeah, that's always the question with Les. You know, he really creates his own meta, and I think he definitely has something prepared for everyone.
Yeah, I think he will have. I think all our players now, having had that initial kind of quarter-final round one, it's time for our round two to begin now. All best of fives again. But this is where we really lock in. It gets really nitty and gritty now. We've got 4 matchups coming your way. The winners of that first round are playing up against the winners of each of the region's cups, who have been watching on and waiting, just waiting to see exactly who they'll be going up against and what mountain they'll have to climb to get into that semi-final later on this afternoon. We're going to meet those players now and see exactly who is in our first matchup. It is Pooh. And here Pooh comes to the main stage here in Paris, France. You can see him, the crowd are cheering on. Loving those wristbands changing colors as we go in the glow. That looks awesome, man.
Yeah, that looks absolutely awesome. And I'm also very curious to see what Pooh plays, because we've seen multiple drafts from him. He likes to play the meta style. We have seen in the finals for him a completely different draft with Nikki, but also on leaderboards, he's playing something completely else once again. So lots of different styles.
Lots of different styles. You're going to see many more. We've already seen one of the styles earlier on today, and we're welcoming his opponent back to the stage because we have ourselves his opponent in the form of Lest. Lest as well is a competitor who we've seen lifted the trophy 2 times when it comes to World Finals. And I mean, when it comes to Sean, these 2 competitors, I mean, anything you think would give them the edge going into this, you think kind of like leans in their favor. Pooh obviously as well, if you missed it at the beginning of the show, was the caster's most predicted favorite to go all the way and win the World Finals this year too.
I think the thing with Pooh is definitely going to be his consistency in drafting and playing, being able to just go through the matches every single day and still being on top is definitely going to be that one code where a man practice one punch 1,000 times. It's going to be very, very scary, and that is definitely going to be Pooh.
Yeah, definitely. But then Lest on the other side, well, actually, let's look at Pooh here first. Nearly a 69% win rate in the tournament so far. And obviously, he went to the World Finals last year, and he is back-to-back champion of the Asia-Pacific region. He loves his Fire Megumi here, pairing it with that Nyx as well as a Gianna for some juicy LDs.
Yeah, it's definitely a very interesting box that he likes to play with, because we have seen this. We've also seen a lot of other kind of styles. He's been playing Asher and also the Chakra on the leaderboards right now. So is it something he's going to be picking up? We have seen him in tournament setup play the Swift Nikki into the Swift Han, into the Swift Bella. Everything Swift. I've seen him play that on the leaderboards. There it did not work out that well, but it gave him the tournament victory against that Kuzo 10 in the APAC region. So the big question is, can he play that? But then also, can you predict what Lest is going to be playing? Because that man can play literally everything and define metas here on the spot.
And because you can actually change runes in between, I wonder if Les cooked something brand new. And here we go, guys. Les against Pooh. Quarterfinal match 1, round 2. Let's take a look at the pre-ban, Topa.
Yeah, what are going to be the pre-bans? Not actually insta pre-bans, which is usually something that you would see in the very first game. I would assume that both these players have prepared for the other, and we see Pooh banning out the Yanhan that Les did not even use in the first game.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those units. We have seen that a few more times. We have seen Tian Lengs being pre-banned when Tian Leng has never been shown. Segments being pre-banned when Segment never been shown. Now we also have that with the Yeonhong on the side of Les. Is Les going to go for first pick? Waterfall ain't no way, because that is a decent to good counter unit, but definitely not a first pick. Is opting to go his Nesco. Les is playing the same style he was playing back in 2023. Showcasing 3-4 units, taking it away. Showcasing this, taking it away. Locking actually in that Asher.
Wow. Asher, first pick of 3 unit, very free-to-play friendly from Les right there with the Asher. Is it on Swift? Could it be on Vio? You never know. And that is the mystery that Pooh needs to find out when we go to the first match here.
Yeah, you definitely don't know, especially when you're facing off against Les. That could be even despair for all I know. But either way, Asher has had a great showing today. But Pooh already going for a Chakra right away, which has been playing a lot on the ladder.
Yeah, which is actually interesting because his Asher is mostly paired with that Chakra, and therefore it's maybe a steal from Les. And Pooh is definitely doing what Pooh does best, waiting all the way till the end of his timer. You don't have to lock in the first 30 seconds. We do see a Hagang and a Rakan on the side of Les, but Pooh really likes to get the timer go down, really thinking about this draft. Okay, if I do this, what will the enemy do? If I do that, what will the enemy do? What is my absolute best position? So Pooh locking anything else in before 5 seconds is very rare, but we actually get a Zenitsu on wind variance, or on water variancing unit.
Because this unit got buffed in the recent balance patch, I think, and now it has a lot to do with him stunning the enemy, gaining bar in between, and also reducing his own cooldown. If his team gets stunned by the Hagang, for example, it's quite interesting, but Hagang hard counter the Wind Intra, so I wonder it's going to stay, but oh my god, we have the Light Devil Maiden to counter the debuff, and a Gelnia to counter the Light Horse. I haven't seen an SWC match where so many of my LD5 on the screen right now, Topa.
Yeah, this is insane. We see a Gilnir, no Bulwark so far, but a Gilnir. You also have this return of the Rakan on left side, as well as that Jessica, which did do quite well. And Pooh now hovering over a Chao. You know, there's not really, I mean, there are no wind monsters, no pushbacks on the side of Les, aside from that Hagang skill 1, so this is quite strong.
I think that Chao is going to be a must ban, because if you ban out that Gelnir, Chao would take that match solo. So those are most likely the bans over there. Gelnir is actually sitting super strong in this lineup because there's so many AoEs. You're always forced to hit a little bit of everything, and therefore Gelnir will go for a lot of healings. But once again, not just locking in things very slowly, waiting for the timer to go down, also with the bans, being very precise, locking in the bans. What do we see? Chao is not on the field, but we're actually going to see this Gelnir.
Oh, this is going to be very interesting here, guys. Here we go. First round, not a single Shiho, Oliver, and Ciara inside. What is going to be this match? Nobody knows. First turn belongs to the Asher.
No surprise with Asher taking the turn one. Hagang does follow up, does not get the buff remove on the Eleanor, however, but he is protected by this Hagang. Megumi cannot do a whole lot. Does get a violent proc, however.
Also well played by this Megumi, because actually the Gelnir was supposed to be faster than this Rakan. You could have stolen the buff, but now the Rakan, often low on accuracy, has to be stealing a buff and provoking on this pony. Can you do it? No, it's actually going to go for a different unit altogether.
And Gelnir finally taking a turn. This unit is probably one of the most passive units you can imagine, because right now he's going to be the main healer for the team. And hard counter the Eleanor, because every time the Eleanor does that, it's going to be 5 stacks for Gelnir, and that is going to be unlimited healing for this unit. And I don't think Pooh is exactly very good at doing a lot of damage or burst damage at the moment, so it's going to be a long game for Pooh.
Yeah, it is going to be a long game, but Pooh also does not have that much sustain. We do have the Eleanor. I mean, if it violent procs, that is obviously a lot of sustain, but you really need to get those turns. Otherwise, it is not going to be that much. So Les might just win the long game. We see the Eleanor take a turn, and once again, Gelnir is fully stacked up.
Yeah, Gelnir keeps getting full stacked up, but the window of opportunity right here for Pooh is getting an armor break from that Zenitsu on water. If you get an armor break, potentially with an additional turn, you can do a good bit of damage. But anything you hit right now, oh, you did 12k damage, I'll heal 12k damage.
This is the kind of match where you want a siege replay and you blame your guilty for not using Destroy Rune pretty much, because nothing is really sticking right now. But maybe, just maybe, when this horse is not on in the human form, this is where The Chandra. Oh, never mind. Never mind. He was about to do some big damage, but never mind. This Rakan is going absolutely crazy.
And the violent Rakan getting that proc there does get a stun, but it also did remove a buff, so Heigang has other plans about that. And now the Ishura moves out of the Diva's break, removes the truck from the field. The Rakan is absolutely Jengaing this game.
Oh, Rakan is doing so much damage, but we also see this armor break into Nestu actually having the Rakan stun. No, the Rakan is, I'll take the additional turn, I'll shake off that armor break, and I'm just gonna go for a skill one, but I'm sitting comfortable on this bus right now.
Oh my god, I cannot believe it. Rakan controlling this match. What a Zenitsu trying to do damage, but it's just impossible. And this Unicorn is also being completely controlled as well. And the good thing about Rakan AoE control is that it doesn't rely on Rakan hitting everybody. It's just one target, and he's controlling everybody else as well at the same time, ignoring sort of the passive of the Eleanor a little bit.
Yeah, we finally have some damage coming in. We do not have any stack right now on the Gelnet just now. Can you take it out? Does potentially take it out. Does actually cleanly take it out. So it's Rakan on his work. Can you take out this pony? Because this Zenitsu is very dangerous. It's looking at a provoke.
Yeah, goes for the Zenitsu actually and does manage to land off element, gets that provoke, and the Zenitsu is going to drop here very soon. This Rakan did so much work, and also the Gilner just keeping the team alive is a lonely Eleanor, and she will not be taking this match.
Yeah, it's just so much damage from this Rakan. It's the comeback of the Rakan. We have seen a few players play this unit right now. It was recently buffed to do more damage on that skill 3, if I'm not mistaken. But it's just one of those units. Sometimes it just really works. And it would be interesting to see, do you go high on crit damage? Do you go high on accuracy? There's a lot of different builds that you could go on this unit. Who is also thinking about, okay, what can I change for the next draft?
All right, I call absolutely BS on that, okay? We got the Light Horse on the screen and the Rakan crit on my water unit back to back. All right, that is why I don't like the Light Horse. Please, can we get a campaign to buff the Light Horse, please?
It's a fake unit. It's a fake unit. That's all I say. It's a fake unit. It might have nothing to do that I have it and I don't like to play it myself. It's a fake unit.
Yeah, glancing just not working out there at all, but it was really just came down to the ban there, I feel like. Pooh really did not respect that Gilnir, and for some reason really respected Jessica. I think Pooh was really expecting an Eleanor ban and was really trying to just 5-head, so to say, less there. You know, didn't mind, because if he had the Eleanor, that immunity counters the Jessica.
Yeah, I 100% agree on that. The Gelnir is actually one of those units. If you're playing one of those ponies, it's just 5 stacks to the Gelnir. You do 12k damage to something, 12k heal from the Gelnir. It's full on the recovery stacks from the artifacts, and it's just doing so well. Once again, we're definitely taking our time for the pre-bans. So let's see what the two gentlemen like to pre-ban right now. Are we going to see a Gelnir pre-ban? Is that what we're playing right now?
Nah, I don't think so, because this time he gets to play with his new favorite unit. That's going to be Nyx. And I think Nyx is probably one of the strongest AoE strip to be drafted right now, due to the fact that it feels like Veronica, which is the top tier strip, but also comes with a very ridiculous passive.
Yeah, so we see less pre-banning out that Megumi that Pooh really loves to use it in a crit rate build, does a lot of damage, obviously takes a lot of turns to this passive, and Pooh finally managed to find the Light Gojo. Seemed like he was scrolling through his iPad for probably, 50 seconds there looking for that Light Gojo, and finally decides on that. Now he has first pick. What is he going to pick up here?
Yeah, even with the first picks, Pooh often still likes to wait all the way to the last few seconds to lock in Ethan Oliver. No, wait, are we going to go for this swift draft with the swift Nikki, swift Hunt, swift everything? I think Les has seen this draft, but on the other side, we see a kid. That is a hacker on water. That's a unit you normally do not really see. That is a budget Veronica right there. So let's see if that's actually a unit.
It's kind of funny that he screamed, "We see a kid!" Yeah, I mean, it's literally, we see a kid on the other side of the screen. But speaking of Veronica, that is actually the water Veronica fighting the dark Veronica pretty much. But Pooh is going to go for a very aggressive draft, and the only way to deal with that is either to survive, which is not really ideal. So we're going to go with our speed round. That's going to be the Asher being picked up by Les. So we got 2 swift contests with a 33 speed lead and another potentially swift unit to stop Pooh advance with a swift draft.
And what can Pooh do to counter this now? I don't think he really has the speed to outspeed this, so he goes for a Ragdoll, hoping that Les will crit against that attack bar. He also does have the Nyx. If Nyx can nullify some debuffs coming out of maybe this Dark Megumi, maybe he can cut in and do something, but right now, Les is looking to just cleave Pooh down.
Well, the big question is, Pooh, are you going to find 5 dark units on the field? No, we're going to go for an Antares. He's a Europe, and he brings the Europe special. We're just going to go for an Antares. We saw that in 2019 in Paris, and I would love to see this unit get in this match, because that's going to be absolutely crazy.
Man, the last time I see Antares, a lot of people were upset, not for the Antares. But anyway, we got a Chandra last pick going out here. We got a lot of attack by boost coming out from Pooh. We have strip control from Les. We have Antares from Pooh. And Antares could be a force to be reckoned with.
He really might be. Lest is definitely light on damage here. That Asher with the speed buff, as well as maybe a crit damage Chandra, crit rate Oliver, could do a lot of damage, but there's no defense break and still no traditional damage dealer on the side of Lest.
Yeah, but now we're just looking at the pushbacks. We didn't get any stun from the Chandra, so it could be Despair, could be Violet. Also, Oliver right away missing the S3, so it's going to be looking at an off turn very soon.
Oh, big damage coming out, and if he take down the Chandra quickly, this Antara is going to be quite scary here, but he's going to go for the kid. Straight up.
Goes for the K1D, the water hacker right there. Really respecting this monster. Feel like he already kind of did most of its... Well, it does have that attack bar pushback, so it could do a lot of control there. But Chandra now getting that protection on it. Antares finally getting its first turn. Is it built on Despair? Can it? No stuns. Maybe a violent Antares.
Yeah, maybe a violent Antares could definitely potentially do a lot more damage. Can we actually take out this? Oh, yes, we do take it out. So that's also, if you build something super fast on Swift, more on the damagey side, it is just simply not going to be any kind of tanky. So it's going to be more difficult to draft. And also, thus far, the Antares has kind of been just chilling on the bottom right side, not really doing anything. It's like, I kind of want to do something, but I'm just sitting over here not doing anything.
I feel like he's going to pick a Fire Jane and done more work than this Antares, who's sleeping right now, not doing a single thing. Chandra providing some crazy AoE protection. Antares is still standing there. Unbelievable. What an absolute piece of trash.
He's just standing there menacing, not doing anything. This Antares is slowed. It has 0 speed. It's about to take a natural turn.
Antares, you're sleeping on the job. Someone is depending you to do something. You take a turn right now. You almost had a natural turn. You're on 0 speed. You're on slow. You have negative speed. If you had any less speed, you would be taking your attack bar going down. At least your additional turn because you're finally doing something. But it's so super late. You have to take it back. Yes, Antares, that's what we're talking about. We have to cheer this man on. It is going to go there. But then you still have to fight this Chandra. Can you actually do it?
Antares being the best unit in the game right now, doing so much damage to enemy, absolutely carrying Pooh to the victory here potentially, but unfortunately for Pooh, the Chandra doesn't really know much about the glancing, and Antares is going to be the last one standing here. Can he actually... Oh, he is the Antares additional turn. Oh. Very good damage, but this Antares we saw was on Nemesis and not Revenge, which means there's no random revenge that's about to happen to save the Antares from this... Oh my god! Antares getting the stun on the face and absolutely not doing anything. Antares once again, why are you here in the game, you absolute piece of trash?
Oh my goodness. The Antares, it did absolutely nothing for the first half of the game. Then it turned it up. It got that proc, violent proc, another proc, back to back. Almost looked like it could do something. I was beginning to believe, and then Antares says, you know what? I did my part, and I am not going to be winning this by myself.
Oh, the Antares had the roller coaster of emotions, and we have more roller coaster of emotions here on this desk. We went from absolute trash to the best unit in game to being the absolute trash. Once again called out by Champi. Do not pick this unit if you're not feeling it on your day. And Pooh was not feeling it on this match. Les is sitting at a 2-0 victory right now. He is match point, and this is the guy that most of the casters voted to go all the way, so he has to be picking up something super strong, and then Nicky Draft once again just not really did it.
I mean, he was supposed to be the meta gamer, but Pooh is playing very, very off meta right now, but the fact that he's doing that might be costing him the game right here. So I wonder if he's going to go back to being the meta player, or is he going to keep cooking but burning the kitchen down at the same time?
Yeah, Pooh is almost trying to off meta list here. You know, let's definitely not play meta with this SG reverse pick once again. I mean, it has been working out very well, so can't really knock on less playstyle here. But Pooh definitely has to be bringing out what he knows best here.
Yeah, I definitely do not really like the style of the segment, or not of the segment of the Nicky before. That playstyle, he has been playing it on ladder, but even on ladder, it did not have that much success, let alone in tournament play. So in this case, we do go back to the Megumi and we go back to the Chakra. Both of them did not really do all too much in that match 1, but let's see what Les brings to the table, because at least there's no Heigang to counter these specific units.
Oh, here goes. What is Les gonna do? He's gonna pick up the Rakan once again. That did really, really well against the specifically Water Zenitsu in the previous game. And we got the Light Gojo that also did a lot of damage against his opponent earlier on. So Pooh, if you go turn 2 with the Antares, you are absolutely going down. So he's gonna go for the turn 1 strip and the turn 1 attack buff as well.
Well, he definitely going a little bit turn 2 here with the Nyx. Does have that passive to maybe deny these provokes on the Rakan, as well as this 100 resistance. Nikki looking to get some cleanses, but Les going for a monster that does not care about resistance, does not care about landing anything. It is just a Sonya for a straight up kill.
Yeah, Sonya for the kill. He's only looking at 1 speed lead just yet right now. And I do think that Nikki might potentially be very fast. We added in with the Chandra. Did do a lot of work. Pooh, do you have a very strong 5th? And what are you going to be banning out on that strong 5th? You're only looking at 1 speed lead right now. You're not really speed contesting, whereas your enemy is showing 2 units with super high base speed plus 2 speed leads.
I think you kind of need to ban Sonya and pick up a Veramos. I think that's going to be an absolute amazing. Oh, we got a Han right there. He wants that turn 1. But then over there, Les has 2 high base speed units to completely shut down something immediately. And we also saw that in the previous game that 100 Res, Nyx and Nikki got absolutely slowed down by a Chandra.
Yeah, I'm really not feeling this Han pick. I don't think it's going to be tanky enough, and it definitely won't be fast enough. Or with pairing the speed lead with the Nikki or the Nyx, it's not going to be fast enough outspeed less on those high speed monsters. Either way, it does take the ban.
We still have Sonya on the field. I'm very surprised about the Sonya on the field. Might this Chakra be a Sonya trap? Might this Nikki be a Sonya trap? Is that what we're playing right now? We're going to find that out very quickly. We have the first turn over there. Or is it maybe just too much HP? We do see shield sets sitting as well. So what are we going to go for the Guard Cross? Guard Cross does go on the Nikki, does actually not take it out.
Oh, and that's going to be a great turn for the Megami. Can he land a stun? He will land a stun on the Swift Light Gojo. And here comes the mistrip on the Chandra, but we still have a fair bit of healing coming out from the Nikki. And Nikki's going to heal herself back to almost full follow-up with the Chakra, going in with the AoE damage. This might be a potential good game for Pooh.
It might be, especially with that stun on the Rakan is crucial. He is really counting on this Nyx passive to deny these lows, because if his team gets slowed here, that Gojo will be moving. It's going to be cleansing. He's going to be doing a lot of damage. The Rakan does not proc out. Oh, glancing hit from the Megumi does not take out the Sonya, but she does not have any skills either.
Yeah, also this skill 3 could potentially do a lot of damage. There was a lot of cleanses, not too much damage flying in just yet, but we're waiting for this Rakan to take turns, and he's going for the collapse after resisting the Megumi.
And here comes the Chakra doing another stun. Nikki with the attack follow-up. And that is going to take down the Sonya. That's going to almost take out the Gojo, but eat the revenge in the face. And I think this is looking way, way better for Pooh right now, because the Rakan is not getting the turn that he needs to do what he needs to do. And one more unit going down. Pooh might be taking us to game 4, but no way! Rakan is in his track.
Dude, this Rakan is going absolutely crazy, getting all the revenges, all the violent practice it needs, but even then, oh my goodness, it gets another revenge, but even then, it will be going down here, and I don't think this Chandra has what it takes to win this game.
Yeah, and Les definitely does agree on that one. The additional turn on the Rakan looked super strong, but during that additional turn, did also lose the defense from the Chandra, able to take so much more damage. And we also do see this Wind Chakra from Pooh is making so much damage on the whole team. It nearly one-shotted the Sonya. That is an incredible amount of damage. The Gojo was straight up half HP. The Rakan even lost a lot of HP on that. So it's definitely one of those super dangerous units, and I think that Les might be looking at banning those kind of units.
And here we go, game 4. This time, he can pre-ban the Nyx that stop his entire team from using skill. And we also saw that Pooh was very confident to survive the Sonya, even with Nikki, who usually tried to have a bit of attack stat in there as well, but she managed to survive the Sonya turn 1 with that shield set. I think he was pretty much ready for the Sonya, but this time, Les knowing that the Sonya is not going to work, maybe he's going to switch to a different high base speed unit.
Well, the Sonya might still work. We saw even in the ZEZAS game, I believe, he hit a Josephine with the Sonya and then just followed up with the Water Monkey to take it out. So you just need some sort of fast unit to follow up that kill, even if the Sonya doesn't do it. But we saw in the last game that Pooh actually managed to cut in after the Sonya and then stun the Light Gojo, so the Nikki actually survived and got that heal off.
Yeah, it's definitely those follow-ups, and that is why the Megumi is also pre-banned in this matchup. It's one of the first picks, comfortable picks from Pooh to always lock that in. It is actually on a high damage set, so it's working very well. And now we have the steal on this side for Pooh getting that Asher.
Oh, and over there we got the Oliver, we got the Kid. over there from last team for the AoE strip and to increase cooldown time. But Pooh, Fire Megumi is being pre-banned right now, which means he needs to switch to a different speed lead because he's been using the Fire Megumi the entire time. What is going to be the speed lead for Pooh? Is it going to be Ciara? Is it going to be Water Twin Angel? Or Chandra. Oh, it's going to be Vanessa.
Yeah, it goes to Vanessa. We have not seen these players pick up the Vanessa, and Les responding with a Efna. Pooh already does have the Vanessa on his field. Could go maybe for a Ragdoll, but that Megumi is in the pre-ban.
Yeah, it's definitely that you could pick up a lot more fire units right now because all of the damage comes from either a wind unit or a fire unit. Ragdoll always super strong into Athnas. When I was playing a lot of Athnas, Ragdoll was my biggest fear. I never wanted to draft Athna into Ragdoll, but Les does know that Pooh has that Ragdoll can come out, is actually going to come out. He has 3 seconds left on the clock. Does he lock it in? Does seem to be locking in the unit with a Masha.
Oh, that is a very aggressive team from Pooh. A lot of speed scaling damage. Hey Gang right there just to piss him off because that Chakra is going to do terrible into the Hey Gang. But is he going to lock that in though? Or is he going to go for a different speed lead here to try to snipe the turn 1 away from Pooh?
Yeah, not locking into Hagang just yet. Could also go for a slower turn 2 monster here. If he bans out this Chakra from Pooh's side, or even if he doesn't, there's not really any follow-up CC. So I do like the Shizuka pick here. There's not really a good way to control this monster.
Yeah, it's not really a good way to control this monster, but it's also the big question. What do you ban out right now? Because the Chakra is definitely going to be a lot of damage on this Athna. The Masha is going to be a lot of damage on this Athna. Sure, you could maybe bring it back to life for just a half a turn, but is that going to be good enough? That is going to be the big question, because I'm actually liking Pooh's draft in this scenario.
Yeah, if we manage to get that turn 1, it's going to be a lot of damage. And even if you have to suffer a little bit from the Shizuka, it's not going to be a problem. And the Chakra is being respected by Les, being banned out pretty much immediately. Let's see which person is going to take the very first turn. Is it Ethna? Is it Asher? It's going to be the Ethna. This Masha is going to be the very easy target, but missed the stun.
That is a huge miss on the stun because now Masha will take a turn, and that means she will get immunity back up. Actually, opted to not go for a defense break. Does not want to give a defense break, knowing that he has enough damage to delete the Efna either way.
It's definitely a very interesting play, but in the end it did work out. The Ragdoll was moving right after, also everything taking additional turns. Did not need those additional turns to actually fully make the kill, but he wanted to keep that skill 3. He did not want to give that defense break just yet, because he does know Shizuka would give that defense break back. And also does know that he can use the strip at a later moment if Shizuka goes for the 3rd skill right now.
Definitely going to be a very interesting play right there. And no defense break on the entire team. 2 buffs, so Vanessa is going to have a bit of trouble trying to strip that defense, that immunity on the Oliver. But right now, Les team with not a whole lot of damage. Oh my god! That move where he saved the defense break didn't really mean much, but that was pretty cool to look at.
Yeah, pretty cool to look at. Does land it through that 50-50 and even the resist checks, but there's just not enough damage on Les' side. And even without, well, it does have the Escher heals, but those could be reset. I think the Masha with the tempo from the Ragdoll is just eventually going to be taking this game for Pooh.
Yeah, it's definitely what we said in the draft. The Shizuka felt like not enough damage. If you take out the Athna pretty quickly, and either the Masha would have done a good job on that, or that Chakra would have done a crazy good job at that. It's just simply taking out those units, and Pooh is so confident in his units that he doesn't even skill 2, and he's bringing it back to a 2 against 2.
Oh my god, we are going to a game 5, ladies and gentlemen. And that is going to be a very intense one. Who is going to move on to the next round? Is it going to be Pooh? Is it going to be Les? We have one less World Champion in the tournament, where we have none left after this.
Yeah, that is very well said there, Sean, and we are going to a game 5. Les looks so strong, taking the 2-0 lead immediately, and now we saw Pooh actually cheering there. He's back in his groove. He has brought this back to a 2-2, and he's looking to complete the reverse sweep.
Yeah, it's definitely the big question. How is this draft going to revolve around? Because as you mentioned, the first 2 drafts of Les looked like, oh, this is unlosable. The Geltnir, all of those plays, they worked out so well. Whereas Pooh definitely did climb back into his units. The Chakra doing very well for him. The Asher Steel also worked out very well. And that is just where we don't see enough damage on the side of Les in that last match. We actually see an Asher respect on the pre-ban.
Oh, which means Les has one less unit to speed contest Pooh if Pooh decides to go for that turn 1 gaming here. And let's see what is going to be the first pick. Is it going to be Oliver? It is going to be the good old Rakan coming out from Les. Crazy how it is not Shiho, it is not Oliver, it's not Sierra that being contested between these players. It is like Asher Rakan.
Yeah, Rakan is actually quite a phenomenal monster. I've been playing this myself on the ladder quite a bit, and I was actually wondering, why don't more people play this? I remember saying those exact words previously, like, this unit is so good. The skill 3 does have that buff remove on a single target, as well as the AoE provoke that doesn't care about elements.
Definitely, yes, but I think it's strong. But is it first pick strong? That is the big question right here. Because you also did see Pooh not play it just yet, so you could have saved it to a later moment. But in this case, we're going to go back. Wait, were those two that were off-key tuned, where the Changpang moved in front of the Heigang? Did he actually fix that? Because that's going to be a difficult match. Also, would you be playing a Heigang and a Changpang very much AoE focused into a Megumi? Megumi's going to be taking so many turns.
And here comes a bit of extra RNG that might or might not work against your favor. That's going to be the light unicorn getting picked up by Pooh right there. But he's definitely going to need a strong damage candidate for this match. And that is going to be the Masha, which is the OG counter to the Changpang. But over there, Pooh's going to go for AoE strip into AoE slow.
That is a lot of damage, a lot of aggression coming out from left side. He has plenty AoE buff removers here and also the AoE control. But yeah, that is the big question here. Surely Les has fixed the speed tuning of his Art Masters here. And what will Pooh last pick? Could it be maybe a Ragdoll, or is he looking for something fast? Maybe a Sonya to even outspeed and snipe a monster?
I definitely think he is going to be looking at some kind of passive that does good against the whole team, and he finds that in the sense of Abelio. So either the Abelio is going to be super good into the draft, because then you would be banning that Changpang, I would say, or the Eleanor has so much disruption against the draft of Les right here. So let's see what the two gentlemen will go for the banning.
Here we go, guys. Game 5, the last one between Les and Pooh. No more second chances, and that's going to be a Chandra ban. Fire Megumi getting banned out. Les might have a very strong start, but that Abelio is going to be right there in his way.
But the Abelio might just get reset by this Changpang. I don't think that's really the correct ban on this Chandra. I think you needed to ban out this AoE defense. That is a really fast Eleanor. The Eleanor does not get buff removed, so Eleanor will actually be able to change forms and cleanse the defense breaks. But then again, she becomes a lot squishier when she transforms.
Yeah, she becomes a lot squishier right now. She does take the additional turn. Could go for a stun right there. Actually goes back to the form, so you have the glancing potential coming in there. So this is the big question. With the glancing potential right there, do you get enough pushbacks? That's going to be a really difficult job. No, actually goes for S2. He wants to go for damage potential just straight up. But where was the damage going to be aiming at? Because the Lamila you're not really going to do any damage to.
And here comes the damage, here comes the provoke, didn't really do a lot of damage, and the violent prop from Lamila giving her the opportunity to go for the skill 3, stopping any further action from the Heigang and the Dark Megumi. Abelio walking up as well, and that's going to be a lot of healing and a beautiful, exquisite provoke onto the Changpang.
That is absolutely phenomenal. Now Lamila has a fully stacked up Art Sacrifice, not quite enough to take out the Changpang. Changpang does not bottom proc. Les team is looking so low. And I think Pooh, Les is conceded. Pooh takes the reverse sweep.
There we have it. Pooh has indeed done the reverse sweep there and gets a victory, knocking Les out of the competition. Who will not be going any further in our World Finals in 2025. But Pooh, the favourite amongst the casters, continues that journey. Sean, I see you kind of fist pumping in the air. You're happy with that one?
Of course, my man. The reverse sweep was beautiful.
Yeah. I'm just getting some word through now as well that Antares, despite being used in Game 1, is still yet to leave the Sky Arena. That's slow. That's slow. That was just one of the highlights of the day. Incredible work though from Pooh, who proceeds through to the semi-finals of this competition, where he's guaranteed to play one of our American players who are going head-to-head very shortly. We'll talk about that very, very soon. But let's talk about Les for a second. Came into this competition. He's done a great thing. He's done great things in this game in general over the last few years, and sad to see him go. But I mean, Pooh just seemed to have kind of an answer to a lot of what he was throwing at him, and you'll see that courtesy on our bracket right now with that reverse. We, as said, 3-2, the best of 5 going the distance, and Pooh progresses, say.
Yeah, definitely very well played by Les in the end, but it was also like he had some units which would say is like he had the kid in there. Did it really perform that well? The Rakan in the end, it was really good, but also Pooh, like the longer these matches go on, the better Pooh was finding the counters. He found it in the Liponia, found it in the Lamila, he found it in drafting more water units. And then the Rakan at some point just doesn't deal enough damage. The Changpang was in there, but also the Changpang did not really feel like that much value in that whole draft. Let's try to make a quick cleave out of it, but it just simply did not work.
Unfortunately, it was not the bring your kid to work day kind of day. And we have now 2 less champion in the entire thing. 2 world champion, all defeated, and right now it is a lot of chance for the newcomer to be the brand new champion SWC 2025.
That's right, as we will be crowning a new champion. This will not be a repeat champion. Both Lest and KELIANBAO have been knocked out of the tournament. So I'm super excited to see RAIGEKI and Panda duke it in the next match, as we will be having an American player facing off against Pooh later.
It does make it more exciting, doesn't it, lads? Knowing we'll have definitely a confirmed new champion this year for 2025. And as you can see on your screens, this is how it's going to unfold, with 3 more quarterfinals coming your way in our second round. Remember, this is all elimination. You lose, you're out of here. That's it. Followed by semi-finals and a grand final later on, that best of 7. But Pooh progresses, and there's no doubt Pooh now looking to see who will be coming his way in the next matchup. What was interesting about Pooh there, again, we talk about body language. I get so galvanized. You can feel the wind in his sails, the energy from that kind of that second game, taking it to 2-2 against Les there. He seemed to loosen up a little bit. And how integral is that when you kind of feel looser and you feel that you're kind of like more comfortable going into these kind of matchups?
Yeah, definitely right there. But I think also at the moment he was at the 2-2 mark, he felt like, okay, I understand your kind of draft right now. You're definitely playing something that they normally haven't seen at all. But I have seen 4 matches of it right now. I lost 2, I won 2, but I'm comfortable for that 5th position. The draft really was in his favor. He also did see the few units such as the Chungpong and the Chungpong and the Heigang in a previous match where Les already did show those cards against the Kuzo 10. So it is once again always a favorable position to be in that leading route where you're just 1 round ahead already, and you can just simply look at the match of the other players, and that worked out very well for Pooh. I definitely do think he's relaxed right now, but I definitely do also think that he's going to be laser focused looking at the match that's coming up very soon.
Yeah, you can see that bracket there. I mean, you're going to have to kind of get back in the driving seat now, because semi-finals, you're within touching distance of that grand final where you want to be, because not to mention the $100,000 top prize, but becoming the champion, lifting that trophy that you can see behind us in all its glory here as well. You want that more than anything. And I think with the fact that it mentioned the champions from the previous seasons have already gone out of the competition this early on, it's wide open right now. It's wide open. Topa, looking ahead to the America versus America matchup we've got going on now as well. How do these 2 players, I mean, they're not thinking about Pooh right now, they're thinking about each other. Oh. They're not thinking about Pooh right now. They're thinking about what's coming their way first. I mean, they'll know each other and they're playing styles. Dare we suggest that they might kind of change things up here, knowing that they kind of are familiar with each other and how they strategically tend to play? Or is it kind of the same old for them?
I think it might be the same old. Panda has really been sticking to his pattern ways, He's been playing that very, very well, and I think he's going to stick to that. RAIGEKI has not showed anything in today's competition yet. So RAIGEKI is going to be coming brand new, and I think he might have a better Harang showcase.
Yes, we'll see that. Harang, we know, is a devastating monster in this, and we'll see what he can do further down the line if it is picked and chosen to feature in our Sky Arena in our World Finals here. We can see Mana and Jiraiya are back on stage, which means only one thing: players are at the ready. Players are in the wings. They're kind of gladiators at the gates, waiting for them to open to go toe-to-toe in the Coliseum. It's going to be huge here. I mean, let us know on chat again. Who is your preferred player to win this? Which of our American heroes will prove that they have the mettle to go the distance into that semi-final against Pooh later on? We're about to find out. One player we've not seen thus far, one we have, but both will absolutely be ready for this. I think Panda as well, kind of waiting there, having had a chance to kind of loosen up a little bit after a victory earlier on against GOLEMPICHAGA in this competition. I think they're going to be coming out any second, but I think it's fair to say this will be exciting. RAIGEKI is first. Let's take a look at what he has in his locker. He can pack a punch, and RAIGEKI, we welcome to the stage here in France, the crowd giving some support as well here, but say a worthy challenger who's wearing his lanyard, living his best life.
Yeah, absolutely over there. It's also one of those players you cannot really read. The body language of RAIGEKI, I would say, is almost stoic. It's just like always the same kind of poker face that he has, where you can't really read What is he going to be doing? How is he going to be playing? And on the other side, we have Pandalik, who's been looking laser focused.
Yeah, let's see. We can see earlier on today, there was no telling what he was going to bring. We see a smirk here, Sean. We like a smirk. We like to see a bit of happiness there amongst our players. And I think that this one, will be good for him. I feel strongly about Pandalik in this competition. Although look at that sharp focus, Sean. Look at it.
I think Raigeki kind of T-pose a little bit in his trailer as well. So he's fairly confident, and he is the one known to sometimes cook a little bit, just like Les as well. So I wonder if it's going to bring out some weird things, because the last time I remember it was a little bit of Draco Gaming that didn't really do too well in the previous year, but this time around, he has an incredible win rate over there, and he also rocked one of the strongest LD of the current meta. So Raigeki is in his final form.
Yeah, he definitely is. Raigeki is looking extremely strong, and he is focused. He has a long history. He's a two-time America's Cup champion here as well, so he is definitely going to be bringing his A game here today.
Yeah, it's going to be all about what can you go for the pick and ban. And the thing is, he has been probably studying Pandalik a little bit before because of region cups, but so goes for the other way around. So let's see what the two gentlemen can bring. Because over here, if we're looking at the win rates, clearly like a 83 against a 53, those are big difference in numbers. What we see for Pandalik, a lot of style that's on the Bruiser. And Bruiser's not playing well into Hwoarang, because Hwoarang is the king of Bruiser. So you have to be dealing with that either through the pre-ban or the post-ban, or have a different kind of game plan.
And Pandalik, being a strong Bruiser player, is going to be very, very tough to break through. We saw with GOLEMPICHAGA, he tried to go in with control, he tried to go with damage, but all failed against the thick shield of Pandalik. So I wonder if Raigeki prepare anything, because I think Raigeki playstyle is also very much go first, bomb with Sierra, all that kind of stuff. But here we go. Let's take a look at the pre-ban.
Yeah, here we go. We're getting into the quarterfinals round 2, match 2, set 1 between Raigeki and Pandalik. We have Gianna and the Sonya in the pre-ban, so Pandalik really does not want to get sniped out. Even in the previous match, Pandalik really was pre-banning that Sonya.
Yeah, definitely one of those players that just does not like the Sonya. It did still feel like the Gianna was a Sonya counter, but the Sierra definitely is not. Otherwise, you wouldn't be picking it like that. We have Raigeki once again picking up comfortable units with Shio and Jogan. On the other side, we do have that Sierra.
Oh, here we go. We got a Sierra, we got the Pater. We got that Sierra that soak up damage for 20 hours in the previous round. We got another healer in the form of Anavare as well. Pandalik is solidifying his position in that turn 2. Raigeki is going to go for the Oliver, but he definitely going to need a damage. And finally, the Veronica that me and Topa has been talking about so much in the America Cup that he just kind of forget he has.
Yeah, the Veronica finally coming into play on the big stage, the biggest stage of them all. And Pandalik opting for a very RNG counter. So you're going for that 45% revenge chance on the Vertihile.
Well, it is 45% chance per time that you do it, so it does have multiple chances to go if there's multiple AoE, so I kind of like the idea of the Vertihile. But then again, the big question is, Raigeki, can you make a very strong 5th? And that is definitely a cook right there if he does like to please in a Tomoe. It's one of those speed leads we pretty much forgot about, unless you're playing the whole comp with the Tomoe, Heigang, Layla, and all of that kind of good stuff, that I definitely do know that Jambi likes a lot.
I think it is definitely going to be a Despair Veronica. So I think we're looking at like a Pater Pan, and he wants to spread that stun. Potentially the Tomoe could be on Sealrune as well to deal with the Bruiser Violent procs that we all know and love. So I can't wait to see. It's going to be it's going to be a Fire Monkey ban. It's going to be an Oliver ban. We're going to see the Tomoe in all its glory.
Interesting to see. I really expected the Pater to be banned out here, but Raigeki respecting that Fire Monkey here. He will be taking the first turn here with that speed lead, and the Monkey going for a stun, actually just going for the Pater right away to move it in front of his Jogan and now give it this awkward turn.
Yeah, we're going for this awkward turn, actually opting not to use the S3, but if you don't use the S3, you're going to get scroll trapped, I would assume, because just taking it out for a longer time, yes, does actually take it out, and now we go for the Blossom Painting, so we're looking at strips. We don't see anything on the Vertihile, and that's what you like to see on the side of Raigeki.
I think that is the buff to the Jogan that you can't revenge. But that is probably the best dispatch stun of the game right there. I assure you that's the best dispatch stun. I've seen many dispatch stun in my life, and that is incredible. Stopping momentum of Pandalik, and now more stun coming out from Raigeki.
Not going for the skill 2, wanting to save that rotation to get right back in that skill 3 protection, as Pandalik's team actually has no buff removes right now.
Oh, also this Tomoe is trying to do a lot of work, but actually can't get the work in. Sierra was looking at a 1-turn decrease on the cooldown, so she doesn't have any cooldown just yet, but she's coming back on that soon because the rotation is there. Do we go for a counter? We do go for a counter, but we also do go for a double stun of this Veronica.
Beautiful despair stun from Veronica. Once again, Sierra managed to sneak in a quick bomb right there. But can she do it? She cannot take down the Tomoe just yet. And the Monkey's gonna almost take out the Vertihell, but the Monkey cycle is really, really hard to stop. And now, even though Tomoe coming out, I think RAIGEKI is still on top of this game.
Yeah, with the skill 3 on this Monkey, definitely taking out the Sierra, but the Annabelle cuts in between the Veronica, so Veronica is not going to be able to take out this Vertihell. Vertihell is going to be definitely a thorn this time, providing a lot of cycling, but the nice stun pattern is going to be picking that up though.
Yeah, we have the Moonlight Blaze coming in, going for that cycling right now. Also the additional turn. Big question is, how much damage is that? The skill 1 damage on this Pader hasn't been showing all too much. You can go for the rotation right now to get rid of all of that immunity. Does get rid of all of that. Also, the Vertihell has not been picking up too many counters just yet, but has been taking a lot of stuns.
Another stun coming out from RAIGEKI, but now he's going to eat the slow coming out from the Annabelle as well. And that beautiful defense set up for the Pader. Here comes the wow blow onto the Jogan. Could not finish off the Jogan right there.
But Jogan also doesn't have any skills available, so just the skill but not doing anything. The Monkey actually rolls the nothing on the all or nothing. Vertihell is taking out the Jogan, and Pandalike is looking very strong here.
Yeah, can you get this stun on the skill 1? Does get the stun on the skill 1. Does also get the Moonlight Blaze up. Gets the provoke. We had the skills available on both units, but both units were CC'd, couldn't do anything. We have a Girl Sprayer coming in, and we're looking at full HP on the 3 units on the side of Pandalike.
Suddenly, the position switch between RAIGEKI and Pandalike. He is no longer on top, and the Shiho is definitely nothing and not all.
Well, the Shiho does have a slight chance here. There are no buff removers on the side of Pandalike, but the moment that immunity comes up, it's going to be a very uphill battle for the Shiho.
Yeah, we also still have these Girl Sprayers coming in, but the attack park might be slightly favoring. We have a lot of additional turns coming in, but those additional turns do nothing yet except for bringing that immunity, which is actually very strong. The S2 has no rotation potential right now. Does get the counter, and yeah, we actually have all units of Pandalike moving in front right now. We're gonna have the armor break, we're gonna have the slow, we're gonna have the wild bro, and we're gonna take this match home on the side of Pandalike.
Unbelievable switch of the tie right there. For one moment, I thought RAIGEKI had it in his palm of the hand, but unfortunately, Pandalike was too hard to control. Once again, another player falling into Pandalike's trap, trying to control him, but it's just impossible.
Yeah, Pandalike is really excelling in this meta right now. Of all these stunners, the Pader is doing so much for him. And the Vertihell just hanging on by the skin of his teeth and getting that heal from the Annabelle back in the game and providing that cycling. It did not get many revenges, but we also saw that it was ruined on Will, so that revenge chance is a bit lower there.
Yeah, it's definitely a lower chance. It's just a 30 chance right there. But it's also, are you playing Vertihell for just a turn 1 rotation, or are you playing Vertihell for the long game? Vertihell for the long game, in the end, has a lot of tempo. You get so much attack bar gain from every turn that you have, and that worked out so well for the 2 supports to pick that up. Currently, we're looking at an Oliver pre-ban and a Shiho pre-ban.
Oh, no more Shiho, no more strip, no more disturbing my turn order right there. And RAIGEKI is going to get the first pick, and he's going to get the auto win speed lead. So Pandalike will now not have the Ciara anymore. He might have to go for the Fire Megumi, which is actually not that bad, or even the Chandra for his Bruiser playstyle.
Yeah, picks up the Jogan, separating that Sierra-Jogan combination that we know is so strong with those attack buff bombs. But who is he going to pair this up with? Is he going to go for a speed lead right now? RAIGEKI is unlikely to pick a second speed lead himself, so could just go for follow-up, but goes for a more, just the double AoE buff removers right off the bat.
Yeah, I definitely do like that more over there, but then the question is that more just something like, hey, I needed the speed lead, or was it actually something that's ruined up good? Because the steal is definitely good, but maybe you didn't have the strongest of pairs on that. On the other side, we do see a light Twin Angel plus a Megumi being picked up for RAIGEKI.
That is still a lot of turn 1 tempo coming from RAIGEKI, but we saw how crazy that Vert went in the previous game, and here it is once again to counter the AoE coming out from the Light Twin Angel. And this time around, there is no more scroll trap on the side of RAIGEKI. He can still go with the Pain if he wants to sort of go in that middle ground team, but no, he's gonna go with the biggest pain of them all, and that's gonna be the good old Josephine.
And even more disruption coming there. It's interesting to see that RAIGEKI is picking up the Light Twin Angels into the Moor that already somewhat counters the AoE, especially if it is built on Despair here. And now he's just playing right into Panda-like's hand here. But RAIGEKI finally drafting the Hwoarang here, going for that Bruiser fight and an Annabelle to get some heals as well as those slows and defense breaks that we know are so backbreaking.
Where normally RAIGEKI doesn't show too much emotion. The moment the Vert came on, he had that little, like, oh yeah, I also have to deal with that one, where I already have some AoE. So let's see if that works out better for this match. You do have the Hwoarang on the field, but on the other side, we have seen this unit being an insane counter against his previous opponent, GOLEMPICHAGA, and the Piranha did so much work. If he's banning out that Annabelle, I think he's aiming for that.
Oh, we got the Vert ban, we got the Annabelle ban, that Vert that give RAIGEKI so much trouble. And I think this is going to be a lot of control from RAIGEKI in the very first turn. But can he keep that up? Can he bring the enemy down? That Water Indra is going to be a huge pain.
Look at the attack bar on that Moor. That Moor had no attack bar. You know this is going to be a high damage Moor. And that is nearly half. Well, actually, it didn't really do that much damage on the Hwoarang. But either way, the Megami Cutscene does get the stun on Jokan, but that does give Josephine the passive, and he gets the strip provoke onto the Sierra.
Yeah, that's one of those Moors. He was just looking for any kind of speed lead. It was a high damage unit and not really drafted in the right position, so the Moor is definitely not going to be in a favorable position. However, this Piranha might be looking at a super strong matchup again. Can we get the provoke on this Hwoarang? We do actually get the provoke on the Hwoarang, but not on the Light Twin Angels.
Oh, that is really bad. RAIGEKI lost every single bit of tempo that he could have gained, and right now he is being absolutely controlled, but the Hwoarang is trying to get out of this control. Unfortunately, the Sierra might not be seeing a lot of action here. Oh, never mind, the Hwoarang is also not going to be seeing a lot of action right now. So RAIGEKI unit is being slowly chipped away from him, and even this Fire Megami is having a lot of problem dealing with so many water units on the enemy team.
Yeah, this is really not getting, these Hwoarangs are just not doing enough. The players are going for these turn 1 styles with the AoEs, and then they follow up with the single target that doesn't even do any debuffs, does nothing but this. It does a lot of single target damage, don't get me wrong, but no control, no nothing else, so the Hwoarangs is not providing enough here.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those options where it doesn't really work out. The Sierra is not reset, so Sierra will be able to get a bomb off, but if you throw it on the Piranha right now, there's still a second life, so that's really not going to do it. If you throw it on the Josephine, it doesn't really do it. So where are you going to throw it? We do throw it on the Jogan, and we're going to let it sit on the Jogan, but this Piranha is going to be so hard to deal with, especially if there's still a Josephine on that field.
And here comes this transformation. No, it doesn't need that. It's going to go for the AoE provoke. Land it on the Sierra with the tutor. Oh my god, another turn for the Josephine. And I think this game, the Light Hwoarang has to do a very heavy carry lifting.
It definitely does. Now Panda also noticing that the Hwoarang is pretty much the only thing that stands in his way right now. Megami does get a Violent proc, but can't really use any skills to that Josephine passive. That shield would be insane. Now the Piranha can go for the cycling here. If he gets a Violent proc, he could get back in the provokes, but Hwoarang is looking to move next. Oh my goodness, he gets the proc.
Right.
Oh, we do get the proc over there. Do we get the provoke? We do get all of those provoke. There is so much of an uphill battle over here. This Piranha, once again, it worked very well in that final match against GOLEMPICHAGA. It's working very well right now, but we're definitely not done yet.
Man, this game is like Panda-like didn't care about any element whatsoever. Landing provoke on Win, landing provoke on the Light Hwoarang like his passive never exists. And this is not looking good for RAIGEKI, even though the Light Hwoarang has an opportunity to kill someone, but he just can't get it through.
Yeah, Hwoarang does take out the Moor. There's still a slight chance, but Josephine's skill 1 does not land. It's a guaranteed crit, so it does do quite well in the Hwoarang. Now we see the Piranha go for the cycling again, does have skill 2 once again, and lands everything once again!
This unit has the perfect accuracy. It's landing every time it is needed. However, this Hwoarang is not backed up by any kind of healer, not a Raccoon, not a support, not an Angela that he likes to be played next to. So the cleanses are there, so the speed buff is there, and we're just leaving the battlefield, and so is RAIGEKI in this round.
Absolute domination from Panda-like. He is potentially moving on to the semi-final. He is so close, but if we know something, we know that reverse sweep can happen. That's why Pooh is in the semi-final right now. So RAIGEKI might just be warming up a little bit.
And what is also warming up is the hype around this event. We have just now reached 200,000 global viewership milestone here. So very great to see that happening, all the hype around this event. And yeah, RAIGEKI would have to do the reverse sweep here. And so far, we really haven't seen Hwoarangs performing at all today.
Yeah, it's interesting that the Hwoarang was deemed to be one of the strongest or even the strongest LD at the moment, but it needs to be paired with a little bit more of support. If it's just a solo kind of unit trying to solo do single target damage where it's paired next to all kinds of CC units, it's just not really having the right job at the right moment. So let's see if that can happen in the next match. Once again, we have a Sonya being banned and a Gianna being banned.
First week for Pandalike, and we know that heavy bruiser playstyle might be coming back with the Pater, with the Josephine. That's going to be very hard to control for RAIGEKI. Pandalike locking in his speed lead of the day.
And is right back to that Sierra, not wanting to let RAIGEKI get the Sierra Jogan combination, taking away at least one piece that RAIGEKI also does not want to give that to Pandalike, so taking away the Jogan.
So far, we have a repeat of that match one. We have the Shio once again. So Pandalike once again go back into the Pater, can go back into a Josephine. There's a lot of options that he can play for, and he's definitely probably looking at a turn 2 kind of style. Megumi being picked up, so a lot of those passive kind of units to counter RAIGEKI once again. No Pater just yet.
Oh, but we got, hold up, wait a minute, that is not Veronica. We are back to Bruiser as well with RAIGEKI. We got the Misty, but we saw how Pandalike absolutely destroyed Misty in the previous matchup. And we have the Annabelle for the slow. We got the Indra for the slow. Water Indra shaping up to be one of the strongest last pick in this game right now with so much control and very hard to kill.
Yeah, Pandalike really had the answers to RAIGEKI's missed here. Oh my, I really hate this pick. This pick almost gets countered by both of the last picks from Pandalike's side. I feel like you could pick like a Veramos or any sort of like Diana, and any like the last pick would just be such a free ban. But now the Hwoarang, okay, still gets banned, you know. I get it. Pandalike is pretty comfortable running the first 4 picks of RAIGEKI, and with all those slows that he has from the Annabelle, the Misty might not be able to do enough.
Yeah, I definitely do agree with you where it could have just been let through. There was slows, there was stuns, there was bombs, there were so many options right there. Does opt to not go for the skill. Also, Josephine not on will runes is very uncommon to see right here. So we're leaving that on the off the battlefield. It might be the one opportunity for RAIGEKI to get back into this match, but we have an off-element stun from this Megumi.
Once again, another opportunity for Pandalike to show that he doesn't care about element. And the Ciara once again take that full hit from Misty, attack buff very easily. And now Misty is going to be countered by everyone on the side of Pandalike. Oh, wait, hold up. That might be the turning moment.
Yeah, still uses the skill to really push the attack part back on that Misty. Misty will be gaining that speed, but Annabelle still should be outpace that, so we'll be able to get the heal on this Sierra. And Sierra is not leaving the battlefield just yet.
Yeah, definitely Sierra not doing her job right there is very unfortunate, but it does give a window of opportunity for RAIGEKI. Can he make it work? But then again, he's still sitting at a defense break. He's still sitting at 2 turns slow. Misty likes to be fast, and now she's just slowed down the drain.
Oh, and that is potentially a shield from the Josephine with that provoke onto the monkey. And this Ciara once again soaking up every single hit, not going down, still being a very crazy threat for RAIGEKI. He has to focus it, but he just can't take it down. And free shield.
Free shield, free turn for the Josephine, and this is looking so good for Pandalike. Pandalike is drafting to perfection, looking to 3-0 RAIGEKI. I don't know how RAIGEKI gets back from this. That slow is just so strong in the mist. The Sierra now has bomb available once again. If she lands this bomb, I almost want to call this game over.
Yeah, the bomb did land in this case. You do lose the shield in the process of that, though. You still have the revive from the Vanessa, but the Vanessa is already reviving right there. You can scroll trap something, but I cannot really see a good answer right now. Maybe the Josephine, maybe Megumi, but if you go for skill 3 right now, you're probably going to get stunned. You're going to get counted, so how much damage is this skill 1 going to do? Does actually take it out.
Maybe a comeback angle, but oh my god, he couldn't even get a single stun out when he need to, because now the Josephine is back. The Vanessa could potentially revive the the pumpkin later on, but that's going to take some time. And all that stun coming out from Shiho is just free shield, back at it again.
Yeah, it really is. I feel like Panda had a slight misplay there, killing the monkey when he was stunned, so did give it that skill 3, but fortunately for Panda, did not get the stun off. Now the Annabelle skill 3 into the monkey with no protection. This monkey will be stunned. Josephine giving the turn, it's going out, and RAIGEKI is exiting the competition as 0-3 to Panda.
Wow, there we have it. The crowd love to see it too. Panda with a second victory of the day, back-to-back there. And we'll be very pleased to dispatch RAIGEKI in such stellar form with a 3-0 sweep there. We say goodbye to RAIGEKI, who, it was a short journey, it was a short time here in the competition. But despite that, we've got to pay props there to Panda there as well. An incredible competitor who will be relishing the opportunity to play Pooh in the next round.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the Indra thus far. Water Indra performing very well, Wind Indra performing very well. But I definitely do like the Panda slot 4, slot 5. Every slot 4 and slot 5 is both a must ban. And then your draft is just so strong. And that's also where he just handled the Light Warring. These Light Warrings are just simply not working. On paper, one of the strongest units. But in fact, they're just not doing anything, and everyone has their answer. Everyone has been studying the game, how it does work. So let's see if they can make it work in future matches, because there's still, I think, one Light Warring in the game, or in the tournament, but it's just not working out for these players just here. And RAIGEKI 0-3, I think no one here on this cast expected that.
I mean, Light Warring just turning into Chow, innit? Very good on paper.
Just turning into Chow, innit?
Yeah.
I love that.
It's a bit bad, innit?
Yeah, Light Warring. I was playing the game with Evan earlier with buff, nerf, or nothing, and there was Light Warring came up. I told him nerf Light Warring, but I might have to flip my answer here. I own this monster. I wanted nerf. I think I want it buff now, man. This monster is absolute piece of trash, as Sean would call it.
Okay, it joins Antares in that fashion, in the same kind of similar wheelhouse there. You can see here, quarterfinals, we are rapidly getting through this competition. We are halfway through, fellas. We are halfway through the World Finals here in Paris, France. And you can see that Panda and Pooh will go head-to-head in the semi-finals later on today. Still a best of 5 ahead of that grand final. One of those two competitors will be guaranteed to be in your grand final 2025. We start to look down to the second half of the board there with the brackets, and two very juicy matchups, which will be the two opponents who are going to be trying to go head-to-head to be in that grand final with them. Kicking us off with RAXXAZ versus ZEZAS. Here is a matchup here where Rax we've not seen today thus far. ZEZAS had a superb win over Pathix 3-1 earlier on. What does Rax have to do here, do you think, Say? I mean, we know we're familiar with him in the Europe Cup, but as the Europe champion coming into this, it'll be a difficult matchup, but one that he can do given the right draft.
Yeah, definitely what RAXXAZ does like to play thus far a lot is a NFL. An NFL for setup. It could be NFL for setup for a Beelzebub, the Dark Demon. RAXXAZ also does have the Light Warring, played very well with the Light Warring, so we might make it see a comeback, and it might be back in the nerf position after this matchup if it performs very well. But thus far, we haven't seen that just yet. But RAXXAZ also, if we're talking rune quality of RAXXAZ is insanely good. So that is definitely an uphill battle for ZEZAS right there. But then again, ZEZAS is a formidable drafter, so a lot of potential for both of the two players over here. And I think it all comes down to the draft, not necessarily the first and second pick, but really on the 3, 4, and 5. How to counter the opponent, that they can simply do nothing. And we have seen Panda do that super well, made it through with a 3-0. Can RAXXAZ or ZEZAS also do that against their opponent?
Man, the moment you say RAXXAZ has Light Warring, I'm just going to put my money on ZEZAS at this point. ZEZAS has Chow. All right? Literally the better Light Warring.
I want to see Chow, just for say, Shizo. We do see here, though, as well, we have Drya and Mana who re-enter the arena stage here. And I want to say, at this point, actually, a massive shout out to the entire production, to anyone who's been part of this show, because the stage is awesome. We've had such a great time thus far, and everyone's been super wonderful to us. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to unfold, given the latter stages of this competition today. We're going to be welcoming our players out in a second here. We've not seen RAXXAZ thus far. He'll be waiting in the wings the last 3 or 4 hours, just waiting for a chance to be here, to feel the energy from this crowd. And we can see Mana getting everyone as hyped as possible. It's RAXXAZ. We welcome him to the main stage.
Oh, now it will.
Yeah, no.
those transitions are hype, man. I'm loving what I'm seeing. RAXXAZ walks into the stage, having been surrounded by some kind of wind, electric power in his intro VT there. You can see he takes the stage and will be relishing the opportunity to try and get it. Yes! I love to see that, pointing directly at us. So you guys at home as well, say I'm here and I mean business. Will RAXXAZ be able to get off to a winning start as Guts has in this competition as well here? And set up, if Guts can win his, an amazing semi-final with Europe going head-to-head against two players going side by side. We see now as well ZEZAS welcome in. We talked about rune quality earlier on. One of the things we said about Pafix earlier in this competition was how strong his runes are as well, say. And now look at this, you know, RAXXAZ same for him, but ZEZAS managed to sweep him aside the last time around, so it could happen again.
It definitely could happen again, but we also did quickly see those highlights. It was the light pouring in there. The highlight of the European Cup for RAXXAZ was that light pouring. But I would also definitely put it on that Dark Demon. I've seen the runes on that. I cannot make anything nowhere near that unit. It's crazy good on the very specific runes, very specific artifacts. So let's see what we see over here. Actually, we do not even see neither of them in the most picked. As I mentioned, it's definitely going back to that NFL. NFL is the setup for his whole draft. It provides the healing, it provides the armor breaks, it provides the cleansing, it provides so much work. And we have seen it for other players in this tournament thus far, being a very key component to this whole matchup.
Can't wait, man. Look at that win rate. That is a very impressive win rate. And he also rocked potentially the light Inno scan. That sounds very, very cool. It's one of those units that you don't really care about, and suddenly it's going to show up, just like how Les kind of like to draft, where he bring out a unit that you just don't think will ever show up in an RTA match, and you know what? He just beat you.
Yeah, but you know, we mentioned the win rate of RAIGEKI as well against Panda-like, and there was a 30% difference in the win rate, and we still saw RAIGEKI getting 0-3'd by Panda-like there, so the win rate does not really matter all that much. All that matters is how you're drafting right here, right now.
Indeed it does. Bear in mind, once again, to remind you folks, we've not had an American or European win the World Finals thus far. Both players here trying to prove that they can do this. Let's go into our quarterfinals round 2, match 3, set 1. It is ZEZAS versus Rax, and we head on into our casters, who are Sean, Topar, and Shizo.
Yeah, let's see what we have for the pre-bans over here. Definitely once again taking our times for pre-bans. Light Warring, no, we actually have the double Art Master being pre-banned. We're gonna see neither of them being locked in. ZEZAS is gonna have that first pick. Most of the time does really like to go for either the Oliver or the Shio, because he does know that RAXXAZ is also definitely a Shio player.
Here we go, first pick, and it'll be insta-lock Shield right there. One of the most popular, the most contested unit in the entire game right now for RTA. And I see how Rax gonna answer it, because we also know that we can go with Josephine and make Shiho an absolute useless unit.
Well, maybe not an absolute useless unit. You can still play around the Shiho, stunning the Josephine or other monsters, and maybe force the Josephine for something up. But RAXXAZ is going to be taking away the speed lead, the most popular speed lead in the Oliver, the 33%, and also really running this clock down. Maybe running a bit out of time there, and maybe even a panic pick on the Moor.
Yeah, I'm not too sure on the pick on the Moor, but I'm definitely liking the drafts on the side of ZEZAS. It could be that RAXXAZ is trying to open up a draft where he can lock in his Inosuke, but no, that's actually the pair that I would have liked to see from RAIGEKI as well. Rakuni plus a Hwoarang. Together they're super strong, but then on the other side, there's already a slow sitting in the form of Layla. He could add in an NFL on top of that. It is not the greatest against an Oliver, but it could potentially work very well.
I'm really liking the ZEZAS right there, because if you want to pick a strong damage dealer that I can't control, I might as well just throw in big damage. And once again, another Asher showing up in these drafts. This free-to-play unit is the jail to all these crazy teams that they are trying to pull in the World Final. And he's going to lock in the Asher for the healing and the speed buff for his side.
Yeah, Asher is definitely making waves here, but another monster that is making waves here, and the crowd knows it too. RAXXAZ knows it. It's that Dark Demon. There are no resets on the side of ZEZAS, so that is almost a forced ban, and ZEZAS quickly bans it out. We have our speed leads locked in.
Yeah, speed lead locks in, and once again, a very good pick from RAXXAZ on that 5th. Does it give him the potential for both the Rakuni and the Hwoarang to be on that field? So let's see how well these two can play together. But the Layla has something to say about, is there a slow? There is a slow sitting on the Hwoarang right away.
Oh, amazing slow, absolute control coming out from ZEZAS, doing a lot of work right there, stopping RAXXAZ. It doesn't matter how fast your Vile Runes is if you're not getting a turn, but here comes the Rakuni, here comes the turn, and here comes the Forest Violent proc from RAXXAZ.
That is a very nice violent proc for RAXXAZ. There's a lot of attack bar to be taken away from this Layla. And the other combination of the Raccoon, the Hwoarang now has to sustain. So might be proving a lot more crucial in the long game.
Yeah, it's definitely a very well-placed one over there. Couldn't utilize more than one turn of it just now, but also an additional turn on this Hwoarang. And that is the strength of the Hwoarang. We got the slow already being gone, but we're actually looking at a stun from this Monkey, so we're not taking the next turn.
Ooh, another turn soon coming out from that Moor right there. This Layla is under a lot of pressure. She's about to go down, but RAXXAZ team is about to go down as well. We are racing to see who gets one unit down first. Layla looking for a target. Which one is it going to be? It will be the Oliver, but he's not going to go down just yet because but Shiho doesn't have any skill to follow up there. He might miss the opportunity, but oh my god!
Gets a very insane stun there, also with the heal block. Now the Layla actually gains some attack power moving in front of Hwoarang. Doesn't have any skills, but will have a skill when available to take out this Oliver here.
Ooh, it's gonna go for the Hwoarang, trying to get the glancing on that. Hwoarang doesn't care that much about the glancing because most of the hits are coming from those additional damage artifacts, and getting those additional turns really helps out with that as well. We have skills available on the Shiho, so the big question is, do you focus the Shiho already, or are you gonna go for the Megumi first? Megumi goes down first, or at least we're trying to.
Look at the damage. This Light Hwoarang is now unstoppable because ZEZAS lost the source of slow debuff, which was the counterplay for all the other players before him to deal with the Light Hwoarang, and Light Hwoarang is now very unstoppable, moving turn every single turn. It is doing so much damage to ZEZAS.
Yeah, it is definitely doing a lot of damage. If you proc every turn, any monster can look quite strong, but ZEZAS still does have a chance. There are no buff removers on the side of RAXXAZ once there's more drops, but the Light Hwoarang skill 2 does also go through the invisibility. So I'd like to see him save the skill 2, which is exactly what he does. Save it for that skill. Oh my goodness, he just laps.
He just straight up laps, but there is a Massacre sitting over there, but there's just simply so much HP on this unit. Even this skill 2 doesn't nearly take it out. As2, yes sir, invisibility, we do not care about invisibility. Get that invisibility out of here, and this is what I like to see with the Hwoarang. Hwoarang next to Raccoon taking the battlefield.
Oh my goodness, that was unstoppable from RAXXAZ. Finally, Light Hwoarang get an actual victory. We've been glazing this guy like a donut, but he just can't perform. But finally, someone make it work.
Yeah, all it took for him was for him to proc 5 turns in a row or something, and that made him look quite strong there. But very well played by RAXXAZ. No, that combination, as they mentioned, with the heals, with the speed buff, does definitely do very well.
That is definitely, but I also want to give the counter argument that Shiho was stunning everything. Hwoarang, wrong element, I don't care. Everything is just being stunned. So, but definitely taking these additional turns, I have to give credits where credits due. That definitely did help out a lot for adding those damage in. Do we get a trauma pre-ban on that Hwoarang, or does ZEZAS think I have an answer? We do not have an answer. Pre-ban is the answer. On the other side, that Veloduel that worked very well for ZEZAS in previous matches, not on this field neither.
All right, this time without Light Hwoarang, what kind of playstyle what RAXXAZ does? Because before the age of Light Hwoarang, he was the one to build one of the strongest Narsha in this entire game, and he might be taking it out.
Yeah, RAXXAZ pre-banning the Veloduel there does not want to fight ZEZA's Heigang Veloduel combination that we saw do very well against Pathix earlier as well. Now we're looking at a very meta draft here, and RAXXAZ is picking up that Annabelle alongside that AoE buff remover of Jogan to set his team up.
I definitely would have to say this Shiho is probably on very high accuracy, because even the units that are potentially high resistance have been landed by stuns from this Monkey. So let's see what we open up with that. A Sagar, definitely a unit we haven't seen all too much anymore, but we're going back to an old meta. Chandra and Sagar being paired up on the battlefield on the side of ZEZAS.
Definitely a very strong combination, and it also got buffed with recent balance patches. These two units were originally very slow when they were meta, and now they are way faster with the new and improved base speed of 2025, and that's a lot of control coming out from ZEZAS. How will Rax deal with this? He cannot pick the Dark Demon Deuce to Sagar. He's going to go for another speed lead here, and the last pick is going to be the Light Inosuke.
Man, RAXXAZ is bringing all the cool LDs that all of us peasants wish we had with that Light Inosuke, looking to just cleave down ZEZAS. He does have the double speed lead. The more, I'm not sure, was it Swift or Despair? Could be looking to take the turn 1, but with the 28 speed lead on the F now, ZEZAS is definitely moving first.
the draft definitely does look very cool, but if your enemy is already showcasing 2 speed leads and 2 potential fast units, you are going to be looking at a capture right there, and the capture did actually connect. Also, the units on the side, is that a Swift Cigar? That could definitely be a Swift Cigar to throw RAXXAZ off, because I don't think that the Violent Runes would have made a similar thing. Also, the Inosuke has a bit of an off turn right now. Definitely was looking at an AoE strip before, but there was none. Still goes for the S3 though.
So it's going to take away the Cigar skill too, but the Fire Megami is going to be there to stop the Olive of moving as well. And now with everyone off immunity, the Chandra is going to be pushed to the maximum with a slow AoE with Shadow following up. Look at the damage from ZEZAS. This game looks like it's about to be over.
This game is absolutely over. Just the turn 2 cleave almost from ZEZAS there. Just get that. Probably, yeah, Swift Cigar does outspeed RAXXAZ. Very fast violent monsters, even when he has the higher speed lead. Is able to set it up. There's no buff removers on the side of RAXXAZ. After that, more got stunned, and ZEZAS just easily takes the game in turn 2.
Yeah, it's definitely a very difficult draft to go for an Inosuke kind of style. The moment that your enemy is already showcasing 2 speed leads and a 115 base speed unit. It's very easy to add in another 119 base speed unit, as in the form of Athena. Shio had to be banned out. Athena did the similar job as a Shio could have done. So, not too sure about the draft from RAXXAZ, but now he has the Hwoarang once again available. I wouldn't have been surprised if he just bans out the Rakuni, so the pair isn't there, but we're actually going to go for a ban on a Heigang and a Jogan.
Hey, wouldn't be surprised if ZEZAS finally suddenly just pick a Rakuni in the 3rd slot and pair with a mouse, for example, so that Rax can tase the Rakuni combination as well. But once again, we got a She-Ho being stolen by ZEZAS. So Rax, are you going for the more once again, or are we switching up to something new?
Yeah, ZEZAS really favoring She-Ho. He has done quite well with those stuns, but Rax has really taken his time. Maybe not so confident in his first round game and not running it back.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those games. As you mentioned, the Violent did utilize it a lot. Not running it back exactly. We're going for the NFL and the Oliver in this case, but ZEZAS is looking at similar picks what he was doing before. We're going to go into Megumi together with a Layla.
Ooh, that's going to be a lot of control coming out from ZEZAS, but Rax is not going to shy away from abusing that what works, because we are playing for $100,000 here. So, we are seeing the Oblivion debuff coming out from ZEZAS, right? They're trying to counter the Light Hwoarang, but the last time this counter was used against Light Hwoarang, it got shattered easily.
Yeah, ZEZAS is noticing that RAXXAZ actually has no buff removers on this draft right now, so this is very easily exploitable by Christina. That is almost guaranteed to get that skill 3 off, because even, well, there's no buff remover, so you're just going to be stacking up, and that skill 3 is going to be a lot of damage. RAXXAZ almost has to ban it, and his last pick is definitely getting banned out here.
Yeah, RAXXAZ, whatever he picks in the 5th, unless it's worse than what's already on the field, it's going to be banned out. And also, he has to ban that Christina, because Christina would be devastating. But then we're also looking at this Savannah. It's one of those units, very old meta. It could be super strong over here. The Chivo, I definitely do not expect it to see it on the field, but let's see what these two gentlemen go for the pre-ban.
I think the Chivo could be used without runes. It's going to be a crazy force ban right there. And the Savannah, so that ZEZAS can have a bit of speed in his team to try to compete with the Light Hwoarang. So it's going to be whether the Light Hwoarang go down first, or will ZEZAS get absolutely 2-turn every turn by this Light Hwoarang once again?
Yeah, the Light Hwoarang, RAXXAZ will likely be moving first at 33 speed lead, and the Hwoarang could be, with the Rakuni combination, taking a lot of turns and just delete, maybe just dismount the Masha right away. But the Megumi will likely cut in after that, and ZEZAS is looking quite strong in this draft.
Yeah, the big question is going to be Rakuni into the Hwoarang. Is that going to be enough? Where are the stuns going to be landed? We have seen it before that he went straight into the Oliver, but this guy is around. We're going to go for the Rakuni. We're trying to nem it, but it was not nem enough.
And here comes the goals, and this time land a 4 debuff, get an insta turn with a follow-up silence onto the Light Hwoarang. Things are looking really, really good for ZEZAS, because we have more follow-up coming out with the Savannah, with the Megumi. That is a lot of control and potentially a lot of damage on the Light Hwoarang as well.
Yeah, maybe ZEZAS actually didn't even want that stun on the Monkey. Yes, did move the Layla up, which made it a bit awkward, but the Layla made it work. Did get a lot of strips there and debuffs. But now Savannah, with the pushback, with the speed of it, that is going to be a lot of tempo on ZEZAS side.
We also do see a defense break sitting on the side side of the Hwarang. So is this your momentum? Once again, the Monkey does not care about the passive of this Hwarang. It just keeps getting those stuns in.
And here comes the damage from the Savannah. Feels like I'm watching a siege defense at the moment, and that is prime target for Savannah. So much debuff, and ZEZAS is the one getting the 2-turn treatment this time, and oh my god, he absolutely cleaves ZEZAS team.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of heavy lifting that Rakuni and Hwarang has to do here. It is possible. I'm definitely not counting it out. But, I mean, this is, oh my goodness, especially with the pushback and the stun landing on the defense break. Shiho skill 3 nearly takes out the Hwarang. And now, yeah, this is, the Hwarang can't hang on for much longer here.
Yeah, this is very over here. RAXXAZ definitely think about, okay, how did it work out in the first rotation? How does it not work out right now? Or is ZEZAS just very well adapting to the draft? So well played. Also, that's a fun one of those units you normally don't see all too much. Is here even on Violent. It is well ruined up, and it's still a super strong unit. And I don't really see this Rakuni, especially with the defense break, living for much longer. But also the debuffs of ZEZAS, they just keep on landing.
I'm loving every single one of these players are kind of having their own secret pocket picks with less Rakan. Now we have this Savannah going on right now. I'm just loving these special weapons that they bring out just to deal with this one particular opponent.
Yeah, that was really RAXXAZ just not picking any sort of buff removers. He had the Moore in the second slot in the first game. Now he had the Annabelle. So the Moore felt a bit out of place, but it actually turned out to be a lot better because RAXXAZ just now fell into this hole of not having any sort of buff removers, and ZEZAS could just fully exploit that.
Yeah, and very well exploited it was. So let's see what we have over here this time, because now you don't really have to go for trauma ban. Sure, you could still ban out the Light Hwarang. It is a strong ban, but you also did just show you know how to deal with it. And yes, we're going for a repeat on those bans. So let's see if RAXXAZ has a better matchup this time around. I definitely do not think he's going to go for an Inosuke kind of style of draft if his opponent is already showing too much on speed.
Here we go, guys. RAXXAZ against ZEZAS. And this time, no more Shiho for you, buddy. And now ZEZAS will have a hard time trying to outspeed RAXXAZ. But maybe he's ready for a turn 2 play as well, because remember, he still got that Chroma in the last pick.
And also just going for the most annoying passive monsters known to man here with the Fire Megumi as well as the Josephine. You know, the Fire Megumi obviously just cutting in, doing a lot of annoying stunts, and then the counter to that is the Josephine, but Josephine also does extremely well in this Monkey.
Yeah, definitely 2 strong units. The big question is, how do you want to pair this Monkey up right now? You could go into a Jogan kind of style draft. You could go into an Oliver kind of style draft. No, we're going to go back into that NFL, but on the other side, we're looking in speed.
Oh, RAXXAZ kind of gave up on that turn 1, so ZEZAS took the opportunity immediately to try now speed and control him pretty much immediately, because there's no more Light Hwarang to add in that extra RNG. But we got that Lucia to deal with attack by pushback and the Pumpkin, but it seemed like ZEZAS was ready for that.
Yeah, the Lucia is quite strong in the Cigar, but the Pumpkin also, there are no slows. So Lucia is getting banned out. The last pick for ZEZAS is getting banned out. This Misty is going to definitely be putting in work here.
Yeah, it's definitely all about the Misty, but you also saw the way RAXXAZ drafted. He locked in his 4th and 5th unit, and then when the ban happened right away, okay, 5th pick, I'm not going to be playing against it. So let's see how that works out in this matchup right now, because Cigar is taking its turn, is going to be resetting something potentially, and we might be looking at a Monkey that's not doing all too much. No, we're actually looking at a Annabelle not doing all too much. The stun right here, do we connect the stun? We do actually connect this stun.
Oh, he did not connect the last one, which is not exactly devastating, because the moment Shiho moved, Josephine always get a free turn one way or another. Oh, never mind, just kidding. She's not getting that free turn.
Yeah, Doc getting the free turn. The Shiho misses stun, but now Escher with that skill 3 is able to remove those buffs and deal more damage as a result of it. The Cigar also did miss quite a bit on that skill 3. Did not get anything on the Jogan, missed the attack bar pushback on the Misty as well.
Yeah, we're looking at where the damage comes from right now, because this Megumi can provide that armor break. After that, you can do a good damage on that Massacre coming in, but you have to have the right rotation coming in. Defense break, we do a very late defense break, but the defense break is still sitting there.
And here goes the Josephine looking for easy target to pick up here. But the problem with RAXXAZ is that ZEZAS will have to somehow control the Misty because this Misty is only getting stronger and stronger, and it's going to pick up unit one by one with nobody to stop him.
Yeah, ZEZAS definitely, so maybe praying a little bit for a Violent Project, getting out the defense break, but does not get it. Does, however, land the defense break and even the attack break off element. But the Cigar, not enough damage. Can't the Animal get an additional turn? Does not get the additional turn, so Monkey will be dropping. But I don't know if there's an answer to this Misty.
Yeah, it's definitely all eyes on the Misty. The only way to take out this Misty is an armor break from the Cigar into a Massacre, but this Misty is doing so much damage. Also right now, once again, not connecting those skill 2s, so it's just simply not enough. Girl Sprayer coming in. We have the Massacre available right now, but I think you should have saved it for an armor break moment.
And Misty is looking to take down the Cigar. Almost finished the Cigar right there. Can Cigar get a Violent Prop, but not really getting any extra turn right there. And the main carry of ZEZAS now in the Scroll Trap. Asher is going to be defense broken. Misty with the attack buff. This is going to hurt.
And ZEZAS doesn't want it to hurt. Just concedes before the Mist is able to take it. And we are going to Game 5.
Yeah, it's one of those units. Okay, we don't have the wheel Hwoarang. We take the other Hwoarang, which is called a light pumpkin right there. It is the Misty. It actually did a lot more work, or it seemed a lot stronger than the Hwoarang did in a few of those matchups. But it's so strong where your enemy doesn't have too much potential for damage, where you just utilize that and you go for Vampire kind of units. You have that with Junos on Vampire, you have that also with that Misty on Vampire. So if you can utilize those units more, it's super strong into that Cigar that ZEZAS is utilizing very well.
And here is the Game 5. Will we have another European player in the final, or will the America region dominate this time around? And the pre-ban shall be the Jogun and the Shiho. No more Shiho first pick for ZEZAS. Let's see what's going to go for the first pick here.
Yeah, we finally see some adaptation on the pre-bans here. RAXXAZ is not pre-banning the Hey Gang this time, so ZEZAS will have the potentially the Hey Gang Belladul combination as he goes for a Megumi first pick.
Interesting first pick right there. It also kind of signals like, okay, you want to pick all of its bad into this. I would like to see RAXXAZ pick up his NFL right away because it's the most all-round thing he can do. You could arguably even go for an NFL plus a Josephine, but then you have to be scared of a potential Sonya coming later. So there's a lot of options to go for where the speed leads might not be the right way to play. And we're definitely taking a good bit of time. We're going to go for the more, and we're going to go for a Ashur. We haven't seen that unit just yet.
Very interesting combination for the first pick of RAXXAZ right there. He's trying to leave the option open. He can go strong turn 2. He can still go strong turn 1 with the Moong, with the strip right there. ZEZAS steal away the Oliver and potentially locked in maybe an AoE strip as well for himself to maybe get a turn 1 position against RAXXAZ, but he's going to steal the Annabelle away from RAXXAZ.
Yeah, stealing away the Annabelle instead, just maybe giving the turn 1 to RAXXAZ, but he also does pick up double speed leads. It's a bit weird here as he doesn't really have enough buff removers to support his current draft.
Yeah, we're going to see if he's going to go for a Rakuni Hwoarang over here. I definitely do think it's crossing his mind. Do I want to go for a Rakuni plus Hwoarang over here? Is that strong enough? Is that something that you can utilize? It's actually going to opt to steal that Layla. Doesn't want to be facing the Annabelle plus a Layla combination because that's super strong, and then actually locking in that Hwoarang. So it's facing the, or like he's stealing the counter into the Hwoarang and then having a Rakuni potential 5th pick or something else.
Oh, I think he's falling to the trap that you mentioned earlier, say, picking all of control unit and then slap the Hwoarang in. But certainly it's not going to work magically like that. ZEZA's going to go for a more defensive playstyle, but opt to go for a Chakra last pick right there to be the damage carry of the draft, because I don't think ZEZA's going to do a whole lot of control. He does have a slow, a brand, attack down kind of thing, and that's going to work really well against the Hwoarang. I think ZEZA's might be having the upper hand here.
The RAXXAZ does have a little bit more of a bruiser lineup here. It's not so heavy on the control. There's only really the Layla. I believe the more was on Swift. We saw it be extremely fast in the previous case, and the Ashur can still pair very well with the Hwoarang, providing the heals as well as the defense break and a lot of single target damage. So those could just look to take something out early. And we see an Aya last pick to counter all the debuffs that ZEZAS is bringing.
Ooh, it is a very tricky unit right now because she has to take the turn to actually do anything. There's 2 healers on your enemy side. There's that NFL, there is that Velaju. I think you're aiming at an NFL ban over there with that unit, but then you still have to deal with the Oliver potential pushback. So let's see how that works out for this matchup.
Oh, I think RAXXAZ is trying to sneak in a quick kill with the Hwoarang right there, together with the HP reduction of the Win Nobara. But here we go. First one belongs to the Chakra. That's going to be doing some decent damage together with a strip as well. Double hit is going to be a very consistent Oh, did not go for the AoE, did not want to give any damage for Rax. He just want to quickly control with single target, and he is getting that through.
Yeah, that is very smart actually from ZEZAS, because as Sean mentioned, if that Aya starts to reduce the HP on ZEZAS side, that Horang could definitely be confirming those kills. It is very hard to control. ZEZAS just opted to not go for any sort of AoE damage for the debuffs, but now Rex is getting a huge Violent proc with this Ashore and just goes all damage on the Chakra.
All damage on the chakra is what you want to do, and it is so much damage. Once again, rune quality Hwarang, can you actually do it? Not just yet. Also, this is a multi-hit, but it's probably not going to be good enough. Just opts to go for a skill 1 because of it.
Oh my god, that chakra got almost deleted by the Bayak and Hwarang, and here comes the debuff. He's not saving it anymore because the next turn, that unit is gone, so it's going to do all he can. He's got a quick 2 stun on the enemy, but oh, that heal. That heal definitely not going to be enough, and here comes the HP reduction for the win. Nobara doing a lot of work right there.
And we have the Hwarang simply taking out units right there. So let's see what they can do. Also, Nobara is still sitting at the debuff. You have to start decreasing those attack bars. Otherwise, it's just very hard to deal with. I can see a potential from this unit right here. It does do good damage, but is looking at a Hwarang match right there.
Yeah, it's looking like a Hwarang match. I don't know if ZEZAS really has enough damage in this game anymore. The heals from Villager are probably also not going to be enough. That is some pretty good damage count on Megumi there, however. It does take out Ashore, and Oliver really has to control this match here.
Yeah, it's one of those things. The Hwarang is just super, super strong, and also into an Oliver. It's actually one of those things. The Velaju was multiple times as a pre-ban, but the Velaju is actually so bad into a Hwarang. It's just not providing anything. Sure, debuffs, cool, but we're not landing any debuffs. But actually, this Megumi still wants to be in this fight. He's trying to push back, did not get the pushback just yet.
But here we go, Oliver, can he do it? He needs to get a Vial here. He can control 2 different units, but he did not get it. The Megumi is going to go down, and I don't know how he's going to take down his Hwarang anymore. If this is any other unit, then Oliver could potentially solo 3. But unfortunately, it is the Hwarang, and he is doing so much work against the Oliver.
Yeah, Oliver does have a slight chance, needed the Violent proc there, doesn't even get the bar, and I mean, even if the Violent proc, the heal is not going to be enough. This Hwarang is doing insane amounts of damage. The Oliver is getting punched out of the match, and RAXXAZ will be moving on.
Rax progresses through into the semi-finals, a European 1 step away from going into the grand finals here at World Finals in Paris. We say goodbye to ZEZAS, who's been a superb competitor there. But the crowd loved that one, loved seeing a European as the wristbands glow blue for the region as RAXXAZ goes through. What were we saying, lads, about Hwarang being a little in need of a buff of some sort? I think Topa, I think he's doing okay. He's doing okay now.
He's doing okay.
Okay,
now.
fine.
RAXXAZ is definitely, picking in the right positions. The previous players really just not picking in the right spots, but in the right spots, yeah, that Hwarang is putting in the work.
Yeah, it's super strong right there. But also what was funny to see is like the Velaju finally being on the field, being pre-banned a bunch of times. The moment he was on the field, it's like, oh yeah, but the Hwarang actually just completely doesn't care about that unit. It's like, oh, you have some defense? What defense? We just shred through that defense. Any of the other units? Oh, you're also not dealing any damage. We just take care of all of those units. Very well played. But definitely what I would have to give a lot of credit to for Rax is the adaptability of taking that Layla with the Hwarang. Not going for the Raccoony Hwarang once again, because that is the point. That did not really work out. But afterwards, it's like, okay, you're taking my speed with a slow, let me actually steal that unit from you, and that worked out so very well.
Yeah, we see the bracket on screen here as now, folks, as you can wrap your heads around exactly what is happening in this competition. RAXXAZ proves that he has what it takes by beating out ZEZAS and the European, proving that they are through to the next round. So we have, currently as it stands in the semi-finals, 3 players, all from different regions, really spicing this competition up here as we look ahead now to the next match, which is going to be one for the history books. KANGJING versus GUTSTHEBERSERK. That's exactly how the crowd are going to go when they see him walk onto the stage here, Sean.
This is going to be a very intense match here because KANGJING is pretty much KELIANBAO, but nobody knows what he plays. So that's going to be a very tough match for Guts. But hey, every time he plays, the crowd's going to go absolutely crazy. Every single Violent Pro is going to shake the entire building.
Yeah, that definitely is the case. Guts, he almost... I mean, I don't want to say it's the undoable, unthinkable beating out KELIANBAO, last year's champion. But after, beating out KELIANBAO, he definitely has what it takes to beat KANGJING here as well.
looking ahead to that next round as well with RAXXAZ there, who is waiting. We saw just then how strong Rax drafts are and the monsters he has he can put into the contention. But in terms of Guts and KANGJING, who would Rax prefer to play in that next round? Would it be Guts because I guess KANGJING a previous history of doing so well in this competition?
I can 100% guarantee you that he rather plays against GUTSTHEBERSERK. You want to know why? That guarantees a finalist from Origin, the guild that I'm also in. These two gentlemen are guildies. They have been playing very many times. They have been meeting each other throughout events, and it would also guarantee one European in the final. So definitely it's going to be that one over there. But then again, it's also a super uphill battle because we had one Warlord before in the name of KELIANBAO. We have another Warlord in the name of KANGJING.
Yeah, KANGJING has been waiting all day long, by the way. We started this, 4 hours or so ago now. KANGJING just waiting to get his chance to be here on the main stage. Will nerves get the better of him with this crowd who are obviously going to be supporting his opponent here? We're going to find out very shortly. But that is why Jiraiya and Mana are back, because they're about to introduce the players to the stage here. And you are about to hear, I have no doubt through our mics here, how electric the French fans will get as soon as they see their man. But first up, it's KANGJING. KANGJING is here, and he is ready to take on GUTSTHEBERSERK, much against the crowd, who I like the fact they're applauding here, Say. I like the fact they know clearly that he's not the one they want to support. However, still giving the man his props, his dues.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's such a formidable player because we might not know that much about him. But something that we can say, he actually beat Lest in the qualifier of China. Then he beat Lest again in the Cup of China. Lest is not a nobody. We've seen him go all the way best of 5 with Pooh before. So it's definitely a very strong player to be looking at. But this is the player that everyone wants to see in Europe. The crowd loves to see it. We're welcoming back to the stage GUTSTHEBERSERK.
Oh yeah, the Gutsmeister. Oh, I love it. He's playing to it. He loves it, and so he should. Will Guts be able to beat KANGJING and continue this run of his to get into that semi-final against RAXXAZ, which will be amazing? 2 Europeans both vying for a place in the World Finals 2025. It could go either way. Sean, dare I ask predictions? I mean, all of you guys, where do you think it's going to go? Sean, who do you think it's leaning towards?
I think it's probably going to go to a Game 5 for the best vibe in the arena, and it's going to be super intense. But not either way can really go, to be honest.
I mean, that would be insane to see this go to Game 5. And you know, Guts did so well earlier, but I still have to give it to KANGJING, the debutant here in the tournament.
Yeah, I also would have to give it to KANGJING. Actually, backstage, a lot of people, they can do their vote here in the arena as well. And it was like, if you want to vote for an underdog that's actually insanely strong, KANGJING might be your guy to vote for. So let's see how far he can bring it on this matchup.
All right, for you folks at home as well, please do let us know who you think is going to win. Are you going to join the crowd here and back their man GUTSTHEBERSERK, or will KANGJING be able to beat him? This is the final quarterfinal before the semis. It's round 2, match 4, set 1. It's GUTSTHEBERSERK versus KANGJING. Let's get it on.
We are not having any of the 2 Oracles on the field, the 2 most used Oracles. Actually, funny enough, we haven't seen too many Giannas all day so far yet, but they have been facing a lot of pre-bans.
Unfortunately, being one of the strongest units in the game, and Guts still very, very confident, very comfortable, and he is ready to go. Starting off with a good old Oliver first pick.
Yeah, does splash that Mav, and actually getting somewhat of a reaction out of KANGJING. I was looking at KELIANBAO's face every time that Guts was splashing that Mav, and KELIANBAO almost just didn't notice that it was even happening there. But we see KANGJING do something completely different. Well, we did see this win Gojo earlier today, and it did do quite well, but KANGJING just early picking it.
Yeah, it's definitely a super early pick. Maybe it's already like a early, like, okay, I'm going to give you turn 2, but I'm going to be countering your Asher, I'm going to be countering your Moore. Maybe those kind of units. Countering a Misty could potentially be there, but we have a very early Peter coming up with a Misty.
Very interesting early Gojo pick here because this unit has a lot of different weakness. And over there, we have immunity coming out from Guts. We have a very strong bruiser as well. KANGJING will definitely need to lock in some sort of AoE strip. He is going with Venhan. It is like watching a balance patch showcase at this point.
Yeah, it really is, and KANGJING is picking these units that do crowd control, but not in a stunning way, so they're actually quite decent to Pater. The Wind Gojo has that provoke, the Wenhan has the silence.
Yeah, it's interesting to see also where KANGJING is. Box of LDs is pretty much similar to KELIANBAO. There's so many units to it, but thus far not showing any LDs. Guts is showing this Chow. I am kind of liking the Chow in this position right now because all units do not do all too well to it. It's actually going to take it away, but I wouldn't be surprised if he actually puts it in there. He's actually going to go for an Abelio, which does cleanse out the provoke potential and then go for heal.
Wow, a lot of self-cleanse, a lot of unit hard to control coming out from the Guts right there. KANGJING, on the other hand, is going in full control and now locked in potentially the Sonya to clear out one of these units. And that is going to be the 5th pick from KANGJING. Very high damage, a lot of control. We are kind of witnessing the GOLEMPICHAGA against Panda-like match once again.
Yeah, it really looks like that. We saw Guts actually just instantly banning out the last pick. I saw him tapping on his iPad right there. It does not want to see that Sonya. Definitely respecting that. Even with the Abelio on his side, does believe that KANGJING Sonya is Rune Build and just straight up one-shot something.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see where the damage is going to come from and if you can handle this Pater right now, because where is this Gojo going to be taking its turn? Because it's going to be one of those ways you kind of have to have an additional turn to actually provoke this Pater. Otherwise, it's just not going to do that much. Neither for the Shio. They're all in a little bit of an awkward position and I'm liking the draft of Guts.
Once again, forcing the Pater to move with the Shio. Pater will go for the immunity, but now we have the Gojo with the AoE strip skill too into the Venhan. That's going to be a lot of control coming out from KANGJING right there. Can he lock down the enemy team?
Yeah, it really comes down to this Gojo. How many buff rooms does it get? It does get 3 out of 4, which is quite good there. That Pater is also the one that has low attack power, so that Wentan wouldn't really get the full value on it either way, and the Megumi can patch it up. But the Abelio is still that there are no resets on the side of KANGJING, and the Abelio passive actually gets popped right away.
Yeah, the Abelio passive doing so much work right here, but the match is definitely not over yet. Definitely what Guts needs to be getting online is this Misty. The moment Misty gets online into even a Gojo, it is mostly more defense-based rather than a lot of HP-based, so you will be taking it out. Also on the side of KANGJING, we don't see a single healer, so it's definitely one of those positions which Guts can utilize.
And that slow debuff is going to hurt the rotation of this unit because it needs to move to get that skill 2 back to start doing very big damage, or else this Misty is going to cut it down very, very easily. But the good thing is the Gojo 3-turn provoke is about to be applied on that Misty.
Yeah. Does have the Megumi moving in front of the Gojo as well. Now going for that buff remove on the Pater. Pater did not use the Wild Blow, staying in this bear form for those little bit of passive heals. Gojo's skill 3 is coming out now, does get only 2 provokes.
Just 2 provokes. It's one of those things like something that's a long distance hits as a 3-turn provoke. The moment you miss it, you also miss all 3 turns that you could have provoked. So the 15% check is just incredibly strong against it. And I think the Misty, even if it starts hitting on those Gojos, it will be strong. Also keeping both of the bears in their bear form or druids in their druid form, as you want to call it, is going to be slightly chip of healing. And the longer this match goes, the more favorable it gets for Guts.
Let's see who's going to go down first. Good stun coming out, and he's trying to defense break the Oliver, but could not get it done. This Venhan really need that turn to get back that skill 2 that did a lot of damage earlier, but he's just not getting it just yet. And that Abelio is about to transform back to provide a lot of healing as well. So let's see if KANGJING can keep up the control here. No stun on the Abelio.
Yeah, no stun on the Abelio, and I believe with the Pater passive healing, it will be going to back up 40%. Abelio getting a proc as well, but that is giving more attack power than Megumi. Megumi now could go for a stun and push back on the Oliver.
I think the only option that KANGJING really has is try to get a super good rotation of a armor break from the Megumi into the Shiho skill 3, taking out a Misty, because sure, you might be taking out an Oliver at some given point, but the Oliver is not really here to participate. It's the other 3 units getting the additional turn. Guts is liking that very much right there.
Oh, that is a very good turn for Guts. His team looking really healthy. KANGJING running out of bullets in his gun, and 2 of his units are about to go down without he can do it. He just can't do much to bring this unit back anymore.
Yeah, he really can't. Really needed some sort of a healer, and Annabelle would have done wonders for KANGJING's team here. Also, the slows would have countered this Misty a lot better. But now this Ventan's looking very low. The Gojo doesn't have the provoke available, and even if it did, it was very low in HP and would be falling very shortly.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see where KANGJING has so many strong LDs, not drafting anything. Abelio, 2-turn after turn, as we like to call it. Well blown. No, actually going to go for skill 1. Very crucial stun right there. Shio is not on fire, is not going to be taking that out. And Oliver was taking all the damage, is still alive, is taking those cooldowns.
Another unit being eaten by the pumpkin for this Halloween season. And KANGJING down to unit Guts, up 5 violent procs. There's nothing that he can do anymore. We're going to a game 2.
Yeah, Guts quite easily even breezing through that first match there. The passive healing from the Abelio getting all those violent procs as well. He was never really in danger of losing any of his monsters there.
Yeah, it's one of those very well drafted setups, but we also did say it early on with the draft of KANGJING that Wind Gojo just showed so many weaknesses that could be exploited, and the Guts did that very well. In the end, there was not too much damage. The provokes weren't really adding anything to the game. Same for the Venton. It was just not really adding anything to that game. So let's see if KANGJING can maybe switch it up a bit.
All right, guys. Pre-ban is going to be a Layla and the Dark Monkey King here. He doesn't want to deal with all these crazy AoE debuff. And 2 anti-cleanse unit out of the field as well. We might be seeing some crazy self-cleanse, back it up with Juno, Pater, Abelio, Josephine, all that stuff is available.
It's interesting to see KANGJING pre-banning the Layla here, as Layla doesn't really do a whole lot against a turn 1 combination that KANGJING might be wanting to run. So maybe he's actually even opting for a turn 2, and Guts is actually the one definitely going for turn 1 here.
Yeah, it's interesting to see because KANGJING is the kind of player on leaderboards. He loves to play his speed leads into the Yanhong, into the Sonya. Those two are just 2 comfortable units, and he didn't show any of that in his previous matchup. And we're going to be seeing anything that's looking at what Guts is going to be playing right now. And Guts does have the potential for upping more speed because in the end, an Heigang or anything like that would be very strong.
All right, let's see what he decides to go with here. Is he going to speed contest? Nope, he's going to go for the Pater once again to deal with the Gianna. But for the 4th pick, are we seeing a Heigang? Are we seeing a Misty? What kind of turn 2 position that he want to be in? Because he's definitely going to be fighting a good old Sonya.
He could still go for the turn 1 here as well. He does have the higher base speed monster in the Oliver, as well as a very fast Ashir. But looking to go just opting to go for the turn 2 here, picking up the Annabelle for those defense breaks and the slows.
I think that I could see that is an issue for the draft of Guts is that he doesn't have that many forms of strip. If you go for KANGJING, double immunity right now in the form of a Valajul or a Riley plus a Wusa or anything like that, that is difficult to deal with. Plus a Hwarang and a Riley is actually super strong in this matchup as well.
Oh, in a Bruiser setup, and there's not a lot of slow debuff, but there are 2 slow units from Guts right there to deal with the Hwarang. That's probably going to be a Riley ban here, and Guts going to be playing the turn 2 position.
Yeah, from KANGJING's side, you're probably still banning out the Patter here. That immunity could be quite annoying for your bombers, and especially just countering that Gianna. I think Guts might be just banning out the Riley, getting rid of those annoying heals and immunities and cleanses, and that is the case. Those are the 2 bans.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see. However, you still have to do with the Annabelle right now, which could potentially be very annoying. But at least you have the rotation right now when Asher moves first into, well, after that, maybe nothing. So we have to see what how that works like.
And that is where he went with HP lead. He doesn't want to take first turn at all. He's going to eat this stun from the Gianna and wait for magic to happen. And here we go. First turn belongs to the Yeonhong, taking that strip, opening up the Annabelle for the quick bomb from the Gianna.
That has to be a high accuracy Yeonhong or quite lucky interaction otherwise, because Annabelles are definitely built on high resistance, and Gianna even connecting stun. So now he could bomb a different monster and not even go for the detonate.
I would potentially actually go still for a full on the Annabelle, because if the Annabelle procs resist bomb stun, matches completely for Guts. We did actually miss on this Cardinal right here, right now. So let's see what he does. He has to go for skill 1. I would focus more into this Annabelle because I would be scared for this Annabelle taking additional turns and proccing.
Oh, here we go. We got a small little heal from the Asher. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to keep the Annabelle alive if she managed to get out of this position. No proc. Oh, Oliver woke up and chose to get a quick little reset. Oh my God. The crowd goes absolutely shaking. And oh my God, look at that. What element advantage do you have again? I don't care.
Yeah, what a performance. I mean, Guts is just getting absolutely the craziest RNG here as well, just resisting the bomb stun right there on the Cardinal. Even the Ishir resisting the buff remove from the Gianna. Hwoarang does get a proc, so Blue does get out of the slow. There is still a chance for KANGJING here, but Guts is looking very strong.
Yeah, Guts is looking very strong, and I always like to say that that is the strongest counter into Gianna. Just proccing out of those stuns, and you're looking at a very good match. But can he utilize that enough? Because in the end, he still has to deal with that Hwoarang, which is very difficult. He has slow on that Cardinal, which does hurt the Hwoarang, but is it on the field long enough?
And Oliver getting another opportunity here to take down the Yeonhong skill, getting an extra turn once again. Guts is confused at his own proc at this point because he is getting a whole lot of that. Hwoarang's going to get a quick turn as well, but his Cardinal in the end game is proving to be an absolute powerhouse against the entire team of KANGJING.
Yeah, KANGJING noticed that will just opt to go for the Cardinal right away instead of the Escher. Escher will be also providing those seals as well as the speed buff that does somewhat counteract the Hwoarang as you kind of pick up the pace and match that of the Hwoarang.
Yeah, let's see what this Hwoarang can do. We do have the healing, so we do have speed buff sitting on the side of Guts the Berserk right now. Still absorbing, actually not absorbing right there. The damage of the Hwoarang, so we're looking at the Hwoarang, we're looking at the Cardinal. Those are the two key units right now.
Can this Cardinal get another skill 3 out? KANGJING is getting that sneaky proc right there, but can he do it though? Unfortunately, Gianna is not going to be on the field. Ciara is still too far away. Too far away from her bomb, and Cardinal is about to get that skill 3 unless this Hwoarang can do it.
Yeah, both Oracles getting a bottom power. Guts is very well reset both of them all the way. Now Oliver can resist once again. Is the Hwoarang doing enough damage? It does do enough damage. This is going to be extremely close. The Hwoarang might actually take his leg in. But this sheer damage is insane. Just deleting the CR, and that means the skill 3 does stay available.
Yeah, the big question is, where do you focus right now? Is actually going to go for the healer first. I do agree with that. The Oliver can actually at some point miss his rotation, but the heal is so devastating. There's speed buff. Do you have the additional turns? It is still a very close match, especially with those absorbs. Oliver, can you absorb? You cannot absorb that when you do not land it.
Oh, the procs are turning over, but the Ashe is not going to go down. Unfortunate. It's not going to do enough damage though. Hwoarang is going to be that unit against the Oliver. In any other universe, Oliver could have won this match, but this Lion Hwoarang is not going to let it slide.
It's still either way. It really comes down to this passive. Oh my goodness, Hwoarang is just like RAXXAZ. Procs every turn. The absorbs are coming through. He gets a turn. And the violent proc, and the Hwoarang takes the game!
Well, we're talking buffs and nerfs. That unit, RAIGEKI could not make it work. This unit over here just soloed the whole battlefield and is taking over that match. If we do not see a trauma pre-ban right now, I'm not sure what we're doing. That unit is absolutely insane if it takes the right RNG at the right moment.
That's just a lot of procs in it.
That a lot of procs in it.
That's a lot of procs in it. You need just like 4 turns in a row with the attack perks or mechanic, how fast it is, and just, oh my goodness, that was a Hwoarang showcase if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, that unit was absolutely showing every bits and piece of it because Guts was sitting in the driver's seat for a long bit of that match. The Cardinal had such a good showing with the first turn, stun on the Hwoarang, slow on the Hwoarang. We felt like, okay, that is where you disutilize this unit, which just simply cannot do its thing. And we're actually not even respecting it. Guts was like, that was a one-time thing, that was a fluke. Let's just see if that happens again.
And here we go, guys. Game 3 between Guts the Berserk and KANGJING. What kind of draft are we seeing? We got the Oliver first pick by Guts. KANGJING, no more Ciara, but still, we got the Gianna, Asher, Sonya, Yeonhong. There's so many turn 1 units that KANGJING can be going for. Let's see if it's going to do it again.
Yeah, he definitely has a lot of options here. This is going to be that Megumi, probably the 3rd most popular speed lead here. And as well as the Shiho, so very meta coming out of KANGJING.
Yeah, definitely meta coming out of KANGJING right now. Let's see how Guts like to answer. Definitely an NFL is what we have seen a lot. Pairing that up with the Gianna. Often these days, the Gianna players do go for an NFL that's faster than the Gianna. So if the Shio goes for that Gianna, you can still cleanse it off.
And KANGJING, will he take turn 1? Is he going to try to counter Gianna with a different unit? Or is he going to take turn 2? Is he going to pick up the Josephine here? There's so many ways for you to play at this angle. I wonder if he's going to go for the... Oh, he's going to go for the Yeonhong right there, but he's definitely going to go for a Sonya as well. Oh, here we go. KANGJING being in his natural environment.
Yeah, that is a lot of speed coming out of KANGJING. So Guts could even be going for a Leo, and that is exactly what we see. This is a hard counter to KANGJING's team right now. And Guts, while he does have the slow that now becomes useless with the Leo on the field, he has a lot of turn cycling from the Oliver and the Gianna.
Yeah, it's definitely a very strong draft on the side of KANGJING. It's that powerhouse that he loves to use. And we're absolutely going to be seeing a Leo ban right there if he locks that in. Guts is definitely not out of the field just yet, because if you ban out that Sonya, is there enough on the side of KANGJING where he can do enough? And also utilizes, it's actually taking away a few things. I'm not too sure if a Chi was the right pick over here, because you're setting up, but for what?
I don't know, man. Maybe he's going to ban Oliver, and he's going to use Sonya to still stay in the field. And, oh, no, he's going to ban on the Leo still. And I'm not really sure what he's setting up for, but maybe he's setting up for his loss.
Yeah, this is definitely looking like he's setting up for a loss. That Chibu will be, well, it's not even going to move first, right? Like, you have so many high base speed units in here, and the Chibu is just not going to be, there's no follow-up for it. There's only a single target Megami, but he would do that even without the Chibu.
Yeah, the Chi was just not adding anything to this whole draft, because sure, you have a strip and then what? Then it just simply ends over there. Plus you already had so many fast units on your field. You would have outsped regardless. So sure, we have this going on right now, but now Guts can take over this match.
And here we go, AoE spin, beautiful, the spare stun coming out from Guts. And the Fire Megami has a small window where he risk it. He will risk it, but he did not get the biscuit.
Yeah, he absolutely had to risk it. Did see that attack bar of the Annabelle is glowing, so that means she will be moving next and is going to be cleansing up this Gianna right in the skills, and I think this is just going to be game over.
Yeah, I definitely do think it is game over. Gianna takes a turn, can drop the bomb. There's no cleanses. We're going to go for critical error. Critical error actually not connecting on the 2 units, not stunned just yet.
I just feel, cringe at that moment where Gianna missed right there. He have seen that so many times. So many table smash has been done just because of Gianna missing only 1 unit. You had 1 job, buddy.
Yeah, 1 job and couldn't do it, but Guts is just so far ahead. This Chibu, I mean, Guts almost came into the match at a 4v3. That Chibu was just complete dead pick. Now Gianna getting a nice violent proc right at that stun for some nice S1 damage.
Yeah, as we mentioned, this Chibu pick is just very questionable. It could have been so many things. Could have been a Zhongchen Lao, could have been a Cleanser, could have been even the Hwoarang. Maybe not against the Bombers that well. No, actually Hwoarang would have been kind of bad up there. But it would have been a lot of options right there that you could have went for. But definitely Chibu did not add anything to this table.
Maybe that is the debut newcomer nerve. Kind of hit him right there, that he wasn't really sure, and the crowd are going absolutely crazy, because playing on stage for the very, very first time is definitely not something easy.
It definitely is. Those nerfs can get to you. As you know, ex-players, we definitely do know that is the case, but Guts is definitely running away with this match, and he's going to be, still 2-1 lead, and that means he's at game point.
Yeah, being a game point is always very comfortable, but also the whole way that Guts plays, you see him also having fun with the crowd. You see him enjoying what he's doing. So Guts is just so comfortable playing over it. I don't think he's feeling that many nerves. He's just really enjoying what he's doing, and that's great to see.
I kind of wanted him to bust out maybe a good old Dark Striker that he used a lot in the stream just for fun and completely dominate the opponent, but maybe he's not quite there yet.
Yeah, it's not quite there yet. As you mentioned, there's a lot of money on the line, and actually the winner of this match is guaranteed to at least bag 10,000 big ones.
Yeah, that's definitely what they're all looking for at this moment. So let's see what we have on this pre-ban, because the Hwoarang actually did not come out in that last match, but also the pre-bans towards a Sonya or a Yeonhong haven't been used that much just yet.
Maybe this time it's going to prevent a Yeonhong potentially, seeing how KANGJING really enjoy using the unit, and taking out his favorite unit could potentially set him back in the mental battle that KANGJING is definitely suffering from right now.
Yeah, but Guts really hasn't had any issues with dealing with this Yeonhong either. He's definitely found the weakness of Yeonhong, where you typically just don't have, you're either lacking in buff removers or you're lacking in follow-up. We saw in that last match, he had all the buff removers, especially with that Chiwu last week, but just no follow-up.
Yeah, let's see what we go for first pick over here. Back to a Shio, back to an Oliver. So that is the Shio potentially being picked up for Guts. Does he like to go for that, or does he go for a different playstyle? We actually go for an Asher with a Vanessa.
Oh, might be setting up for a snipe right here, potentially with Guts. But KANGJING is known for going turn 1. Would this deter him from going turn 1? Will he actually forced to be picking up an Annabelle? But no, still going to go with a quick Shio right there, potentially for the Fire Megumi for the second speedy as well.
Yeah, KANGJING sticking the meta here, picking what he knows, and Guts, yeah, switching up that Asher has been so valuable all throughout the day here.
Yeah, Ashir is definitely one of those units that I think we're going to see a lot more on leaderboards in the coming days. I'm not too sure if the Sierra is actually what KANGJING wanted to lock in right there, because he locked in, or he showed a Sonya and then removed it really quick. Might be a timeout. If there is a timeout on the timer, we would see a 15 seconds for KANGJING after this. Guts looking at his comfortable units once again. Actually was locked in on time. There's still a 30-second timer.
Very, very good draft by Guts right there. We have a very strong turn 2 position, and over there KANGJING has one single target strip for 2 of his follow-up, because I think Sonya is probably going to get banned out here, and Guts has another Cardinal last bit that could completely shut down entire team of KANGJING.
Yeah, this is really not looking a very good draft from KANGJING. He's also drafted this light Horang once again into the Ishir that is somewhat of a soft counter to Horang with that speed buff, as well as there is a huge counter to Horang in Layla having the slow debuff.
Yeah, it's definitely looking at more slows, or not. Now, that is the signature of Guts. He really loves that unit, but I'm not sure if I'm liking it that much in this draft. I think something along the lines of that Cardinal that he utilized earlier is a lot stronger right now, because there's so many wind units on the field. Yes, sir, he does agree with me on that one.
And here is the Cardinal. Unfortunately, we are not watching a Twitch live stream, so he has to lock in a more serious unit here. And that looks like a very, very good setup for Guts right there, because KANGJING can strip one will, and then what?
Well, he might not even be able to strip a single will if the Shiho gets banned out here, but yeah, it's most likely going to be a ban on this Sonya. But I don't know, it's kind of a mind game here, because are you banning out the Vanessa? You're banning out the Vanessa. So in that case, you do ban out the Sonya. And now this Patter is absolutely just going to shut down anything that KANGJING wants to do here.
But we have seen it before, like Hwarang. It is such a strong unit, and he took down so many units before. Can he do it once again? That is going to be the big question.
Here we go, guys. Shio going first. There's no Jogan to stun. He did manage to stun the Asher. Asher is going to be the focus for all of the reset damage coming out. But then after that, who is going to protect these fragile unit from the Cardinal, from the Layla?
And there really is nothing to provide us. So right now, KANGJING game plan is just take out Ishir and then maybe just pray that Hwarang somehow throws all the glancings and doesn't get slowed.
Well, that's still a potential. I could see it is 4 against 3, and we do not land anything on this Hwarang just yet. Cardinal has to be doing it. No, we get a stun on that second hit with the glancing.
Look at that, Layla getting a full turn after AoE Despair stun the entire video, and also get a slow debuff onto the light Hwarang. Things are looking really bad for KANGJING. He took one unit out, and everybody else is going down.
Yeah, it's looking really bad, but this Hwarang is not giving up. She is going absolutely crazy, this Violent Procs. But I don't know, it is going to need a lot more than that. Now, Layla's another skill 2, still not connecting anything on the Hwarang.
Yeah, the Hwarang is just still so dangerous. Do actually have a Provoke sitting over there. The Provoke makes it that the Cardinal is a little bit more safe. We have to do damage into this Pader, but is it going to be long enough that it's actually going to be good enough? That's the big question.
Oh my god, that did nothing. And Oliver proc out of stun at the worst possible timing. Full immunity, so there's nothing he can do. She also can't do a single stun right here because of full immunity. And Cardinal is one step closer to getting his skill 3 back.
Yeah, still 2 turns away, so cannot Violent Proc into it. But the Hwarang is already sitting at nearly half health. Now does have Raptor combo again, and he's definitely stacking that speed, and he's still not stopping Violent Proc. That is a lot of damage. Cardinal is looking weak.
This Cardinal's just doing so much for like trying to tank all of that. The Pader on the side of Guts is a lot of damage, but this Shio is also close getting to the skills. No additional turn over there for any of those. We have the Ghost coming in over there. Is this going to be? Yes, that is going to be the stun. There is no slow, however, but that is a very favorable position. Cardinal, no skills, trying to take it out. And, oh, nothing just yet. Another stun locking in. The crowd is going wild.
It's like he turned off the light Hwarang passive. Cardinal with a skill 3, and GUTSTHEBERSERK will take down another Asia Warlord, securing the 10,000 big ones.
The God Run continues, boys. The God Run continues. GUTSTHEBERSERK carries on. The torch held high as he marches into the semi-finals of this competition by beating KANGJING, and we love to see that. The embrace there from KANGJING saying, fair play, my friend. You've dominated me, you've dispatched me. It took a four turn from Hwarang in that round for KANGJING to even get a point on the map. Look at Gerard, look at Mana, look at the French. Vive la France here in the arena as Guts makes his way towards that semi-final. A European showdown with RAXXAZ later on. It's going to be absolutely unbelievable. And you guys at home, we hope you're enjoying this as much as we are here in the arena. What do you say there, lads? I mean, Guts, it was just, I mean, you could see how much he was enjoying that as well, how much he felt the energy from everyone, but just drafted spectacularly, intellectually as well. And KANGJING head in hands most of the latter stages of that match.
Yeah, he drafted absolutely well, but he was also very well prepared for all of those units, the live sparring. But actually, funny enough, where KELIANBAO and KANGJING were drafting a similar style, that worked out very well for Guts to just have kind of one preparation for both, and that worked out super strong. It does also showcase, once again, if we're looking at the win rate of GUTSTHEBERSERK, he dropped one match thus far, and we could argue that match, that was just a Hwareng. He dropped one match against a Hwareng. Outside of that, he's just full on victories, steamrolling, and he's gonna be fighting his Gilby in RAXXAZ in that match too in the semi-finals.
Man, I just can't believe it. I think Live Hwareng is just very overrated. We need to stop glazing. It is probably one of the worst units in this entire tournament at this point.
I've never known someone to yo-yo an opinion more than Sean B, and I love it. I love to see it. Topa, I mean, what do we say? We've got ourselves a guaranteed European in the final, and for you folks at home as well, a guaranteed chance to earn some lovely little prizes courtesy of this coupon code on screen. You have your new one, SWC2025 Road to Glory S2, to get some scrolls as a statue and an emblem as well to say you were here. Some kind of mementos from us to you to say thank you guys. Man, this is incredible. Like World Finals, I think that bracket we saw there, I don't think we ever would have predicted that in a million years. Where do we go from here? We've got ourselves, we're kind of the latter stages, only 3 matches to go. Do you know what? Hold that thought. Hold that thought for a second here, because I'm hearing the news we need a break, and I think everyone's absolutely right here. Let's just relax. I'm gonna wring out this jacket, which is just full of just anticipation. What is coming our way in terms of our semi-finals? They're coming your way very, very soon. Don't go anywhere. Join us back here for loads more SWC2025 World Championship World Finals 2025 in just a few minutes' time. Hello there and welcome back to the Summoners War World Arena Championship 2025 World Finals. We are rapidly making our way through this competition as we're about to have our semi-finals. You join myself, Adam, you have Say, Sean B and Topa as well. We are bringing you all the action as we look ahead to our matchups, which are, I guess none of us predicted this was going to happen. This is kind of like a crazy thing where we're going to have guaranteed European in the final. That is absolutely going to happen, which a European champion amazing. But if Panda Like happens to beat out Pooh here as well, and America's Cup player in the final two, also potentially could be something completely different that we've never seen here before in the competition. But we're all looking forward to it. It's going to be absolutely stellar. Very soon we'll meet those players. Fellas, what do we take away thus far? What have we learned today? And I guess at this point, we throw it all out the window. The notes, just throw them away because anything's possible, Say.
Yeah, it's one of those things we have learned that Lauren is the best unit in game and the worst unit in game at the same time. We have learned that we haven't seen a single challenge just yet. So there's a lot of things that we have learned today.
Pretty much, and also we have been seeing a lot of pocket pick coming out from the Cardinal to the Savannah to all the weird things that people like to try, and I love to see that people are just still coming up new things in these meta draft moments.
Yeah, it really shows the meta is still quite wide open. A lot of players, are really tired of, so to say, this meta, of all the Joe Guns, the Water Monkeys, the Olivers, the Sierras. But a lot of these players at the very pinnacle of RTA are not drafting these monsters.
Yeah, indeed. We are absolutely in the point now where we've had 8 matches down. We have lost 8 players, 4 remain. And you can see Mana and Jiraiya are about to introduce the semi-finalists of that first matchup, who we'll see again very shortly. But at this point as well here, Say, players all in the money. Everyone at this point gets to walk away with something. The experience, one thing, but also a bit of prize pool as well, which is also kind of delicious too.
That is absolutely delicious, especially for these players, because you do definitely notice it with some of those players. It gets kind of back into the game, but it's also nice to get something from the game rather than give to the game in this case. But it's going to be very interesting to see what these players can bring to the table. We have Pooh once again walking on stage, making his name over here. He did not make it all the way last year, but this year he's already doing better than last year. So let's see if he can make it all the way to that finals.
Oh, Pooh securing $10,000. Make me smile, man. Coming back to my country, that is a whole lot of big ones, that's for sure.
A whole lot of big ones, Topa. A whole lot of big ones.
A whole lot of big ones. And Panda Like has been performing extremely well here. I'm extremely pleased with how he has been drafting and playing all together. So he's definitely going to put up a fight against Pooh. And, the winner of this will take at least another 10,000 big ones home.
At least 10,000 big ones home. And that's the thing is, obviously we started this competition with a $140,000 in prize pool. And we're looking at something pretty juicy for that top place. $100,000 to walk away with, which is a serious amount of big ones. That's a lot of money. But from us very shortly, it's less blah blah, more matches. I love that, Say. I'm gonna get that tattooed somewhere on my body.
I absolutely love the less blah blah, more matches, and I can't wait what these two gentlemen can bring to the table, because we were talking about it earlier in the break. Panda Like is one of those players that actually surprised us the most. He had a difficult bracket going through RAIGEKI, even 3-0ing RAIGEKI, whereas he was still a favorite for a lot of people. He was the hope for America to go all the way, whereas now Panda Like is the favorite and the hope for America to go all the way. But on the other side, normally we have seen years where we had 4 Asians in the finals, or at least in the semi-finals. Now we only have 1 Asian in the semi-finals. That is something different right there.
The best Asian, of course, proudly saying that. And I can't see, because Panda Like is rocking that very defensive strategy while Pooh is going very, very aggressive almost immediately in his draft, and it's going to be such a great turn 1 to witness.
Well, Pooh definitely has a lot of different options as we head into the semi-finals. Match 1, set 1 between Pooh and Panda Like here.
Yeah, we're going to see it for the pre-bans. Once again, Pooh is one of those players that likes to take his time for bans, but in this case does know exactly what he wants to remove. We have the Light Pony not being on the field. On the other side, we do not have a Joe Gun.
Here we go, guys. A semi-final. First pick for Panda Like. Is he going to steal the Sierra away from Pooh?
Yeah, might very well be that Sierra, or could be the Oliver as a speed lead as well, but opts to go for that Sierra. The Joe Gun is not available for Panda Like to combo with that massive bomb damage.
Yeah, Pooh has definitely been on a different style draft. We have seen more Ashes, we have seen more Chakras, we have seen more bit of different style of units. So let's see what he likes to lock in here. Are we gonna go back to the Han with the Nikki style? Personally, I'm not a fan, but hey, if it works, it works.
Wow, we are starting off with an ultra-fast Nikki, followed up with the Han. We also have Nyx and potentially more Strip coming out. This is going to be a lot of damage against Pandalike. But over there, we have units like the Megumi to cut in between. And if what we saw from earlier, we can also be seeing like more, for example, even Fire Jin could be coming out as well. But Pandalike's going to go for that Hey Gang, which might not be doing too well against things like Nyx or Nikki.
Yeah, I'm not really a huge fan of the Hey Gang right there, as Pooh currently doesn't have a buff remover that applies any sort of debuffs. So nothing, the Hey Gang doesn't exactly counter anything here. And I feel that this draft coming from Pooh is almost disrespectful. You're just going for this full speed draft, the full on damage that I don't think he really respects Pandalike's rune quality.
Yeah, this Pooh draft right here is actually what the Bella buff is kind of made for, because you're going way more on the side of damage. But the big question is Pandalike fast enough? Because I'm not sure about his rune quality, if he's fast enough on this Chiwu to actually make it work. Whereas also this Nyx before was on a Despair build. It can also be on a Swift build. I am not too sure neither about the Gianna in this. It could be maybe trying to survive it, but I'm not very sure if you will be able to do that.
Oh, I can't wait to see what kind of speed lead Pooh is going to bring to the table. This is such a crazy turn one. We have two snipers ready to go, and he could lock in any speed lead right now, and this match is going to be incredible. But he's, oh my goodness gracious, Pooh. We got 5 LD5 on the screen right there. In contrast with the Asher that's been being very popular over the course of the tournament, Pooh is just showing everybody that, you know what you can't solve with money, you solve with more money.
Yeah, more money thrown at the match here. With that Zenisek being drafted, first appearance for Zenisek in today's tournament here. The Nyx is banned out, so Pooh actually getting the speed lead as well as the Zenisek counter.
Yeah, let's see what we can bring on this, because this is all looking at Swift units. We will have the Hagen going in for the cut, but how much damage are we actually dealing? It's a good bit of damage, but now, are you gonna get controlled? Is this Zenisek fast enough? No, and actually, we did get the right strip, but we did not get the stun.
What kind of damage is that? That's a little bit disappointing though, to be honest. But hey, we do have follow-up come out from Bella right there. Very good damage. Take out the Ciara, almost taking out the Fire Megumi. And this game is looking really good, because what is Gianna gonna realistically do anymore? Oh my god, 2 units out of the field. Pooh with the snipers.
Yeah, this is, as mentioned, I feel like this draft is almost disrespectful from Pooh. You know, he just really outspeeds and just out-damages. Just not relying on the fact that Pandalike is not able to bring enough speed to counter this, and the Hagan pick from Pandalike just completely dead, and as well is the rest of his team here.
Yeah, it's also interesting, you go for the Hagen to try to counter something of the side of the strip, but then you also still ban the strip, so that doesn't really help out in that kind of accord. Whereas the Han doesn't do an insane amount of damage. If you just have only the Han, it wouldn't have done a full amount of damage, but now it worked out so well.
Wow, what a draft. What a draft coming out from Pooh right there. It felt like bullying the enemy a little bit. And I think that Hagan was in anticipation of the win Indra, but unfortunately Pooh was flexible enough to shift away from AoE strip into single target snipe, and he pretty much just 360 no-scope 2 unit of Pandalike immediately in the first turn.
Yeah, that he definitely did. Pandalike definitely needs to be bringing more speed. I don't know if there is a way to turn 2 tank this. Maybe if you go some sort of like a Abellio to cut in heals, but Bella also has that destroy on that skill 4.
Yeah, definitely along the lines of a Abellio, and then you also ban the Bella specific, because the Han is the one that would trigger the Abellio, and then you can have a good match. Sure, the Nyx might disrupt that, but in the end, Nyx is an 80% chance on an 80% chance. There's very likely that you will be missing a bunch of those resets right there.
All right, let's see what Pella is going to try to do against Pooh right here with the pre-ban. Is he going to take away one of these snipers to force Pooh to pick up another one? But this kind of very off-meta, ultra-premium draft is really, really hard to predict, because in one moment, Pooh can switch back to the meta anytime he wants.
Yeah, almost feels like Pooh is looking to switch back the meta in this game, as he is actually pre-banning the Hey Gang, which provided little to no value to Pandalike's team last time. But he probably realized that Pandalike is not going to let Pooh cleave him like that again, and Pandalike wisely does ban out a piece of that cleave in the form of a Nyx.
Yeah, let's see what Pooh goes for the first turn. Actually, we're exactly that. We're going to go back into meta. Well, not necessarily the meta that we normally see, but the meta kind of units that he likes to play. We're contesting speed on that Asher. On the other side, we're also contesting speed with an Oliver and a Jogun.
But Panda is not the one to usually contest speed, so Pooh is going back to the Wind Ninja and the Fire Megami. He wants that turn one. He wants to do that big AoE damage.
That he does want to do. How is Panda going to respond to this? He needs to either fight speed or go a lot tankier in sense Okeanos. I am not sure how I feel about this Okeanos. He needs to back this up with speed.
Yeah, Okeanos is still a strong pick. Actually, we haven't seen all too much Okeanos on the field just yet. So let's see what he locks in with. Going back to the comfortable Pater. So it's a bit of everything. Where Panda before was showcasing a lot of bruiser potential. Now he's going for a little bit of bruiser potential, but also a little bit of control, a little bit of outspeed. So it's a little bit of everything. Might be all about nothing.
Oh no, and that little bit of everything is being hard counter by the double bruiser that Pooh is locking in the final 2 slot right there, because Panda team doesn't have the most crucial debuff that's been the dominating factor. That's going to be the slow debuff. And oh my god, Pooh is actually going in with the Water Paw Phoenix that I have been obsessed over in my own account as well, because this guy is amazing against AoE.
Yeah, the Paul Phoenix is actually finally making an appearance here. So we haven't actually seen all too much Jogun. We've seen a good bit of Jogun, but not spammed every single game. So Paul Phoenix is quite a nice counter, as you're guaranteed to glance at that with the Jogun, and then your Oliver is forced to go into reset there, and you just might have awkward glances there.
Yeah, let's see how much that is going to do, because on the other side, is there enough damage? Well, the Chakra has been showcasing a lot of damage, but on the other side, we do have this Pater, so let's see what the Pater can bring. The Pater is actually slower than all of the other units, so it's not going to be providing that much. Is it actually going to do? It does actually push up. Ooh, well, a stun is not going to do enough neither.
But he got a little bit of pushback here coming out from the Fire Emblem. Get the pushback onto the Pater, so the other unit will be suffering from a little bit of attack debuff. And right there, the presence of Paw Phoenix Aura farm that Jogun, stopping him from going for skill 3, and take away the Okeanos as well, and also take away the Oliver. Just one unit completely shut down 3 things on Panda turn 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was the right play with that Jogun right there. I think he still should have sent it, because Okeanos would have an AoE either way, so AoE doesn't really care about the threat state. And we saw that Paul Phoenix was able to provoke the Okeanos anyways, and still, oh my goodness, it is actually even landed the pop strip and the provoke, and I don't see a way for Panda back here.
This is so well played on this Paul Phoenix right here. It's super much of an interesting unit, but it's the best utilization I've seen thus far from this unit. It's just simply working so well. Also, having that pushback on that Pater right there, everything just worked out. We're trying to get it off the field. Even Panda is laughing on this one, being like, yeah, man, sometimes it's not meant to be.
It's kind of crazy how the Tech and A collaboration with Summoners has such a great impact on SWC 2025 immediately, from Paul Phoenix to Hwarang to Jin, doing so much work in different kind of matches. And right here we are seeing this Water Paul Phoenix completely shut down more than half of Panda-like team.
Yeah, Pooh has finally found the counter the pattern. No one has really been able to counter this pattern, but Pooh is doing it so very well here, and his whole team is at full health as this pattern is dropping here.
It's at full health while he barely even had a healer. He had Asher, that's like a 15% heal. And Panda is like, wait, this unit was winning for me before. Why did I just lose that hard?
I think the attack by boost coming out from the Asher allow the Fire Megami to cut in between the attack by boost of Pater. He could push back the Pater right there and then completely control the other 3 units with 1 single unit. Man, Pooh drafting is on another level right now.
It really is. He looks shaky at the start of the day, but he has really turned it up and he has found his groove. You know, he is Asia's last hope here, but Panda is our America's last hope, and it is not looking good for us right now.
Well, it's also funny to see where Pooh normally likes to have the bar all the way go to the end before he makes a move. Likes to have the timer all the way go to 0 before he makes a move. In this time, though, he's feeling very confident. Also, you saw him tapping on the iPad. He was locking in the Jogun for the pre-ban very fast. So let's see if he goes back to a Nikki, and let's see if Panda does have an answer. Megumi is a good start with the answer on the other side. Do we have this Nikki into the Han? Yes, we do.
Oh my god, we are getting that round one once again. Let's see what Panalike decide to do. We are getting those units that cut in between the AoE coming from Nikki, and that will potentially stop the stop the Nikki from being able to provide that support for the team. But is it going to be enough though? Because we saw earlier that might not be enough, but here comes Pooh with the ragdoll, with not like, it's called double ragdoll combo right there. That's a lot of attack power, Topa.
Yeah, Panda like taking a page out of Guts' book here a little bit with that more, presumably on, well, we actually saw the more earlier, that it was the slow, high damage Despair more. If he can cut in, get those Despair stuns, that could be giving Layla enough attack power to get the turn. But Pooh also, you know, just not running it down. He is adapting here, does pick up that ragdoll, knowing that that more is going to be getting a lot of crits and therefore giving Pooh the attack power.
Yeah, we also do see the Sonya on the side of Panalike, but we have seen Pooh already survive a Sonya before on that Nikki, so let's see if it's going to be doing enough. But Pooh, once again, we had different full dark units before. He's trying to do that one achievement that most people do not have done, only use dark unit or only use light units. Pooh is just drafting all dark units with different style of units twice so far.
Pooh used to be called Pooh LD, with LD in the name, and I'm glad he's kind of living his name out right now. And here we go, double ragdoll with the Han main damage deal. Is that going to be enough against Layla? We shall see.
Yeah, we shall see. Shiho takes turn one. Who is he going to go for? Goes for that Han there, does get the stun, but with the ragdoll passive, it's actually not enough attack power for the Layla to cut in. And now Nyx is going to be getting the resets here. Does not get the reset on the Moor.
Yeah, no reset on the Moor, and that is the inconsistency that is called Nyx. But on the other side, we have a Moor that's also kind of called a Gianna. Ragdoll likes to proc out, but this is the answer that Panalike was searching for in that round one. He's suddenly sitting in the driver's seat. Everything is just slowed. Everything is just being stunned. And this is exactly how you want to play against these turn one teams.
Oh, that is such a crucial stun against the Han, stopping the momentum right there. Unfortunately for Pooh, when the combo falls apart, he doesn't have anything to fall back on anymore. He is now slowly getting control. But maybe the Nikki can do it because Panalike doesn't have a healer, and Pooh has a healer that's being supported by 2 attack per booster. So maybe that's a small shot.
There's definitely a small shot. Pooh is not, you know, Pooh is not out of this match just yet, but the Nikki going for that skill 3 does not get a Violent proc. That skill 2 is still on cooldown, even if with a Violent proc. And now that Moor does so much damage with that skill 1, just deleting the Nikki off the face of the planet.
It's also a really interesting Moor build because we have seen Moors high on damage, but that's often a Rage Moor on high damage. This is a Despair Moor on high damage, which is very interesting to see, but it's working perfectly well against those turn 1 comps that just simply AoE. They trigger the Moor, and then Moor says, like, I'm gonna be the Gianna of this match. Y'all stunned.
Man, Panalike with the flexibility, look at that. He saw that game 1, he fall to that strategy, but he did not fall and then not learn anything from it. He picked it up and he completely countered the Pooh full LD5 team, but this is going to be the real test.
Yeah, he's not going down without a fight here. Does get a point on the board, but Pooh is still sitting at match points. Panalike would have to complete the full-on reverse sweep here. And now at least one of our players is taking their time with this pre-ban here.
Yeah, it's definitely taking a little bit more time, but is it also one of those things? Do you actually want to pre-ban that Nyx? Because the draft that you just faced, you have the answer against. The draft with the Asher, you don't have the answer against. So once again, Panalike is so well at adapting in these matches as well. He found the answer to one. Okay, then we will be playing against that one. And he's kind of baiting Pooh to go into a Nikki, going into a Han once again.
Ooh, that's going to be great, man. Also, I feel like Nyx has been kind of fake recently for Pooh because every time, every Layla is going for a quick spin, Pooh has been suffering from so much debuff, even the Shiho skill 2 stun.
Yeah, Panalike might be baiting this Nikki combo here, but I'm not sure how consistent his draft really was there. That Moor was a Gianna in the last game, and he definitely got those stuns that he needed. The Layla also performing extremely well. So Panalike also kind of realizing that, going for a bit more consistent high-speed threats here. But that Gianna we saw earlier was on a violent build.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting round right there. If you happen to have a Nemesis Gianna, in this case, into the Nikki, it will be absolutely insane. But definitely probably does not have 2 Gianna. So in this case, Panalike is showing a little bit of speed, but then not enough speed. And that was the turn 2 kind of style that worked for him last time around, where he picked up with more passives. And this time around, he has 0 passives on the board. And that is what Pooh likes to play against with all of these units.
Wow, this is going to be a crazy race here. Both players are not rocking high base speed unit, so it's going to be that 100 base and Pandalite locking in another speed leader maybe, but no, it's going to go in with that high base speed unit. It's probably going to get banned out here. So it's either Pandalite go first, control everything, or Pooh's going to snipe 2 unit once again.
Yeah, I think Pooh is going to have the upper hand here. The Sonia's let through because we know that Pooh can actually survive this Sonia. Unless the Han might be squishing up. Maybe the Bella as well. But we saw the Nikki survive. The Nikki is banned out. Pandalike is definitely moving first with the Sonia, but Pooh is going to be moving right after.
Yeah, the big question is right now, what do you kill Bella? I think the Bella actually did more damage than the Han. Han is 32k and survives. What is this Han's build? That's insane.
And he survived and he can still do so much damage. And that is one draft of Pandalite gone. He led a full strip with increased cooldown time. Pooh unleashing the damage onto the Gianna. One more hit, another one into the Oliver.
Wow, that's just so much damage coming in, and I'm still stunned about that Han. It felt like not that much damage, but now I fully understand why there's not that much damage. The HP is insane.
Yeah, the Han is so tanky that, you know, Pooh is not afraid of these Sonias. He has so much speed, so that Sonia is not getting that extra damage on the passive. See, we can see that Han is still surviving.
I'm speechless.
That Han is just a tank at this point, soaking up so many attacks from the enemy. And the moment you take down Han, there is another Han with a fat cannon still there as well. What are you going to do against that? And this Sonia going to do so much more work here. Can the Sonia unleash another skill before she goes down to the Fire Megumi?
And Pooh just has too much speed. He's not glancing the Sonia at all. And Pooh knows it. I think the audience knows it. They're all cheering. Pooh will be moving on to the finals.
Wow, that's absolutely insane. There's so much stats on these units, and that does also showcase if your whole draft is just simply swift, super strong, you can get away with no violent. It's so strong, and there you have your victor moving to the grand finals. Pooh!
Pooh! Pooh! Pooh! Pooh! He's going through! Yeah, Rhyme didn't even know it. Congratulations to Pooh, who is going through to the grand final here at Worlds in Paris, France there, and commiserations to Pandalike, who fought valiantly, but Pooh there, particularly that final match there, that kind of fourth game, the strength of his draft was, I mean, Pandalike was on the back foot the entire time, say.
Yeah, that was so interesting to see, because most of the time, if you go super fast on Swift, which all of these units were, you're a little bit squishy, you're trying to take out something in the first hit, but it was actually, no, I'm super tanky. I can actually survive all of these punches, and also, I think he went for the wrong unit, because if he went for the Bella, he would have easily taken out the Bella. I think it was a lot squishier, because a Bella base HP is none too near existing, whereas a Han base HP, it's about like 12,000 something.
Yeah, that is a very, very tanky Han. And also, he kind of sneak in the shield set always here and there in his kind of build, because in that kind of draft, you're fully expecting a Sonia to come up for every rank, because everyone has a Sonia built in the top 100 players. So he is so ready for the Sonia. And look at that. I think the caster prediction is almost 90% correct, except for KELIANBAO and Guts.
Yeah, it's looking quite strong there. Pooh now is confirmed in the grand final and does at least get $20,000 for his efforts here tonight. But we have the match two to look forward to here between RAXXAZ and GUTSTHEBERSERK. You know, a guilty showdown.
Oh, it's going to be huge. RAXXAZ and Guts, obviously both featuring as players for Europe in this competition. And again, the crowd are with us 100%. This is the thing, when we first kind of came to predicting, speaking of predictions, beginning of the day, how this was going to unfold, I think a lot of people predicted that KELIANBAO was going to be the one to go through that first part of the competition. Therefore, here we are, hours later, and we are still waving the flag for France, or Guts at least is, in that second matchup, which is coming your way in that best of 5. Don't forget, the grand final is going to be a best of 7. And going by, looking at Pooh's track record there, 3-2 or 3-1. Certainly has conceded games when it comes to his matches. But Guts, on the other hand, has done the same, but only won versus KELIANBAO and KANGJING, which is insane.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. And also, Guts has not been dropping many games at all. He only dropped that one game against the Hwoarang that went absolutely off the charts, super strong. But now he has to face another Hwoarang. But he has a lot of experience, because the previous two players are also light Hwoarang players. Guts is just like defeating all the light Hwoarangs. That's kind of his job for today, I guess.
Yeah, Guts the Hwoarang Slayer, pretty much. Another one coming right up. That's I'm sure of.
Yeah, right into the shredder it may go, or will RAXXAZ be the one to actually perform this Light rank? We had 4 players in the competition with Light rank. All 4 players have drafted, and RAXXAZ is the only one that has actually managed to win a match.
Well, we talked about Rax earlier on today and how, who we'd like to feature in this in the semi-finals, obviously already being halfway there with the round 2 quarterfinals. But how will Guts feel about taking on Rax, do you think? I mean, say, these are 2 players that you're very familiar with as well. Will Guts be relishing the chance to play against Rax here? Obviously, mentioning Hwoarang and how he's done so well today against those, this could play into his hands.
Yeah, definitely could play into his hands, but I also think that these 2 players really know one another, which is very interesting. And we're once again zooming in on all of these flyers that we have for Guts. There's so many sitting out there that are supporting Guts. Of course, we are once again here in Paris, France, where Guts did win the Open Qualifier before, and he's here on the steamroll trying to win the World Championship.
Man, I can't wait. This is going to be a crazy match, like what happened in Brazil when Pandalike and ZEZAS went against one another. The crowd was shaking the building, and this time it's probably going to be the same, but even more. And we welcome back to the stage. The MC is going to be introducing to us the player for the semi-final.
Yeah, that is the case here. We see Jiraiya and Mana once again. Guts will be making an appearance once again, which is insane to see. A lot of people thought that he would be going out in the first round. If not in the first round, a lot of people thought he'd be going in the second round. He's absolutely run through the gauntlet of the core ranks, and he has made quite easy work of them.
If I'm not mistaken as well, he's only dropped 2 games throughout the course of this Summoner's War. A 3-1 and a 3-1 today at the 100% record coming into this competition. Despite the fact that his facial expressions sometimes suggest otherwise, and the fingers crossed and trying to use every single ounce of luck possible, he has kind of cruised in this competition up until now.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been doing so well, but he's also been drafting slightly off meta, which worked out very well for him. Also utilizing that Asher, utilizing a Jhin, which is a very interesting unit, and we're now welcoming our players back to the stage. And first of all, we have Guts walking on. Oh wait, yeah, RAXXAZ walking onto the stage.
RAXXAZ walks into the arena. He takes the same seat he took just an hour or 2 ago. He points again. He wants you to watch everything he's about to bring to the semi-final, because we know that RAXXAZ is going to be hungry for this one. But I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that Guts will be equally biting at the bit, trying to get himself into that grand final, because whatever happens, you win this, you are in contention for not only $100,000, but lifting that trophy that you can see center stage right now, high above your head in the air, and going down in Summoner's War history. Let's welcome him to the stage. It's GUTSTHEBERSERK! Let's go! Woo! Sorry if I just burst all your eardrums at home now. It felt appropriate. It felt like the right thing to do.
Yeah, we definitely have Guts once again entering the arena, really enjoying his matchup, but the crowd is even enjoying it more. We even see all of the players that you see in front of us. You might see some familiar faces over there from all kinds of regions, but they are all here to watch these 2 Europeans duke it out for the grand final.
Yeah, it's just incredible to see, that we will be having a European in the finals. We are here in Paris, in France, in Europe. So it's great to see that, one person from the home crowd will be going all the way.
Yeah, just to let you know, guys at home as well, my watch is beeping, telling me it's too loud an environment. It needs to quieten down. Just to give you some context for what's going on right now, because it is really fired up in here. But the players now are starting to get a little bit more relaxed, trying to get themselves, I guess, as focused as possible here. We'll see some stats in a second. But, Rax, obviously, this year's Europe Cup winner. We've got Guts, who qualified through the Open Qualifiers into getting his spot here, and so deserved. Both players representing a region that is rarely in anywhere near the grand final here, and here we are, guaranteed one say.
Yeah, it's. I think the last one we had was Spinkroids back in 2021. He made it to the World Finals against Diligent at that time. Now we're guaranteed one, so let's see how far they can make it. And we're looking at the pick and ban right here.
Here we go, guys. Pre-ban's gonna be Gianna and Jogan, 2 of the strongest, most popular AoE strip unit off the meta, gone from the battlefield. First pick for GUTSTHEBERSERK. Let's see what's gonna be.
It's going to be interesting to see what style will Guts take here. Is he actually still committing to that S-Euro pick here? Maybe starting off as a speed lead to complement that here.
Yeah, let's see. He's actually scrolling pretty far to the right. This Oliver was all that far to the right. That's very interesting to see over there. On the other side, we do see a very quick response with the Megumi and a Shiho.
Oh, once again, little flashy flash coming out from Guts. But with the Fire Megami and the Shield, Rax also locked in that turn 1-ish position. So Guts is probably going to go for a quick little Josephine here into maybe even, it's going to be an Annabelle stealing it away from Rax.
I do like the Annabelle pick here, taking that away from Rax here and also going for a Heigang. I'm not so sold on this Heigang, but he does have 2 more picks to make that work, as currently he has no other buffs on his team, and Rax can actually utilize the Shiho to punch a hole in somewhere, maybe boost up the Oliver to move into full will.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those drafts where you go double water at that position where your Heigang already doesn't do that much damage. It is something that you might be on the back foot where at some point you're just not going to have enough damage output. Layla is a very strong counter to all of this. Let's see what RAXXAZ likes to pair that with in the final second. Does actually go for Rakuni, potential setup for Hwoarang in the 5th.
Oh, Guts, the Hwoarang Slayer, is getting Hwoarang in the last pick. That is for sure. So let's see what he is going to do here. He has the Cardinal card lined up if he wants to go for it. But what kind of other AoE strong unit that he could play into Rax that can stop him from absolutely crushing him with the Hwoarang? But oh, we have another water unit. But can you really call Josephine a water unit? She's just dark. She's just LD. Oh, hold up. That is a Zabala, of all things, in a Bruiser team together with the Misty. What is that, Zabala?
Yeah, that is definitely a water monster there that Josephine may not be, but Zabala making an appearance in today's World Championship, was not expecting that, especially not in a draft such as this. RAXXAZ could be going for that Hwoarang last pick, but there are already 2 slows on the side of Guts. It's something maybe like a Wind Bruiser, even like a Diana or Wind Monkey opts to go for a Sonya instead.
Yeah, I definitely do like the Sonya right there, but I'm not too sure about the Zabala. We also see from the facial expression of Guts, I'm not too sure if he was too excited about his own pick right there, because in the end, what are you actually resetting for cooldowns? The enemy side is a lot of protection and it's also a lot of short cooldowns, so resetting any of those, not too much value. Also, boosting up any of your allies for lowering the cooldowns is not too much value, so that Zabala pick feels like kind of a dead pick right there. And also, you have to ban out this Sonya right now.
Maybe he thought he was picking a Zerisac. You know, that'd be great against all the stun coming out. But Sonya is gonna be banned out. Misty is gonna be banned out. So Guts get to keep the Zabala. And let's see if it's actually a meaningful pick or did he overcook in the kitchen.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a Vine and Zabala, as we can see from the speeds here as well. Even with the 33 speed, RAXXAZ is way faster than Guts here. So the Zabala is actually tuned to the Heigang, but this is the issue with picking having the Heigang into the Monkey. You kind of just get boosted up, but that unfortunately there is a unit off-wheel.
Yeah, you have these off-wheel units, but you also really have to utilize the Heigang right now to give everything an off-turn. If you hit this Zabala right now, Zabala's gonna have an off-turn as well, because there's 3 immunity sides on the enemy, whereas you're just not gonna do anything. So improvise on self, that's actually very interesting. I'm not too sure if improvise on self would have maybe potentially done more.
I'm not too sure as well, but he magically landed a glancing onto the Layla, and the glancing did not a whole lot of work right there, because the Layla still managed to land the most crucial slow debuff and also a quick stun onto the Oliver. But the Adam is going to return fire with also a lot of AoE stun. Both teams are equally slow at the moment, and if the Zabala managed to get a skill 3 out, the game might be looking very bad for Rax.
Yeah, but the Zabala is currently silenced. It is sitting on a slow debuff as well, so this Annabelle might actually be able to outpace her. But the Layla now not getting the silence on the Annabelle, and no, Zabala still moving in front of the Annabelle, just going for S1, getting a little bit of healing.
Yeah, both teams are really not doing too much damage. We have a little bit of CC on both sides. We have a little bit of healing on both sides. But so far, we're not really packing the punches that would take out anything just yet. So let's see where the actual damage is going to come from. I think we're waiting for a all or nothing or the skill 3 of the Shio to actually get the real damage in, because thus far, not much is just happening.
Oh, this is going to be a great turn for the lane right there. And here we go. Big AoE, but miss the Zabala. No silence, no despair, stun, but get a quick little glancing. But glancing doesn't mean much against increased cooldown time. And the Zabala get double freeze onto the Rakuni and the Fire Megami as well.
Yeah, the Zabala is proving to actually to do quite okay. I mean, I feel like there still could have been better picks here, and the slows on the side of Guts are going to be quite annoying. Annabelle does not get that proc out, but Zabala does have skills available, and Oliver with skills available as well. Misses the reset on the Monkey.
Yeah, does miss the reset on the Monkey, also does get stunned once again, and is still lapping because of that slow right there. So there is potential for the improvise. This time does go on self. yeah, there's just not too much going on. We're just slowly chipping away the HP. But if you're slowly chipping away the HP, the moment that there's one healing coming out of that NFL, that's a near full HP heal.
And Zabala's gonna get a bit more bar as well for the strip, but oh my god, the monkey all or nothing went in between, stopped Zabala from moving, and Rakuni plus Layla is gonna use his opportunity to gain some momentum back because he needs to do some emergency healing here for the Fire Megumi and the Shio.
Well, that Shio will be definitely taken on this Annabelle here. That was such a huge miss from the Oliver reset on that Shio earlier. That definitely will Rax stay in this game, and this Layla is doing God's work here, landing all of these CCs.
Yeah, it's definitely the moment that we waited for. The alter ego from the monkey doing good enough damage, taking out the sustain, taking out the heal right there, and now it's just slowly chipping things down. The Rakuni is still doing good bit of healing, and therefore Guts concedes, and the victory goes to RAXXAZ.
Wow, finally a player that could stop Guts in the very, very first game. And we're moving on to a game 2. So that Zabala wasn't exactly doing really well. It was kind of doing stuff. But unfortunately, a Layla into triple water was just a Layla swimming in debuff.
Yeah, you can see Guts right there on the screen just now as well. He's really just thinking what exactly went wrong in that match and what can he do better. You know, that Heigang pick definitely felt a bit out of place, as well as that Zabala all the way at the end.
Yeah, definitely two units. We haven't seen too much from him yet, but they also weren't really well placed in this case. So let's see if he kind of recovers his matches like he played against the Chinese player, where he went for Ashes, where he went for any of those kind of units that worked out very well. Or maybe he's respecting RAXXAZ rune quality in a different way than he played against the Chinese players.
But here we go, guys. Round 2. RAXXAZ leading the charge. And we got a Layla pre-ban from Rax. He loved his unit, and he loved not to fight this unit. And we got a Shio for a pre-ban for Guts as well. First pick from Rax. Is it going to be an Oliver leading into an Annabelle?
Yeah, these players are not pre-banning any of their opposing LDs in this current pre-ban. It's interesting to see a monster that you utilize yourself, but it's not a first pick, because you see that very often with monsters like Oliver. If you have first pick, you first picked Oliver. If you don't have first pick, you pre-banned Oliver. But in the case of a Layla, that is not a first pick material. But what we see here is now Guts actually taking away both of the wind speed leads, which is quite unusual.
Yeah, I think he wants to do that because a Megumi together with a Jogan is a little bit too much of the same element, a little bit too much of like, okay, I am utilizing other units maybe to do a lot of work, but themselves, they're looking more into sports. And RAXXAZ actually totally did not expect that himself. He does have to lock it in right now, still goes for Megumi. And we're going to go for a unit we haven't seen at all yet today, which is a Gojo, but then water.
Oh, but that Gojo can be doing a lot of damage. Guts gonna go with a Heigang to support his wind speed lead and also to counter pretty much all 3 strip coming out from Rax and stealing the Annabelle away from Rax as well. Oh, switching to a Josephine instead, which is equally as annoying.
Oh, and going right back to the Heigang, you know, it's going back and forth. Oh, is it going to be a Josephine? Is it going to be Heigang? Yeah, I think he just flipped a coin in his head and he decided to land it on this Josephine right now. The Heigang does provide that AoE buff remover, which is very important as he does not have any other source of buff remover. Obviously, Josephine does provide that as well, but only in a single target manner.
I definitely do like the Josephine more in this matchup because we talked about it before. If the Heigang doesn't have any buffs on the allies or itself after turn 1, it loses a lot of the value of that passive, whereas the Josephine will be good throughout the whole match. Definitely is potential for the Sonya. That is also most likely the must-ban. But RAXXAZ, do you have a good fifth that also becomes a must-ban? That is the big question. Vanessa feels like a pretty bad one right there, and I think it's an auto insta-lock because a lot of these players have all of their speed leads all the way on the left, and that might be a Vanessa insta-lock because of that. I think with a good water fifth from Guts over here, and there could be a lot of options on that. We have seen Piranha for Pandalic doing very well before. A ban on the Sonya, I think that RAXXAZ is sitting at a difficult draft right here.
Oh, that is such a good last pick from Guts right there. RAXXAZ, Vanessa not looking too hard right now. Giving a 2 wind speed lead to Guts the Berserk was definitely not a bright idea. So we have the Water Indra getting banned out, but you have to deal with this absolutely insane Annabelle from Guts.
Yeah, I don't know how RAXXAZ runs. He definitely did not mean to pick up that Vanessa. You saw him, you know, bury his face into his hands as that pick came through there. He definitely ran out of time with that. But he's making the best of it. Does utilize that Vanessa speed lead, and now with the Gojo damage, but I mean, the Annabelle is just going to be so difficult for him to deal with.
Yeah, it's the NFL that's difficult. It is, well, so many things that's difficult. Sure, you go for stunts right now, but then afterwards, you just have this Josephine going online. Actually, good damage coming in on that Sierra already, but it's going to be healed later on.
And we have the Oliver taking away, getting a quick attack bombs option as well. Missing the Fire Megumi, but we have follow-up coming out from Annabelle very, very soon. And bomb damage is going to work exceptionally well against the Water Gojo later on. Fire Megumi already in, a lot of pressure, and Water Gojo against Wind Unit, just not it.
Yeah, it really isn't, but I mean, there's only 2 wind monsters. There's a lot of fire on the side of RAXXAZ. That might be the saving grace, but the Annabelle did already utilize the heal as well, but the Gojo now getting stunned up. That is definitely the damage carrier on RAXXAZ side. And now with the defense breaks and the slow sitting on top of his head, this is difficult.
Yeah, this is very rough. We're looking at full AoE defense break, full AoE slow. Oliver just taking all those turns. Sheer's not having the best of match over here, but it does not matter for the Oliver in this case. You have the Josephine and you have the Annabelle for the carry.
And Josephine's probably going to stop the Fire Megumi from touching the Ciara. But no, get a quick little vial too and provoke onto the Megumi as well. But Megumi will still get an opportunity to finish off the Ciara if she can, but he could not do it.
Yeah, interesting to see that he's prioritizing going for that Jogan there when Jogan actually has no skills at all, but now Annabelle getting the violent proc, and the Ciara is looking like Panda-like Ciara, which is just not going down at all.
Yeah, it's just so much HP on a 19k heal is so much HP, but I also want to give credits to this Josephine doing a lot of damage on those defense breaks. It's just nearly taking out very tanky units on the enemy side, taking out the first unit, going to be landing that bomb. Where do we place the bomb? We place it on a defense scaling unit, probably nearly taken out, not fully taken out, but we do have a concede and we have a round going to Guts the Berserk.
Guts bring it back to a best of 3. The game is not going anywhere just yet, and we're moving to game 3. This time around, the draft turned out to be very favorable for Guts, combined with a very good RNG as well. It was just impossible for Rax to recover.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't. Rax is super unfortunate running out of time there, but that is what happens here sometimes in competition. You kind of have that brain freeze for just a second, and those 30 seconds that you have to pick a monster may feel like just 2 seconds. And we have the pressure of the crowd and just everything combining together. And, you know, Rax has had a slight misstep there, and Guts is capitalizing on that.
Yeah, it was very strong as well. It's also you lock in your first unit and you take like, let's say 20 seconds to lock in your first unit. And it's like, wait, I need to lock in another unit. And that's where the kind of brain freeze happens on the side of Rex, where you only had a few seconds left and then the timer just simply ran out. Maybe you couldn't find the exact unit that I was looking for, but in this time, we're not fighting against Diana, nor is the Oliver on the field.
And there goes that wind speed lead on the hand of Guts, and Rax going to be able to take the Shio plus the Megumi, but Rax also have the Moore and the Fire Megumi as well for the speed lead. I wonder if he's going to use it, and he also have a last pick on Wild Rat if he wants to.
Yeah, he does have speed lead options available, even though the wind speed leads are gone. Now, Guts going back to this Ashir has really been a main stage here today in today's tournament, as also the Layla has done extremely well for all of our players.
Yeah, let's see. It's also really well what Guts is drafting against the units you do not see on the field, because he's actually denying the light warren coming out at a later point. He always has an answer like, oh, if you lock in the light warren, it's actually kind of bad right now. And we're actually going to go double fire on the side of RAXXAZ. This is a Chow in my book, I can tell you that much.
Oh, Chow might be coming out, but we got something else as well with the Fire Gen, but I don't think he's going to lock that in though just yet. So over there, Rax is really over-committing into the fire department, but Gus is not going to go for Chow. He has some more, and he's going to go for the Fire Gen as well. Rax, how are you going to deal with this? The moment he uses an AoE skill, 2 things are coming his way.
Yeah, Guts opted to go for this cut-in-between strategy here once again. I feel like you could have had those strong water picks. The Annabelle as well as the Chow would have done extremely well here, but instead opted to go for just this cut-in, let that Jogan take the turn 1, and then we'll just try and RNG just some despair stuns.
I absolutely love that 5th pick right there. The Aya, the Wind Nobara, it's such a strong unit and therefore also becomes a must ban. Sure, Guts has some healing in the form of Asher, but he has so many AoEs, both on the Jhin, both on that Layla. It's definitely going to happen and you simply have to ban that out.
All right, let's see what's going to be the ban here. It is going to be the Fire Megumi and the Sierra ban. So Guts lose the big damage, but Rax lose the speed lead. So Guts might be getting that turn 1. So it's going to be a race. He got to bring down this Aya as quickly as possible because she is a huge source of damage for Rax.
Yeah, definitely. Rax banning out the biggest source of damage for Guts as well as in those CR bombs, and now Ashir already utilized that heal in the tournament to get that attack bar boost, and those debuffs are sitting on the Aya. Just only 1 turn debuff, so not too bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad, but also on the other side, we don't have anything landing all too much. We instantly have the additional turn. That was the 2-turn that actually did land. We also have this Vendland sitting very comfortably. I have seen the runes on this thing. I have seen the artifacts on this thing, and this thing is gonna do a lot of damage as we're nearly cleaning out the battlefield, but not just yet.
Oh, but with that a bit of HP, and the problem with Aya is that she cannot finish the target, but she will finish one target right there. The amount of damage from these two units are unbelievable. The Joga and the Shio can actually take a backseat and not worry about anything, but oh my god. And right there and then, he's gonna finish another target. Will this Layla be able to triple stun?
Has to get his triple stun. Here goes the AoE. No stuns are connecting. Obviously, Jogan with just the skill today will be cleaning them out as they're literally sitting at literal 1 HP. RAXXAZ advantage goes back to him as he takes the lead over Guts 2-1, and that's now at match point.
Yeah, I definitely would have rather seen a Chao, even a Chao plus a Camilla or any kind of thing like that, because the Shiho wasn't great into that. All of the fire units weren't great into that. Maybe any kind of other bruiser. We have seen lots of NFLs. NFL Chao would have been absolutely amazing. Whereas the Jhin, it can be good, but it was so well picked up by that Aya, by that Wind Nobara, and therefore I also feel like that was the must ban.
Here we go, guys. So round 4 between Rax and Guts. Are we seeing Rax in the final or Guts the Berserk? And last round pre-ban was Gianna. This time we might be going back into that Shiho, maybe that Asher pre-ban as well.
Yeah, we'll see. Pre-bans are coming out. The Layla is once again just respected. It did land those divas, but it obviously could not clutch up. I mean, that was a long shot for the Layla to get a triple stun. Fully off element there as well. But so Rax is really respecting that unit, putting in the pre-ban, and Guts does not want to face that Shiho.
I definitely do think that the Layla pre-ban is also more opening for the Hwoarang. If the Hwoarang is available, if the Hwoarang comes in at a later moment, Layla is already preventing that. And we once again go back to the double speed lead of Wind on the side of Guts. So let's see what RAXXAZ performs this time, because this was the mess up where the Vanessa came in the 5th, but that was not planned at all. Let's see if he has a better draft this time around.
Maybe he's going to lean into the Van Hand. He got the double speed lead right there with the Firebank and the Moore. And over there, we have the Gianna being locked in immediately as well with the Annabelle, which is incredible into the first 3 pick of Rax.
I'm not sure how incredible that really is. You kind of need this disruption here. I mean, the Jhin is... I don't know if Jhin is really going to be the disruption. I would like to see him go for speed. He has a 33 speed lead. He has a 24 speed lead, because right now, Rax already picking double speed lead, double AoE buff removers. So if you go any sort of slow monsters, you're very vulnerable to just getting kind of AoE CC cleaved down.
Yeah, it's also one of those positions where RAXXAZ definitely is thinking about a Sonya right now. Does have the double speed lead already, but what is the unit that you would like to follow up after that? It's not really... Ooh, okay, that's a unit we have seen a few times today, but I was not impressed by any of them thus far.
But hey, it might work this time around because Rax is built different, baby. And last pick for Guts. What is it going to be? Which kind of ban? Probably going to be a Sonya ban. And finally, we've been talking about, or I've been talking about this Veramos thingy that could be drafted. It could be really cool, but nobody really used it anyway. And finally, Veramos make it to the main stage.
Yeah, Veramos countered those provokes coming out of the Gojo, but no, Ops just... It is not coming to the main stage. Sorry to disappoint you here, Sean, but it is going to be a Abelio instead. Guts noticed that there are no reasons inside of RAXXAZ, so Abelio is looking to, you know, cleanse itself, cut in, and get those heals rolling.
Yeah, I definitely do like the Abelio a little bit more than a Veramos over here, because you cleanse it once, you don't heal as much, whereas the Abelio has an insane amount of healing, plus it's very good against those fire units, also in the later side of the match. So let's see, I do think a Sonya ban. Sonya is banned. On the other side, we have a NFL being banned.
All right, let's see if the control is going to stick. Oh, well, Guts cuts in between with the Abelio and heal everything back to full. And here we go. First one belongs to the Jogan.
And this Moore will definitely be following up. He's not going to be getting enough attack bar here, and does get enough pushbacks to where the Gojo is now following up, getting those provokes. But and the bind back, that is a lot of damage as well.
There's a lot of damage coming in, but you also trigger the Abelio at this moment. So Abelio will go for the skill 3 right now. Does heal an insane amount. That's definitely some healing artifacts right there. But we're looking at 2-turn provoke on everything. Plus, every time you're provoked, you're not hitting the Megumi. Megumi will take that attack bar.
Oh, I was hoping for 3 turn though, unfortunately, but the defense was a little bit lacking on that Gojo right there. However, 2 turn is still really, really strong because if you violent proc, it doesn't mean much.
Yeah, you can't even violent proc out of that 2-turn provoke, so all the Megumi is just loving all the attack bar it's going to be getting, and Jogan is ready with that seal on the S2, just going to be putting this Abelio in the back most likely.
Yeah, let's see. Do we put it in the back? We do actually fully connected. We're also looking at an armor break on this Sierra. Armor break on the Sierra with a skill 2. Are we on crit rate? We're doing a good bits of damage right there, and the Sierra might not be here to live many more turns.
Absolutely incredible Win Gojo showcase right there. Doing so much control for a long time, but Oliver is finally free. Can he actually do something? He takes out the Win Gojo skill 3. He takes out the follow-up from Jogan as well. No crazy stun from the Heigang though, but Abelio is about to come out for more healing.
Yeah, Guts is not giving up here just yet. Abelio is back from the seal and has skill 2 ready to go. Still a couple turns away from that skill 3 healing, but Rax does not have any healing on his side. So if Guts can get a few violent procs on this Abelio, and there is one, that's a start, he could still find his way back in this match.
Yeah, we're also getting closer and closer to the skills of this Gojo. Gojo, oh, it's actually sitting quite far away. It was reset just earlier, so Abelio might be the man of the match right here. Not too many stuns coming from this Heigang just thus far. Abelio's skill 2, because she could go for heal right now. Wild Blood does take it out. Additional turn once again. Do we go for the Wild Cure? We do go for the Wild Cure right here, right now.
Wow, this Abelio is single-handedly carrying Guts right there. Huge proc from the Fire Megumi as well, but that is not going to do enough. Abelio is about to heal this Oliver once again. Oliver will need to control this Gojo for Guts.
Ooh, but Rex is responding right back with Violent Proc as well. Guts is clapping. He's definitely not out of this match just yet. This Abelio is proving why he was the better last pick over the Vermos. Now just going all out on this Gojo, knowing the skill 3 is available.
Yeah, going all out on this Gojo. It's an interesting one to try to kill because it's definitely hard, but we have the additional turn on this Oliver. Oliver is doing Oliver things on the main stage.
Will this Abelio get the most important violent prop of the entire game? No, Abelio smelling the chance of victory. He has a skill 2 ready to go, but the most important is going to be the skill 3, but he did get a stun on the Megumi.
Does stun the Megumi. Heigang now going for the skill 1. Does not want to trigger the passive of this more right here. Gets the reset there. Oh, but Oliver does not go down. Megumi, however, is moving. There are skills available on the Abelio.
Skills available on the Abelio, but you still have to kill 3 more units, which you're going to take out first. Trying to take it out there. If you stun this right now, no stun. The big question is, if you go for a Wild Bow right now, would you put yourself on high enough HP to get back into your passive? Does not want to test the waters on that one. Is right away going to go for a cure.
And he's going to have a skill 2 available, go straight for the Gojo, get rid of the Gojo. No proc though, but can the Heigang go for double Despair Stun? No, Despair Stun is going to hurt so much coming from an attack buff. Oh my god, the damage! This might be over. RAXXAZ will be the strongest European player to move on to the final. Who would have thought?
Wow! Although the Guts the Berserk dream sadly comes to an end, we must applaud RAXXAZ, who has put on an incredible display. Ah, I love that! I love to see the Europeans, the guildies coming together and having a moment on the main stage here. So it's lovely to see, and despite Guts going out of the World Finals, what a day it has been for him, and I'm so pleased the crowd could get to see one of their fellow Frenchmen get all this way to the semis.
Yeah, absolutely very well played by both gentlemen over there. And also just good to see the sportsmanship between the two friends right there on stage. And yeah, once again, rune quality, artifact quality, that more on the glancing, the amount of damage it was doing on that Abelio, just simply taking it out, had the attack buff. There was just so much value to that more. And it also shows, once again, units that are slightly off meta still do really work.
Pretty much, like the Win Gojo, making it through the draft, being the main control, drawing so much attention from the Oliver was really impressive, and I'm just so happy that we are seeing so many more small little last pick that get picked up by all these pro players, showing you guys that, hey, if you don't have Ciara Oliver, Win Gojo might be the one.
Yeah, the meta is ever evolving, and you know, it's all led up to this moment. We now have our grand finals confirmed. It will be Pooh against RAXXAZ in a best of 7 to decide who will be lifting up the trophy here tonight.
There you go. You got it on your screens right now, folks. You've been with us all day long. That is it. It is set up, as the lad said, a best of 7. Pooh versus RAXXAZ. It's going to be Asia versus Europe in that final. Who will be the victor? Can RAXXAZ pull it out of the bag and become the first European World Champion here at Summoners War? We're going to find out very soon. That trophy right there behind us is going to be lifted after the next matchup. We started with 12 players today. It's now down to the last 2. And what a final we've got ourselves as well here. This is going to be absolutely amazing. Pooh is ready and waiting in the wings. How will Pooh feel about the determining factor there being RAXXAZ going through against him in this grand final, say?
I think to him, it doesn't really matter who is going to make it through, but he is just so happy that he's finally achieving his long-last dream of being here in the final for SWC. And that personally for me as well, for the Vietnamese community, this is such a great honor that we are seeing a strong player from our country making it to the final, representing the country, and it's just amazing to see.
Yeah, it really is, you know. Now this is, but we will be right back after a short break to catch that final.
Yeah, that's right. We've got ourselves a break coming up here. Do make sure that you stick around, as there's lots and lots more fun stuff, courtesy of a grand final best of 7, baby. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec. You join us again here at the Summoners War World Arena Championship 2025 World Finals, and we're about to have our grand final coming your way in this best of 7. It's great to have you back with us. It's me, Adam, and it's Say, Sean, and Topper as well, bringing you all that action, which is going to be electric, as we have Asia Pacific versus Europe in our final, which is really exciting. And I mean, this could go either way. Honestly, it's been an amazing day. Both competitors, you know, Pooh and RAXXAZ both started in that second round of our quarterfinals today. But still, despite that, have put on a real show for the fans out there. We saw GUTSTHEBERSERK being taken out by RAXXAZ in the last round, but it doesn't take away from what Pooh's done as well. I think in this next kind of grand final, whatever happens, one thing's for sure is that we're in for a thrill ride. Say.
Yeah, I'm absolutely very excited about this whole matchup because there's two different playstyles going in at this one. We still have all of the Swift units coming in with the Nikki, coming in with the Han, coming in with the Nyx. It's such a different playstyle than you normally are facing against. And let's see if RAXXAZ does have that answer.
Oh, it's going to be a tough one right there. And I am so excited to see what new LD5 Pooh seems to just pull out of his pocket at this point for that full LD5 draft. And if he managed to win the World Champion with that, that'll be just cherry on top.
Yeah, that was definitely quite the treat to see a full LD draft, not only once but twice coming out of Pooh. You know, it only worked out once, however. So I don't know if he's going to bring it into the grand finals here, but it's a best of 7. So there's definitely room for some mistakes to be made as well.
Yeah. We say when it comes to a best of 7, how does that differ much from a best of 5 in terms of like when it comes from a drafting standpoint, or do you find it has any impact on things?
Well, it's definitely kind of hard to say. It's definitely for the players that are very adaptable to their draft. And we see one walking on stage over here. He's super adaptable to the draft. We have Pooh. He mostly does not run back any kind of draft. He always tries to find a different kind of style, a different pre-ban, a different kind of setup. But so does RAXXAZ. So it's definitely going to be rotating where you're not going to see like, oh, match 1 is the same as 3 and as 5 and as 7. I definitely do not expect that. I expect some rotations in all of these drafts. But then again, I would definitely say it's anyone's game.
Pretty much, and I think Pooh's full LD draft is really strong when you are sort of know you're gonna outspeed the enemy or enemy's gonna go turn 2. But Rax is a very comfortable turn 1 player as well with his insane runes on every single unit. So I wonder if he's gonna be able to pull it off, and this is gonna be a very tough fight for both players.
Yeah, RAXXAZ definitely has the artifacts and the runes and the point to the camera, which we absolutely love. You know, RAXXAZ embrace the audience. Now that Guts is out, seems like the audience is full on RAXXAZ support.
I'd love to hear that as well, the European fans here. Despite him knocking out Guts in the last round, they're still supporting their regional player who's about to go into this lion's den of a World Finals here. For you folks at home as well, you've seen it now. Can you call it? Who do you think is going to be the victor here? Pooh or RAXXAZ? You let us know in the chat who you think is going to go on and to become a new champion in Summoners War and be the 2025 trophy taker-homer, if that's even a thing. I don't think there's a thing. I just made it up, but it sounded right in the moment, so let's just roll with it. We have it there, the audience there getting themselves the glowing blue wristbands as well here. Let's take a look at the stats one more time in a second here, and we'll give ourselves a reminder of Pooh versus RAXXAZ here. Both players starting to get locked in. I mean, how do you think the Hwoarang will be dealt with by Pooh? I mean, we've seen that from RAXXAZ today. Say, will it be something that he'll have to really think about here, or you know, will he have those the different LD5s you mentioned? Really, really important that he gets the draft right from the get-go, Pooh.
Yeah, I definitely do think so. What he's been showcasing thus far is that he really likes the chakra. And we do also see that the global viewership milestone has reached the 300K. So that is a free Devmon and another 10 mystical scrolls for everyone on every server, which we always do like to see right there.
Yeah, good job, World. Good job. Good job.
Grandma, I know you love watching Summoners War too, and my dog and my cat, of course.
Yeah, shout out to Grandma and Sean's animals. Here we have ourselves a grand final. It's set 1. This is a best of 7. It's RAXXAZ versus Pooh. It is Asia Pacific versus Europe. Who will be the victor? Let's find out. Once again, we join our illustrious casters. Say, Sean and Topar. Fellas, take it away. Let's dive on it.
We are respecting the most signature LD between those two players. Light Hwoarang, that's one way to deal with it. Just not play it. On the other side, we have that Nyx sitting on the pre-ban.
Wow, who would have thought? Many years later, Nyx going from the most garbage LD5 in the game to pre-ban on the World Final stage for the $100,000 match. And here we have the Fire Megumi and the Shiho Pool going back in with the win Indra for that first turn advantage.
Now, who also would have thought that we'd be seeing in 2025 an Ashir first pick in the grand finals of SWC? That is definitely not on my bingo card. And Pooh following that with the win that has been doing an exceptional amount of damage. RAXXAZ, on the other hand, sticking to the meta.
Yeah, let's see. Also, the Chandra is a little bit of an old meta, but it's also a meta that's coming back. It's definitely not a bad unit if you put good runes to it. We've seen a bunch of players doing a lot of damage with that, but RAXXAZ is going full for that meta. We have that Oliver being locked in, and we also have a Jogun being locked in. How does Pooh respond?
I wonder how he's going to be able to do all this damage because Pooh team has pretty much not a whole lot of control. So he's leaning to the damage side with the Chakra and the Misty. And he also has another healer here, but instead of the Misty, he's going to go for the Masha to deal with the Oliver a little bit better. And last pick coming out from Rax, I wonder how it's going to counter this. Does he have like a Bulwark that Say has been alluding to for the past many matches against Eleanor?
Yeah, Bulwark would be an exceptional pick here. You know, Masha is not something that we have seen a whole lot today, even given the extreme amount of Olivers that have been picked today. So Rax is really taking his time, you know, trying to find that pocket pick, just making sure that it is indeed the last pick that Pooh will be banning out.
Actually, no, honestly, a Bulwark does not really fit in this, and there's one particular reason. Masha does too much damage, and the Chakra will potentially also do too much damage and lapping the Bulwark too much. Because of that, Bulwark cannot really get the healing off at the right moment. So opt to go for a different unit, the Layla over there. Also, the Masha not on the field. So we're duking it out where the damage comes from that Chakra. Let's see how these two gentlemen make it working in this grand final set 1.
I remember the Chakra was not exactly very tanky, and I think it's on his spare as well, so that's a little bit of control that if he was able. Oh my god! Finally, the light unicorn. I saw the amount of glancing hit coming out from the Shiho. Beautiful glancing, and here we go. Big damage coming out from the Chakra.
And that damage is unrecoverable as RAXXAZ does not have any heals on his side. So any sort of chip damage that Pooh is able to put on the field there is going to stick. But Megumi getting that nice debuff there. Now Layla is going to be moving up, but can she do anything to this Eleanor? And answer is no.
The answer is no. We also have the anti-clan, so the attack buff will stay, but the Chakra doesn't really care about it all too much. Layla was also heavily resisting the hits from the Chakra earlier on, so it's probably looking at 100 res. But the Chakra's just in such a comfortable position right now. It's being speed boosted by the Escher. It's being protected, well, actually going through the buffs right there, but it is being protected by this pony time and time again. But we get a little bit of an off turn right now, where the pony moves right in front of the Chakra, and the Chakra will lose that immunity after.
Wow, but it's kind of crazy to see that both the Chandra and the Chakra are both on this spare rune, and it is such a rare thing to see where there's only one Vile unit on the side of Pooh team.
Yeah, Pooh really embracing the despair here, you know, trying to just not picking any sort of like hard CC monsters, but making it work by putting the AoEs on despair. And he did get a couple nice stuns there, and he is definitely in full control of this match.
He's 100% in full control of this mech. This light pony is just simply doing so much work. As we mentioned, RAXXAZ doesn't have that much clean damage coming in, especially not if everything is time and time protected, and this pony is doing that job so well. On the other side, we have seen this Chakra just doing good chip damage throughout, being sped up every time. It's just doing so much work. Once again, adding in those stuns. Chakra will move again, and Chakra does have that S2 available, and therefore we have a clean victory and a clean draft by Pooh.
Beautiful start for my man on the stage right there. Pooh is doing very, very well. And he's shifting away from the usual control meta, and he's leaning into that kind of damage and sustain. But it's not like a slow bruiser like how you expect a Pater and a Wind Pudding, but it's like a fast bruiser with Chakra and the Escher, which is very refreshing to see.
Yeah, he definitely was picking the speed there, but RAXXAZ actually did get the turn fun there with his monkey, but was unfortunately did not connect on the stun, because had he connected on the stun, that would have given the Layla the attack bar, then move in front of Pooh's entire team, and the match would have been completely different.
Yeah, that's definitely a different matchup right there, but that is also the power of the Light Pony and also the weakness of the Shio. Shio does not have a confirmed rate on that stun, on that skill 3. Also, in this time around, we're banning out that Asher. Pooh has been showing two kinds of drafts in the last match. Is he going to go back to that? Every time he loses the Asher, he's going to go towards the Han and the Nick. Every time that he loses the Nyx, he's going to go towards that Asher. Let's see if he's doing that again, or did he switch things up? Does he think that RAXXAZ has a better answer than his previous opponents into his Han and Nikki kind of style of draft?
Oh, he's still leaning on to that Chakra and the Fire Megami as well, because if you go for that Nikki thing, I think he will get heavily outspeed by RAXXAZ with the Shiho first pick right there. So Pooh's going to go for the Fire Megami and the Chakra. He still has the Light Unicorn in his pocket for the Bruiser angle if he wants to go for that. And let's see what RAXXAZ is going to go for. Is it going to be an Oliver into... Oh, it's going to be an Oliver. Maybe a lot of control once again from RAXXAZ.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see Pooh heavily leaning on his Chakra, even without the speed buff. And we know that is a Despair Chakra as well, so that really could be countered quite heavily by a Hey Gang. Megumi also really does not like fighting against the Hey Gang.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same thing, and Hey Gang would be super strong on the side of RAXXAZ, but you have to keep in mind, you have to add in enough damage to your draft where Hey Gang is sophisticated and strong enough. I definitely do think he has an opener right here to go for Hey Gang, but does he think about that in the same way? On the other side, Alamila is really strong against a potential Light Warwick coming out later, and once again, the Bruiser on the Light Pony, it's just working so well on these drafts for Pooh.
He's adding tons and tons of RNG on top for RAXXAZ to deal with. I think that's the style that Pooh's been going for. It's going to be like either Pony or Nick, so that he had another layer of RNG for RAXXAZ. But RAXXAZ going to still commit with the Hwoarang and also with the Raccoon to make sure that the Hwoarang will get a speed buff, will get a lot of damage out as well. So Pooh's going to have a lot of problem dealing with this combination. But if RAXXAZ lose out on the Oliver, maybe Pooh's going to capitalize on that.
Yeah, RAXXAZ only picking that one speed leap, but does have that fast monkey, and Pooh likely doesn't have any sort of swift bunch, so RAXXAZ should still be fine in the turn one. He does round out his draft with that Raccoon and the Light Hwoarang. That is a very nice combination that he's been utilizing, and the only successful Hwoarang user really here today.
Yeah, it's the only successful Hwoarang user, but also the Raccoon. If the Hwoarang was to be banned out, the Masha does really like that speed buff from the Raccoon, so it has a double failure there. Unless you lose that Raccoon and therefore also lose your healing potential. But is that the way that Pooh wants to play this match? That's the big question. Yes, that is exactly the right way that Pooh wants to be playing that match.
Once again, RAXXAZ is left with 0 healing, and Pooh has a Light Unicorn with him. And here comes Thermal. Will the Shield connect this time?
Will the Shiho connect? That is a big question. The Light Unicorn is on the field, so lowering the chances, and it does not connect once again. This is, it might actually be the end. But the Megumi also does not connect, so Oliver gets resisted, but does get the bar, gets a violent proc. This is such back and forth.
This is such back and forth of all kinds of units simply not connecting. Gianna's not going to be participating in this fight for just a bit. Also, the damage on this Gianna is already looking at very low HP. A few turns from this Hwoarang would simply just take out that Gianna. Maybe Gianna in the 5th pick for Pooh was not the strongest of options right there.
Gianna being the prime target. Can she survive, or will the Megumi stop? Nope, the Megumi get a violent proc. He might be able to stop the Hwoarang if he wants to, but will he try?
I think he's just going to go for the damage. Pooh runs a crit rate Megumi. You can see the damage exactly on the branded defense broken Masha that nearly dismounts the Masha right away.
Oh, there's just so much damage from this Hwoarang, and might you think like, oh, but if you don't do anything to the Hwoarang, you can simply just take a turn on Gianna later. No, the Hwoarang is stacking enough speed where it's just simply not gonna... Oh, it's actually going to happen. This Gianna is fast enough by the sliver of health, but we're not looking at any skill. So I think Gianna in this matchup is simply collateral damage, but there's the additional turn, and you see it in the excitement of Pooh. Lands the bomb on the Hwoarang. That is not what the Hwoarang likes to see. It is not being stunned, but the other two units are sitting with a nice stun on their head.
Oh, that bomb's gonna do so much damage to the Hwoarang and the Chakra on top of that as well. This is gonna be the end of the Light Hwoarang at the same time. Big stun from the Fire Megumi. RAXXAZ not be able to penetrate Pooh. Light Unicorn, maybe that has to be the pre-ban next time around.
Yeah, this Light Unicorn is really proving very problematic for RAXXAZ. He's just not picking enough sustain, and his stuff is not landing. When that's the case, the Light Unicorn is just going to be so annoying to deal with.
Yeah, it is the light warring against the roll, but we have a Thundered State coming in with a Wild Bolt. It's 2 hits, and there's 2 hits nearly take out this Warang. Megumi taking it out, and Pooh makes this game look easy.
Let's go. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Who is leading the charge 2-0?
He is still not at match point. We have to remember, this is a best of 7. So RAXXAZ still has plenty of time to collect himself, think of a counter, and come back in this match.
Yeah, definitely thinking about what is the counter. Maybe RAXXAZ in his mind was thinking about, okay, how do I counter that Nikki? How do I counter the Nyx? How do I counter the Han? And then Pooh is simply, I'm just not going to draft that. How are you going to counter that?
Yeah, it's actually really tough because Rax is being in a very reactive position so far, trying to counter what Pooh throws at him, and Pooh can simply switch the draft to a more favorable position. So I think Rax has to be switching the way he look at it and be in a commanding position and force Pooh to counter him instead.
Yeah, I think if RAXXAZ wants to continue down this turn 1 path, he kind of needs to pre-ban that Eleanor. The Eleanor has literally messed up the Monkey both games. I mean, even without the Eleanor, the Monkey is not that guaranteed of a stun, but the Eleanor just makes it even less likely to land.
I 100% agree right there, Topavi. It is definitely that Eleanor that's really messing up those drafts. But then again, also the Chakra, every turn with the Chakra is just so detrimental. It's so strong. So you have to probably be thinking about, okay, Eleanor for the ban, but then also maybe a Heigang to counter that Chakra, because Chakra is coming out. So is that Asher if you go for that. No, we're actually going to go for a repeat of the bans in match 1. Hwoarang not on the field, Nyx neither.
Oh, so once again, we're repeating the first game draft. First pick for Pooh. Is he going to go for the She-Ho still this time around, or is going to go for the Asher once again? He wants that Chandra together with a Chakra angle. So what will Rax do to counter that? Does he come up with a new draft, or are we going back to where we started?
We're definitely going back to where we started right now. Maybe he lands the stun with the She-Ho right now. As mentioned, you know, if that She-Ho lands the stun, the Layla will gain attack bar, and it will move in front of Pooh's team, and that would be huge for RAXXAZ.
Yeah, but the question is, do you completely run it back? And also the question is, Pooh, do you completely run back exactly the same style of draft? Because RAXXAZ could also simply just go for an Asher kind of style right now. If you go Asher plus CC kind of styles, I'm thinking a Heigang plus any kind of style of CC. So Heigang Okeanos, we haven't seen all too much of that. I think that's way stronger than going for this Oliver at this moment.
Ooh, Oliver Lamela. So Rax gonna go with like a halfway draft as well. Not exactly super turn 1, missing an AoE unit that could be drafted in the last part, but I wonder if that's going to be enough. And here comes the nightmare of RAXXAZ, the unicorn being picked up by Pooh once again. And last week we also have that ultra tanky Gianna in the last slot to give even more pressure for Rax.
Yeah, that Gianna coming out to play. You know, now Pooh has 2 very strong AoE buff removers. So but there's not that much follow-up. But he really doesn't need the follow-up because he has the protection from the Unicorn, has protection from the Chandra. Also, the slows are coming out, and we saw that those are on Despair.
Yeah, definitely liking the side of the draft of Pooh. Once again, I would have rather seen RAXXAZ going to a Heigang already. You do know your enemy has Gianna. You would neutralize that unit already and not play against it. If you're picking a Heigang right now, it's a guaranteed ban. But I think whatever you pick in the 5th is probably looking at the ban because Pooh doesn't seem to be having any issues against the She-Ho.
That's definitely true because the moment Layla get banned out, she'll get 1 strip, may stun, may not, did not really stun in the last 2 games. So the main damage is going to be banned out, but let's remind everybody that every other unit on Pooh's team except for the Horse can also do very, very good amount of damage over time.
Yeah, they definitely can, but all eyes are on the She-Ho right now. She-Ho does take the turn 1. Will he get the stun? Who does he even go on? Is the pony actually tuned in front of the Gen? He goes on the Asher, finally lands the stun, but now he doesn't have a buff remover. The Megumi is not tuned.
Yeah, Megumi is not tuned. Also resist on that S3, so we will be having an off turn very soon right now. Lamela taking an awkward turn as well because skill 1 is the only thing that you can actually do. And the Megumi wasn't moving yet, cannot stun the Gianna just yet. And the Gianna takes her turn, stunning nearly the whole battlefield.
And now Pooh will start unleashing his damage, especially with a resistance onto the Asher, allowing the Asher to cycle turn with speed buff, with skill 3 damage. And it's looking really rough for Rax at the moment because he cannot... Oh, he penetrated the Gianna, but that is just buying a little bit of time.
He does get a very nice stun there on the Gianna, but the tempo is just so much in Pooh's favor. He has speed buff, Rax is slowed. The turn cycling advantage is just going to be crazy in the favor of Pooh right now.
Yeah, plus you always permanently have some kind of immunity at any given point, which is just doing so well. Like fighting that immunity time and time again. We have been mentioning it here on the cast. That is what we think is the pinnacle issue, what RAXXAZ has issues drafting against, and I think he should be looking at taking that out. Because simply, also I do want to give a lot of credits to that Gianna. Gianna on 2.4.5k per hit, it's absolutely insane.
Incredible artifact while being like so tanky at the same time. Maybe this moment Lamila can turn the game around for Rax by doing a lot of damage and also get a quick violent proc, but no proc, and the Unicorn is about to get another turn and all that debuff is gone. This light Unicorn is being so much of a problem for Rax game after game after game.
Yeah, Rax definitely had to go for that. He is so far behind. He had to get that violent proc on the Lamila, needed the branding for the skill to do enough damage, and then maybe the Shiho skill 2, he could have taken on some monsters. Unfortunately, he does not get the violent proc, and Eleanor obviously just cleansing away all of those debuffs, and Pooh will be going to a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, this is just so well played once again, switching rounds. Also, Oliver sitting at the bomb. The bomb has been showing just like about 14-15k damage at this mark, but it is enough. And Pooh is sitting at a 3-0. There's so many match points that RAXXAZ has to go for a reverse sweep right now.
Unbelievable performance from Pooh. This could have been a victory if we are playing SWC a couple years ago, but we are going into the 4th game. Pooh, incredible performance, and I'm loving the fact that we are not trading Jogun, we're not trading Shiho, but Pooh is confidently going into every single match with an Asher, with a Chakra, with a Chandra, and that is incredible.
Yeah, it is quite incredible to see indeed. Maybe Pooh is creating a new meta. The following days of the ladder, we might be seeing a lot more Escher, might be seeing a lot more Chakra, as RAXXAZ cannot seem to figure out an answer to this team.
Yeah, I definitely do think the answer to the team is once again that light pony, because you might be trying this out at home without the light pony, and then you see it's like, yeah, that is what we call traumatizing pre-ban. That unit did way too much effort so many times, so this is the big question. Asher and the Chakra, can you actually handle those units without the light pony? We're gonna see that right here, right now, because I'm pretty sure RAXXAZ does not have an Asher rune, so he cannot go for a steal over there. Big question on the side of Pooh. Does he actually still go for a Han and a Nikki right now? He hasn't shown that draft a single time against RAXXAZ, but he's sitting at that many match points, he might just throw that and see if it works.
And here we go, guys. First pick, first time without the light Unicorn. What is Pooh going to do? You know what? Back at it again, because Chakra is such a dominating force for Pooh, doing so much damage and also being extremely fast. If you remember, if you go into Thunder State for Chakra, his unique thing is he gained more speed, so he's naturally way faster than everyone else on the field.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Pooh is just going to be running it back. He'll deal with the consequences of not having the light Unicorn later. RAXXAZ is also kind of running it back now, going for an Okeanos, which you haven't seen a whole lot today.
I definitely do like the Okeanos, but maybe it's, is it too early? Maybe not really yet, because at a later moment you can still go for that Hey Gang. But let's see how Pooh responds to that, because definitely the Chakra will have issues with an Okeanos. On the other side, we have the Megumi of Pooh. It has so much stats. It is on crit rate, it is high accuracy, it is tanky, it has everything the unit wants. And on the other side, we do see a Misty being picked up, which is still very strong. We have to keep in mind, RAXXAZ has the better version of the Misty available in this matchup, because the light can be picked up, but is it going to be doing enough against the Chakra and the Misty?
It's funny enough that Misty, if he can land a debuff on the Hwarang, he's going to be extremely potent. A beautiful way to counter Light Hwarang as well. But is Rax going to go for it? Is he going to go for a Kuni Light Hwarang right now? Is he going to switch it up? He's going to... Oh, he is committing. He is committing to the turn 1. He locked in the Chiwu and the Venhan. He's putting every single chip on his Chiwu right now. And maybe Pooh has a beautiful counter. Maybe he's going to pick up a Hey Gang, for example, in the last pick.
Yeah, Rax is definitely full committing the draft here. I would have liked him to actually slow it down a little bit. He's been playing that Annabelle to great success a lot, and Annabelle, with that slow, the defense break, would have done a lot of work. He also would have kind of prevented this Fire Monkey. Now, Pooh is kind of free to pick up that Fire Monkey, pans out the Wenhan, and I'm not sure if Rax is going to have enough damage here.
I highly doubt that he has enough damage. This is a draft I've been drafting myself a lot, but fighting this against the Misty and the Maewang is definitely a very uphill battle. It's not going to be easy, but let's see believe Rex with insane rune quality, insane artifact quality can make it work.
Oh, he has to lock in the chakra as well, but he did not manage to do much here. Oh no, the speed buff onto the Fire Monkey and the Misty. The Okeanos damage, very, very good. In any other scenario, oh my god, the resistance from the Oliver as well.
That is just quite unfortunate to see, man. I mean, it is not looking good for RAXXAZ. It's definitely not over, but it's looking to be quite a sad game to go out on as the Chiwu gets resisted, as the Oliver gets resisted, and Pooh getting that speed of up, that his units are already going to have so much speed, and that is a lot of damage coming out of that Misty S2.
In the world of Pooh, glancing does not exist. This Mei Wang performed the stun, the Mei Wang performs the crit, the Misty performs the defense break, and we're looking at a very quick match because from this point on, killing the Misty, killing the Mei Wang is a near impossible job for RAXXAZ.
He's landing debuff left, right, center with a glancing debuff on him. The Mei Wang is going in with the big damage and nobody can stop the Misty anymore. Shio might be really, really strong, but remember, there are still 2 units on the side of Pooh that is not even anywhere near death just yet.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage coming out of Shio, I must say, but Pooh is getting everything he needs and more. Misty with the revenge, killing the Okeanos. The Chiwu and Nemesis may do a little bit of damage here, but I mean, there's a full team. There's a full HP Monkey. And he has done it. Pooh is the champion!
Let's go!
Pooh is your new world champion here at Summoners War. World Arena 2025, what an incredible display that was. 4-0, the crowd up on their feet, and Sean, I'll come to you first, buddy.
I'm the crowd, baby.
One of your countrymen, man, he's done it, he's gone all the way and done it in such style as well.
After 11 years, we'll finally see a Vietnamese champion on the stage, SWC 2025. And all roads lead to Pooh pretty much at this point. Incredible.
All roads lead to Pooh, Topa. They all lead to Pooh.
That is just so amazing. Pooh, such a strong performance. He played extremely well. RAXXAZ got a little bit going, but he got it going too late. And unfortunately, RNG kind of at that point just said, no, Pooh is going to be taking this away.
Yeah, that was so well played. The drafts were connecting super well, but in the final match, the RNG was even saying more on top of that. Just simply like, you're not gonna make it. At some point you saw that in RAXXAZ's face as well. Simply being like, okay man, it wasn't meant to be on this one. We try again next year, but this time around we have Pooh taking the grand final, and it's so super strong, well played. 4-0. You were asking before, best of 7, does it make a change? It does make no change whatsoever. If you're landing 4-0, it's absolutely insane.
I think Rax, despite Rax has been such an incredible competitor today, but there's no doubt that the power, the damage that Pooh was able to create in every single step of that, and anything that Rax managed to kind of try and counter with, you could see the expression on his face. There was nothing that was getting through, Sean.
Incredible, because I just can't believe the light unicorn was the deciding factor, because I actually hate that unit myself. I have it and I've never once trusted my horse in such a way, but he made it work.
Yeah, let's head over to David now from the Commentoirs team and hear a little bit more as we wrap things up today here at our finals. He seems to be addressing the audience, speaking French, talking to the crowd here, probably thanking them for their incredible efforts today supporting our players. Topa, I mean, we look at the way in which this has unfolded today, despite the fact that the Europeans couldn't quite take this home. Asia Pacific as a region, they are mean business, and Pooh he'll go down in history now. We're going to listen now to David, who's going to talk to us a little more about Summoners War and wrap things up today.
Building this all up, we have so many casters, so many tech teams supporting us, a big production team in the back, everybody from the venue, camera, light. Give it up for everybody who made this possible. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Okay, and now I would like to please welcome on stage the Chief Executive for Summoners War from our headquarters in South Korea, Mr. Lee.
Faites du bruit pour Mr. Lee! Eh oui, on y arrive mon cher Manin, on l'a dit, dans un tournoi
faut des gagnants, il y a aussi des perdants, mais aujourd'hui on a que des gagnants. Ah bah oui.
Aujourd'hui, effectivement, on n'a que des gagnants, on en a 4. On va accueillir sur la 3e marche du podium, ex-aequo.
Un maximum de bruit pour les GOAT. Pandalike et GUTS!
Now we welcome back to the stage Pandalike and Guts the Berserk, our 3rd place tied positions in this competition. The crowd absolutely on their feet, and rightly so. Guts the Berserk, despite going out in the semi-finals, has been an absolute giant killer, say.
Yeah, giant killer it is. Warlord killer, as I would like to say. The first taking out KELIANBAO, then taking out KANGJING. 2 of the strongest accounts here. They had so many LDs, and you love to see the smile of Guts the Berserk work in the crowd. We're loving it at here on the desk.
Pretty much, and like I'm so happy that Pandalike gets so far as well. As Topa mentioned, he was a replacement player and replacing every other player in this tournament. Indeed, going to the 3rd place is actually very far. Incredible performance.
Yeah, Pandalike and Guts should definitely be pleased themselves, should definitely be proud of themselves. They played extremely well today. I was myself personally extremely impressed with both players. I expected them to go out in round 1, and they made it all the way to the semi-finals and bag, 10,000 big ones.
I think what's been really lovely today as well is seeing that each of the different regions has had, has had success in one way or another. It just goes to show the caliber of talent across the world here. Say that we're as we welcome to the stage, RAXXAZ, our 2nd place, our runner-up in this competition. It just goes to show the caliber of summoners out there and how great the talent is internationally.
Absolutely, and we were thinking about it earlier. Many years we have seen thus far, every time a Chinese player in the World Finals, or even 2 Asian players in the World Finals. This time around, there's so much more to give away for Europe, so much more to give away for America, and it's really great to see all of the talent. And as Topafi mentioned, there were 2 players making it from the lower round, as I would call it, making it all the way to the semis. That is incredibly well played.
I'm so happy, man. I'm speechless. Like, I just can't wait for Pooh to run onto stage. Like the fact that he won the Asia Pacific Cup, and he was so happy, and I can't imagine how happy he is right now.
Here he is,
the world flipping champion.
The world champion, man. It's Pooh. He's done it, $100,000 wealthier, but also gets to take home that trophy. And he will go down in Summoners War history as well, as the crowd give him a huge ovation. A brilliant day for him. He receives his winnings courtesy of that enormous check that's bigger than him in many ways. And we see, Topa, an incredible champion and one who deserves to be here. He's done such a stellar job today.
Absolutely, and I love to see how animated he is. In previous years, we sometimes have champions who don't really even smile when they win the whole thing, so I love to see how animated he is. He is super stoked, so excited to be the champion, and I couldn't be more excited for him either.
Yeah, this is so well to play, and also we have been seeing him in legend tournaments time and time again, getting to the top 4 time and time again. He's one of the best players there is. But now we're going to be listening to what he has to say.
Indeed.
You know what? I can actually translate that.
Okay.
Oh, let's go! Let's go!
If he wants to say something, that is.
Don't say anything naughty. I think we have someone translating for him and asking the question, and here you have his answer.
AWC là mục tiêu lớn nhất của Bu. Bu đã dành rất nhiều thời gian dài để cố gắng, và Bu luôn tự nhủ bản thân mình là sẽ đến đích thôi, và ngày hôm nay Bu đã làm được.
He spent so much time preparing for the show, and he is very happy that he has finally been champion and did not disappoint everybody.
This is why Sean's on the desk with us, folks. This is exactly why. We have our very own translator.
Scripted.
That is really cool to have our own
translator. That's really cool. That's amazing.
En français. Ça a été un long parcours et je me suis dit à chaque fois je vais y arriver et finalement il y est arrivé.
On peut encore l'applaudir, mesdames et messieurs. C'est
translated in different languages, 3 different languages here. This is
évidemment, comme n'importe quel grand champion, aujourd'hui, on prend le micro. Hop, tiens, on se serre la main, mais je vais te prendre le micro aussi. Get this one. Thank you. Et là, je vous demande
This could be
de
our
faire
moment,
du bruit, car
folks,
Pou va
when
tout
we invite
simplement
Poo
aller soulever.
across the stage to go and lift his trophy one more time. Your world champion from Asia Pacific. Give it up for Poo! Let's go! What a moment, Sean. I can see there's tears in your eyes.
Now that's a champion, baby.
That is extraordinary stuff, and I love to see Poo enjoying every single moment here in Paris, as he should do. It's been an incredible year for the game, for our summoners, for our competitors, and it finishes in style with a absolutely elated world champion in the form of Poo. Well done, mate. We're so proud of you. We're going to get ourselves back to Jiraiya and to also Mana at the main stage here now. As we start to kind of wrap up proceedings here, they're kind of like talking a little bit about some exciting things to come, I think, in the form of what's going to come our way, coming our way very soon. A special announcement, if you will, which they're going to cue right now, I think. Oh, we're going to be talking about it, I think, instead. Okay, here we go. It's back to us. Hi. We're rolling with the punches here. We're just on the fly. We're living the dream. Coming at you again. Incredible. I mean, Poo there as well seems so pleased. I mean, and rightly so. But it's been an amazing day. Obviously, when it comes to a World Finals. Oh, another event coupon. Yeah, there you go. It's on the screen right now. Finale Paris SWC2025. There you go. That's your code right there. You've got World Finals Monster Storage Special Skin, Devilmon, Crystal and Emblems as well. It's all there for you folks. Make sure to get that code and put it into your game so you can ensure that you take away something from us to you for being here at the World Finals. I was going to say here, World Finals, you always hope for a real competitive day, entertainment, lots of highs and lows and lots of exciting, thrilling moments. And say we got every single one of those things. Look at our bracket here. What a day it's been.
Yeah, it's been such a day, but we had all kinds of results. We had 3-0s, we got 4-0s even, we got 3-1s, 3-2s. It went all the way, and it was so well played by all of these players. In the end, even the players that lost in the first round, they put up a good fight. They made it so far to get all the way over here. Absolutely not that if you lost in the first round, you're a bad player or it just did not work out for today. They are absolutely stellar players to making it here all the way. And also to the viewers back at home, a lot of these names didn't make it to RTA, even like C3 or even P3 many years ago, but now they are here. So there's a chance for everyone if you keep on the grind. Even Shambi, you could make that as well.
Yes, I can go there and maybe give Poo his water and maybe a napkin, you know, give a little shoulder massage. Yeah, that's where I belong.
I know one thing for sure. You're going to take a screenshot of this and it'll be your wallpaper on your desktop. I know that's going to be that, seeing Poo in all his glory as we take ourselves back to that main stage here to catch back up with our brilliant hosts. They've been amazing today, actually. The hosts have been absolutely incredible. Topra, there's a huge amount of love here that goes out to the entire team. There's so many different regions, broadcasting different languages. The entire team on the stage here. It's a huge team effort.
Absolutely, yeah, it's a huge team effort, and I love to see the community come together as well. You know, we spoke about there are 4 different regions coming in here, as well as open qualifier, sort of own pseudo region. But the community of Summoners was just great. We see the crowd be so supportive, even Poo, another Asia Pacific winner.
Oh yeah. Oh, let's take a look at this on the screens right now, folks. Special announcement. Let's have it.
Another day. Extra! Extra! Read it all here! Go get them! Where to next? Oh yes, the arena! I like the look on their face. Good luck, everyone! Lucky day, we got a huge pile today, huh? Good work today. Let's relax now. Great job today, Rika. Thanks, you too.
The tomorrow update, fellas. Tomorrow update. That was the VTs, the animations, incredible, right? Say
that was absolutely stellar. But I'm pretty sure Jean-B and me are in the YouTube scene right now. It's like we want to make a video. We want to pause that video from A to Z. What did we see? What can we talk about? What happened over there? We did see a new boss. It did look a little bit like housing-ish kind of style early on, but that might also be your Sky Island. I love every bits and piece of it. Where at the end we also had the runes just coming back to your house. That was amazing.
Yeah, we have Mr. Lee here again as well, who's going to give us share a bit of information of what we just saw on screen.
재밌게 보셨나요? 오늘 SWC 파이널을 위해서 열심히 준비해 주신 그리고 오늘 재밌고 멋진 경기를 보여주신 모든 선수분들과 오랜 시간 동안 지켜봐 주신 관객 그리고 시청자분들께 모두 정말 감사드리고요. 우승하신 푸 선수에게 다시 한번 축하와 박수를 보냅니다.
Did you enjoy today's match? We sincerely thank all the players who worked hard preparing for today's finals and put on a great show, as well as the audience and viewers who watched. We once again send our congratulations and applause to the winning player, Pooh.
J'espère que les matchs d'aujourd'hui vous ont plu. Je tiens à remercier sincèrement tous les joueurs qui se sont entraînés dur et offert des matchs extraordinaires pour cette finale, ainsi que le public et tous les spectateurs qui nous ont suivis. Félicitations encore une fois au joueur Pooh pour sa victoire. Un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour lui.
오랫동안 준비해온 투모로우 업데이트가 이제 얼마 남지 않았습니다. 저희는 이번 업데이트를 준비하면서 게임의 플레이 시간이나 패턴, 성장감 같은 부분에 대해서 좀 집중적으로 고민을 하였고요. 방금 함께 보신 영상에 이러한 느낌을 살짝 담아보려고 하였습니다.
The long-awaited Tomorrow update is now just around the corner. While preparing this update, we focused on game's playtime, patterns, and progression. We tried to capture a glimpse of this feeling in the video that you just watched at this site.
La mise à jour Tomorrow, sur laquelle nous travaillons depuis longtemps, approche à grands pas. Durant sa préparation, nous nous sommes particulièrement penchés sur le temps de jeu, les schémas de gameplay et le ressenti de la progression, afin d'offrir une expérience de jeu encore plus satisfaisante. La vidéo que vous venez de voir en donne un petit aperçu.
투모로우 업데이트에 대한 자세한 내용을 담은 쇼케이스 영상을 방금 막 업로드한 걸로 알고 있거든요. 아마 다들 확인하실 수 있을 것 같고요. 한 2, 3일 정도 뒤에는 더욱더 자세한 내용을 담은 개발 이야기도 올라갈 예정입니다.
We will upload the showcase video detailing the Tomorrow update within 2 to 3 days. And we will also share the developer's preview where more in-depth information will be stated.
Nous allons bientôt publier une vidéo de présentation détaillant le contenu de la mise à jour Tomorrow. Et d'ici 2 à 3 jours, nous partagerons également une note des développeurs pour vous en dire davantage.
투모로우 업데이트를 통해서 서머너즈워를 더욱더 재미있고 즐겁게 만들고 싶습니다. 소환사 여러분들의 많은 관심을 부탁드리고요. 저희는 남은 기간 동안 더욱더 열심히 준비하고 개발해서 멋진 업데이트로 소환사님들을 찾아뵙도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Through the Tomorrow update, we aim to create Summoner's War more fun and enjoyable. We ask for your continued support and interest, and we will do our utmost to prepare and develop during the remaining time to bring you a fantastic update. Thank you.
À travers la mise à jour Tomorrow, nous souhaitons rendre Summoner's War encore plus amusant et captivant. Nous comptons sur l'attention et le soutien des invocateurs et nous continuerons à travailler sans relâche jusqu'au bout pour vous proposer une mise à jour à la hauteur de vos attentes. Merci.
늦은 시간까지 다들 정말 감사합니다. Merci beaucoup.
C'est bien mystérieux tout ça, mon cher.
Oui, j'ai hâte d'en découvrir un petit peu plus dans la note des développeurs.
Ouais, il va falloir être encore un peu patient.
Well, there we have it. The wonderful Mr. Lee there sharing some important information regarding the Tomorrow update. And for you folks at home, a message now from us to you. Summoners War Tomorrow update. The pre-registration is open. You can pre-register now and claim exclusive rewards. Exciting stuff. I mean, this is what we love about the World Finals. There's going to be an announcement of what's to come. Topa, we're looking at the main screen now. We're getting even more. We're getting even more coupon codes. No, get out of town. You've had too much already. No, you've not. Have some more. Tomorrow begins. It's apt. It's appropriate. An SWC2025 scroll, reappraisal stone, and 2 million mana are coming your way courtesy of the Tomorrow Begins code. A great way to kickstart proceedings ahead of this exciting update here, Topa. We always look forward to seeing what's going to happen next with games here, like World Finals, and Tomorrow Begins looks very, very exciting indeed.
Yeah, super exciting. Always a new update is super exciting coming. This is obviously a major update that has been in the works for a while, so I really do believe that it is going to be a new era for Summoners, whereas, you know, we just crowned a champion, and I do hope that we'll be back next year as well for, you know, more Summoners War in a whole brand new game.
In a whole brand new game? That's kind of sauce. But oh my god, I can't wait for the after party and people going crazy with that new scroll right there. I'm pretty sure somebody is going to be very happy later tonight.
Yes, yeah, indeed. I think say it's going to be a big night of celebrations for Pooh there, but good night for all Summoners.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be very interesting to see what exactly happens, because they told us kind of like, okay, we saw a teaser video, but we don't know exactly yet what is to come. It's always the big question, how is it implemented, how is it going to be? And you definitely can tell there will be a lot of content creators making videos about how it's exactly working out, so definitely do check all of that media.
Yeah, absolutely do. Merci to Jiraiya and Mana on the main stage as they say their farewells. It's almost time for us to do exactly the same thing. It's been an amazing World Finals. We've been here for the last 7 hours or so and crowned a very worthy, brilliant champion in Pooh. Final thoughts, lads, as we kind of wrap the proceedings up here. Anything you want to share? Say, kick us off. Any final thoughts on today's action or what's to come?
I want to say absolutely great tournament, great players, great casters. I really want to thank you guys. This was, in my opinion, for the cast that I've done in the last 3 years, the best cast. So I definitely want to thank you guys, all of the production, all of the viewers, and everyone out there. Thank you so much, and there's way more to come.
A lot of first time was made on this desk and on the stage tonight, and that was an amazing time for me, and I can't wait to just have more Summoners War in my life. It's just bursting with happiness right now.
Yeah, you know, Say and Sean really summed it up very well. I don't really have much else to say. It's just huge thank you to everyone. You guys make this possible. You know, without you guys, there would be no game. And, you know, I'm absolutely loving every moment of this, and I'm looking forward to what's to come.
Yeah, me too. I got to say, adding to the testaments of these guys here and the sentiments also, massive shout out to Say, to Sean and Topa. It has been an incredible day. We've had so much fun here on the desk, and hopefully you guys have as well. Also, yeah, a massive shout out to all the production team that work on this. This is a huge production here. The team that comment to us as well, they're kind of huge support. The fans have been amazing. We must say this has been one of the greatest crowds we could have possibly asked for here. A huge thanks as well to all the other casters and, of course, the players who have been absolutely brilliant. Thank you guys for watching so much. Look forward to seeing you again. Loads will coming your way in 2026. Enjoy the Tomorrow update, and we'll see you very much again soon. Take care. Goodbye from us for now. Merci. Au revoir.